Greetings, Warstrikers. Today is Thursday, the 14th of August, 2025, and we have a very, very special guest with us today, Dr. Alexander Jacob. I'm going to give him a proper introduction here in a second. Before I do, I'm just going to mention our sponsors very briefly. Let me pull them up. We've got, first of all, armreg.co.uk. This is the top Holocaust revisionist source in the world. You will find everything on every tiny, minute subject there. We have a special, they've been supporting the show a long time. We have a special partnership with them. If you use the coupon code Warstrike15, you will get 15% off all your orders. And even though they are a UK-based site, I have been asked to remind our Australian and New Zealand listeners, of which we have a surprising amount, that you won't have to pay UK shipping rates. They ship from all over the world. They have different places where they can ship, so the shipping rates won't be out of hand. You can also get 5% off any of their bundle discounts, which are already generously discounted bundles. You can get 5% off by just using the coupon code Warstrike, plain old Warstrike by itself, but really great bundles there. Check them out. Our other regular sponsor is clemensandblair.com. This is Dr. Thomas Dalton. Amazing catalog of books here. This is kind of the stuff we're going to be talking about today. Intellectual works on the Jewish question, on National Socialism. We have a deal with them where it's Warstrike 10. You get 10% off. And also you can join the book club, the loyalty program, and get all kinds of additional benefits. There's a lot of great benefits if you join those programs. So that's clemensandblair.com. And Dr. Jacob, I'm going to read what I got here from tell me if this is accurate, because I want to get this right. This was from a ancientorigins.net website. It said, Dr. Alexander Jacob was born in Madras, India, and obtained his master's in English literature from the University of Leeds and his PhD in the history of ideas from Pennsylvania State University, Penn State. His postdoctoral research was conducted at the University of Toronto while he was a visiting fellow at the Departments of Political Science, Philosophy, and English Literature of the University of Toronto. And his scholarly publications include works on natural philosophy. And also, Dr. Jacob holds a, what is that, licentiate diploma? Licentiate diploma in piano from Trinity College of Music, London, and has given solo piano recitals in Canada, Bulgaria, Poland, and the Czech Republic, Spain, Germany, England, Brazil, and Mexico. He has recorded 3 CDs of piano transcriptions of Richard Wagner's. I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to laugh. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just amazed. I'm blown away by these accomplishments. I mean, each paragraph here is more than I've accomplished in my entire life. He's recorded 3 CDs of piano transcriptions of Richard Wagner's Der Ring des Nibelungen and Parsifal and Lohengrin. So you've recorded CDs, piano transcriptions of some of Wagner's greatest operas, in addition to everything else. Welcome to the show. Please correct me if any of that is not accurate or if anything is missing.
It's all accurate. And thank you very much for the invitation.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for coming on the show. And I actually want to let our viewers know, your name is a name I've heard around until one of our regular supporters of the show put this together. I didn't realize how indebted we are to you, and indebted I am to you. So for viewers, longtime viewers of the show, a number of our translations from Occidental Observer and of things that we've read. So when we did the show on Eugen Düring, his work was translated by Dr. Jacob. Also, some of the von Leer's works that were not the ones from Dan Roos's website, but the other stuff that we did was translated by you. Also, 2 books in my library. When we were chatting before we started there, I didn't realize you were the one who translated Houston Stewart Chamberlain's Political Ideals, which is a book I've had on my shelf for like 10 years. And also Alfred Rosenberg's Political Essays. And this is the book I was talking when we were discussing Rosenberg, Joe. a few shows back, and I was saying that, Myth of the 20th Century is one thing, but he wrote some really, really good works that I've read. It was this book of essays that, and I was joking with someone about a super chatter got mad because I was praising the Teutonic Knights. And but Rosenberg wrote a tremendous essay putting them in context that you were the one who translated. So I've been indebted to you for stuff I've been reading for 20 years, and I wasn't even aware of who you were until like in the last 2 weeks. So again, you're a man that's like I said, we owe a lot to you.
No, it's very important because a lot of this has been lost, and you're the one that's kind of keeping this in the English language. There's a lot of stuff that's been that's more pertinent to today than it was even back then. That's been completely lost. When I read von Leers or when I read even Heidegger to some extent, these men were very much ahead of their time, and it's great that you have all this out there. So thank you for that. And Gottfried Feder, I saw that just now. You uploaded a new one. Yeah.
Right. I don't know what kind of readership my books have. I know they're important works, but I don't know how many people are reading them. I'm glad that you are promoting them in your own way, but I hope they will have a wide readership.
And I have to also mention, while we were discussing this, Joe sent me just so folks understand how long you've been around doing this. There's a video on BitChute of you discussing German socialism as an alternative to Marxism. And this is a video from 1985.
I wasn't even born.
I mean, I want to let me just hear
1995.
Of cheating in commercial
it's 95,
transactions.
Not 85.
It's 95. Okay, somebody wrote 85. Okay, yeah. It's such a clear, lucid description of the differences of. I was blown away when I was listening to this. This is stuff that I came onto very painfully, slowly. Even as someone who considered myself a National Socialist for decades, some of the ideas here are things that So this was this through Ernst Zundel's? I think
I worked in his house. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Ernst Zundel's site. Yeah.
Oh, incredible.
I worked in his house for 3 years, actually.
Really? Oh, my goodness.
He was in Toronto. So actually, I can tell you that I was introduced to much of National Socialist literature through Ernst Zundel because he had a very large library of books related to the Third Reich. He was German, of course, and he was interested to preserve the German name against all of the accusations that were thrown against them. So I benefited greatly from my stay with Ernst Zundel, and that's where I published the Rosenberg essays and worked on Richard Wagner's political views, and also read the memoirs of Eichmann that I later translated.
Wow.
Amazing. Yeah.
I looked through your academic archive, and you were quite a prolific writer. You have a lot of papers, some very interesting topics that I'm going to be reading after this, such as you call them the German neoconservatives, which were the sort of reaction. Was it conservative
revolutionaries? Right? Yeah, we were just talking about that. But he just published a book on what's his name, Evola, who we were just discussing. But also, you had said that the one work was published. We were talking a little bit about William Pierce before we started, and the one work of his was first published by Dr. Pierce. And I was kind of I was joking about how I one time when I was like 19 years old, I told Pierce to his face, I was like, you should translate more of this stuff. When I read Dietrich Eckhart's Bolshevism from Moses to Lenin, I was just blown away by it. It was so good. And I told, at that time, Pierce was messing around with Resistance Records, and he had all these magazines. And I was kind of like, why don't you just translate this stuff and get it out there? And he was like, well, I'd love to, but I'm just so busy with this other stuff. So I have to say, Dr. Jacob, I think you probably know more about the writers or have in the entire English speaking world, you're probably the top academic on some of the writers, the thinkers that we've been covering on this show.
Right. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. Because,
Well,
even as you probably know, even a lot of self-identified National Socialists know practically nothing about this. Like, they don't know the internal debates. My understanding is that in the Third Reich, National Socialism was a sort of emergent movement with lots of arguments, lots of debates, factions seeking to, like I was mentioning to you before, Daimler versus Heidegger. To my knowledge, Heidegger considered himself a National Socialist, at least during the war in the 30s, until he resigned, I believe, in 34. But he considered himself to be a National Socialist. He simply disagreed with certain aspects of it, like you were saying, the biologism and so on. While Alfred Daimler was more of a practical thinker, Heidegger was more ontological. Is that an accurate contrast?
Right. I don't think Heidegger was really a National Socialist at all. I don't really care for his thought so much, and I suppose he joined the party, if he did, only as a matter of convenience, not because he was really convinced of his own sympathies with the movement. So I don't think we should include Heidegger as a National Socialist. Ernst Junger also is not a National Socialist.
Yes, that one was that one was clear. Yes.
I want to just sort of start off. I had to. I don't mean to embarrass you there with all the praise, but I wanted to introduce our readers to who you are and how long you've been at this and what we owe to you. But I want to sort of lead off the discussion with this. Here's a book. It's a college textbook. George Sabine, A History of Political Theory. This is the 4th edition. This is an old book that gets republished and updated. And the first paragraph of it really, it goes through all the political theories of the world. And then when it gets to fascism and National Socialism, I just want to read a sentence or two out of the beginning. And this will sort of set the stage for what we're going to talk about, because this is the common view. This is the accepted view, I think, that I see in academia and elsewhere of National Socialist political philosophical thought. It says, fascism and National Socialism, the political philosophy of communism, represented on the whole a coherent and carefully developed point of view. Even in change, it was meticulously careful to preserve its continuity with Marxism, which in turn had been elaborated by 2 generations of scholarship. Lenin and Trotsky were men of settled convictions and long experience in party leadership before World War I. By comparison, fascism in Italy and National Socialism in Germany were mushroom growths. The parties were non-existent until they sprang up out of the demoralization that followed the war. Their leaders were men with neither the interest nor the aptitude for philosophical construction. Though the beliefs and ideas and prejudices that went into the making of their ideologies had long been in existence, they had never been part of a coherent body of thought. And when they were put together to make a, quote, philosophy, unquote, their combination was largely opportunist. They were chosen with a view to their emotional appeal rather than to their truth or their compatibility, and often with a cynical indifference to intellectual honesty. Would you say that that's
all
true?
wrong?
Yes.
No, it's all wrong. It's written probably by some Jewish author.
Right.
No, that is the prejudice that is being propagated in the West after the war, and I mean, even during the war. So this has to go. And you said I published so much of this literature. It's precisely in order to remove this prejudice, because there's so much valuable thought in the Third Reich and before it that it needs to be rediscovered. And this sort of, accusation that it's, half-baked and not mature philosophy, and not philosophy at all of that comes from Jewish viewpoints. We can discount that straight away.
Yeah. That sounds more like their system. That sounds like liberal democracy. The discombobulated, egoistic, this is a complete projection of
Well,
what
in
it is.
this book takes like a lot of these subjects do. This book is from a classically liberal, I would say, biased point of view, but note how it goes to great lengths to praise Marxism as well. Even though it's not our point of view, it's still a coherent, worldview, as opposed to the opportunistic hodgepodge of, these half-baked bohemians that had no real interest, just chose stuff for slogans stuck together. No, I think that really, I mean, I would say this: there was a sort of, even Hitler had it. There was a disdain for exaggerated intellectualism in the Third Reich. I believe that's what Goebbels said when he at the famous, when they pulled all the books and threw them on the fire. He says, the era of exaggerated Jewish intellectualism we consign to the fire of the past. But Goebbels said that as a doctor, from Heidelberg, University of Heidelberg. And it's something that also even Mussolini, he leaned into the sort of the cult of action over words. But when that slogan of the book and the musket make the perfect fascist. So but it's still there. It's still there. But I do think that this is something Joe has gotten me into, that we've been covering on the show, that apparently your whole career has been. There is a huge body of.
I would argue that the National Socialist era was a continuation of ancient Hellas. You totally see the same themes coming over and over again. I mean, what is the Schmittian friend-enemy distinction? It's described in Plato's Guardians, right? If you read Plato's Republic, Politeia, there's he describes the dogs who do not know anything but friend and enemy. And so you see how the National Socialists were simply bringing ancient Greek wisdom, Homeric and otherwise, Homeric wisdom combined with Plato's authority, and just bringing it into the 20th century. And the intervention by the Jewish-controlled Allies effectively stopped the new awakening for the white race and for humanity in general from happening. We were on the precipice of a new Greek golden age, and that's my interpretation. I don't know what you think, Dr. Jacob.
Well, I don't know that it's a revival of ancient Greece. The Germans had a great admiration for the Greeks, of course, and that goes back to Winckelmann and so on. But what was the Third Reich about? German supremacy, is very different from Greek. They may have, tried to draw some analogies between ancient Greece and modern Germany, but they're very tenuous. This is about the Germanic people in particular. And the reason for that is because of their strength of race. Certainly at that time they were strong. I don't know if they are any longer, but they were. They were very conscious of it. And that is the basis of their Völkisch ideology, the ideology based on das Volk, that is the people, not the proletariat as the communists had, but the German people, if you like, or the European peoples by extension. So that is the National Socialist ideology. I don't know if there's something similar in Greece, which is very, very small in comparison, because they had their own aristocracy and so on, and an awareness of their own excellence. But it is not to the point that they had to fight against Jews or anybody. They were just fighting the Persians, who were a very strong and admirable empire.
Right. I meant more so figures like Hoderlin or even Baumler, from what I've read, was interpreting Nietzsche through this lens, through the Plato Hellenic lens. That was my understanding of it. But of course, the concept of Führer Tectonicus, right? That was very important. Probably the main drive of the National Socialists. Would you agree with that?
Führer Tectonicus.
Like from Tacitus.
No, all of that is interpretation, of a movement. They were not acting out any parts. They were just preserving Germany from decline, because the Weimar Republic was a socialist republic, and the First World War did great damage to Germany, and they had to restore their own nation and their national pride. So that is what they were doing. This furor and so on, that is probably Carl Gustav Jung's interpretation, psychological interpretation. And certainly there was no need to resort to Nietzsche and his blonde beast and all. All of those are literary commentaries. The National Socialist movement was a political movement, and very strong. It had its own defense mechanism, its armory. It's very different. It comes from Prussia rather than anything mythological. Prussia was a very strong, disciplined state, and that is probably a precedent.
I did read. I actually reread, and I know we didn't say we were going to talk about this, but I just want to mention it briefly. Rosenberg's essay that you translated on the Teutonic Order, and he covers he gets into a theme there that is talking about a sort of synthesis between that. I remember Goebbels saying something similar, a synthesis between the best aspects of a republic and the best aspects of a monarchy. And he adds to that the third level of the Teutonic Knights had this Ordenstaat, this monastic state with these warrior monks in charge of it. And he draws some comparison there, although Rosenberg didn't like the idea of monkish celibacy. He thought that disconnected from the land. But one of the things he says that the National Socialist movement has from its beginning explained that it does not contend about theories of monarchy and the republic. It was always aware that there have been in history good and bad monarchies, strongly formed and degenerate republics. We know that ancient Rome, from whose peasant generations later times drew the strength of formation, was a republic. In this age, all those forces of character were prepared which the Caesars later wastefully squandered. Even so, it is clear that ancient Greece was led by kings, and that the form of the royal city was the culture-forming source of Hellas. The German man leads his life organically from the duke to the idea of the king, and it is no accident that whereas almost all peoples massacred their princes in bloody revolutions, German history cannot relate any case where the German man has decapitated his king. But then it says a purely republican constitution would be possible in Germany only among men of the same temperament, of the same self-discipline, perhaps in a few districts, but hardly in view of the abundance of the most different characters, as it embraces the present-day 70 million people. So he's not taking a hard, stand one way or the other. We're Republicans, we're monarchists, and that's something, like I said, it's sort of this synthesis idea you see with National Socialism throughout it.
It was a socialist movement mainly, and then led by a strong leader, that is the Führer. So it isn't a return to the Second Reich of Wilhelm or anything of the sort, because the aristocrats were not so strong in their opposition to the international federation, the finance, and so on and so forth. And that is why Germany developed its own socialist state. The Third Reich is a socialist state. The party is a workers' party, actually, Arbeiterpartei. And so it's much like fascism in Italy also was socialist. They're all socialist in that period, except they're not materialists like the communists following Marx and so on. These are nationalists based on, in Germany, blood and soil, in Italy, more economic corporations and that sort of thing. So, so the question of returning to a monarchy doesn't arise because the monarchies were not so strong in the first place. They were all easily dismantled.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was we discussed this a few weeks ago where we talked about the inheritance of or the actual tradition of fascism, how there was this sort of fork in the road where the ideas of Proudhon and Bakunin and other famous anti-capitalists they forked off into two directions. And you see through the works of Sorel and others that one part of the sort of rejection of capitalism and the rejection of usury broke off into the fascist wing, and then the other one was co-opted by the Marxist wing. And it's so interesting to know that these two kind of revolutionary ideologies have somewhat similar sources or ancestors, and you totally see this in National Socialism when Hitler gives the speech to the Hitler Youth and declares the abolition of classes. Right now, it doesn't mean that you're completely having no class. It just means the Prussian sense of rank or craft and so on replaces the material, financial element. And so that is, I find that in your work, you write a lot about this distinction, because I do recall in Eugen Düring's book, that was in its day the big fight. It was between him and Marx. And so this is another thing we work towards here, is reclaiming the socialist label and reclaiming the anti-capitalist critique. Because a lot of the things people hate about communism have nothing to do with economics. It's all about the sort of thuggery of it that people reject.
Right. Well, the aim of communism or Marxism is to set one class against the other, the employees against the employers, and so on and so forth, to have this constant conflict, which they can manage through international finance. That is communism. Whereas Düring, as you mentioned, said there should be no reason for this conflict when all should work together, for the welfare of the nation.
Yeah, and that concept of German socialism, I saw that actually in that old video from when I was watching it a little earlier from the 90s when you were talking about that. You were talking about the German socialism idea, then the Prussian socialism idea of Spengler, and then of course the National Socialist, that term that was Hitler was not the first one to use it. But then he was the one that attached it to the German Workers' Party name. So he wanted to put that at the beginning of it. But this is an idea that was developing. I mean, we talked a little bit the other day about how some of these ideas were emerging already in the 1848 revolutions in Europe. We talked about Wagner and Bakunin, and how they were sort of they knew each other during the 1848 revolutions. And so you have this moment there where, liberalism and nationalism are emerging at the same time, kind of together in parts, going in separate directions in other ways. But you have the beginnings already in the late 1840s of this anti-capitalist revolt happening in Europe. It's just fundamentally not true that the Jewish Marxists were the first ones that came up with socialism. They were the true socialists, and then years later, some thugs out of the trenches were paid by the capitalists to come up with some kind of counterfeit socialism to trick the workers into supporting the capitalists and imperialists in world wars. I mean, it's amazing how that critique of fascism and National Socialism is still something we live with today. I mean, at least on the left, it is still. There are actually fools that still believe that. And I would argue, and I want to get if you agree with this, that it's the other way around, that socialism was already emerging in Europe organically, naturally among the peoples, and that it was the Jewish Marxists who hijacked and created a counterfeit socialism that became Marxism and then later communism.
The Communist Manifesto is a classic example. Okay, it comes out in 1848 at the height of the revolution, and it is very much un-Marxist. It's a sort of agitating pamphlet. It's full of romanticism, and it's idealistic. It's a fraud, basically. And Marx and his work didn't really clearly win the debate until Lenin, in my opinion. But I'm sorry. Continue, Dr. Jacob.
Yeah. Do you agree with that, Dr. Jacob?
Well, yes, it's true. But that's because they have these enormous resources of the press at their disposal. After they were emancipated, they saw to it that they got hold of all the presses, all the media, and this and that, and then they propagated, people like Marx as great geniuses and so on. So all of that is good for the Jews. It is not necessary for the Europeans. And of course, in America, it hasn't taken root at all. I don't even think communism in America.
Yeah,
It
well, you
comes in through the back
described.
door.
I saw that speech you had published on your, or it wasn't a speech. It was a talk you gave in Athens a few years back. I think 2023. You gave a talk in Athens, Greece, to a group, and I took some notes from that. You described American liberal democracy as an ahistorical quasi-communist utopia, and I really like that. That you were talking about the end of history, from Francis Fukuyama's idea. Yeah, but you said that
which is Marxist, right?
You said there's little. You said this is an exact quote from that lecture. You said there's little to distinguish the communist idea of equality, from the liberal. So here we have the two big poles in the Cold War, but their basic egalitarian philosophy is identical.
Right. It's just communism with more money in it, and then the American dream and so on. So I suppose you can say that America is the goal of communism, that they wanted to become as capitalist as the American society was, where everybody could have his own business and succeed, and so on and so forth. There is no question of the state and its importance anymore. Communism is actually an anarchist movement, because even though they established, very strong totalitarian governments in Russia and so on, the aim of communism is for the proletariat to become independent of the state and to be able to govern himself without it. This is the utopia, and that is why you don't have any order at all in America, which is, of course, the advanced communist state, if you like. Not exactly communist, but post-communist,
it's
where you have big business flourishing everywhere, ruled by a big businessman like Trump.
Because if you look at libertarians, right, that's the essence of Americanism, is the libertarian.
Right.
It's almost remarkably the same as Marx's end stage, the final stage of history. It's exactly the same. And so you kind of see this as two systems that they're kind of outdated in the 21st century, because you see now countries like China, like Russia, they're beginning to pivot to more of a nationalistic or possibly even postmodern system, where especially in China, they're looking more at these German thinkers like Gottfried Feder, like Carl Schmitt, And I suspect that is why America is losing to China to some extent. What's your view on that?
Right. Well, the government needs to be strengthened, obviously. The state is very important. All fascist ideology and philosophy is based on the primacy of the state. They're all statist philosophies. If you read Gentile, for example, Giovanni Gentile is a thinker that people should read more widely than he's read at the moment. Unfortunately, there are not cheap editions and so on of him, and I don't know Italian, so I can't produce any new editions of his work. But the Italian fascist ideology is very clearly outlined in the works of Giovanni Gentile, more than in Carl Schmitt's work in Germany, because he points to the primacy of the state and of the spiritual quality of it. And this is what is most important. The state is actually the highest social formation that man is capable of. We are, of course, the highest creation, and our own highest creation is the state. And the state has an extreme responsibility to cultivate its population, its people, always tending towards God. Ultimately, religion is the highest, of course. As we know in India, Brahmins are the highest caste, and Kshatriyas, the warriors, come after. So in any case, so religion and philosophy and so on are at the highest levels, and they should govern the state, which should govern the people. So this is completely lacking in a capitalist state, and this is the problem. Just as there was no God in communism, there is no God in capitalism in America either.
Yeah, no, that's it's amazing how this stuff that you were talking about and translating works that were from decades ago already in the 90s. These things were 70, 80 years old, and yet I think the questions have become more pronounced. I mean, everything we were talking about that a little bit before the show started, but everything. All this stuff that we've been reading, it ties back to the situation we're living under in the United States today, and that struck me about your talk that you gave in Athens and talking about the end of history. I mean, none of these problems have been resolved. In fact, they've gotten much worse. I feel like some of these men, like Düring and others, if you brought them back today and just showed them what's going on, it would just be very clear to them what the forces that are at work and the.
Well, to be fair, figures like, I don't know what your opinion is of Warner Sombart, but he predicted the United States in the 21st century. He said one day it will be a mishmash of negrified something. I think he said slaves, negrified slaves that are looked down upon by Jewish financiers. He wrote this in whenever Jews and Capitalism came out. And of course, just like with everything else, Jews and Capitalism lost out to Weber's completely fallacious view that it comes from Protestantism. And of course, Weber was the founder of the Liberal Party in Weimar Republic with a bunch of Jews. So just like the Jews with their press made Marx into this great genius who defeated all of his rivals intellectually, they did the same with Weber versus Sombart, even though Sombart has the political theory with predictive power.
Well, let me just say before you jump in there, Dr. Jacob, but you said that in that lecture, you were talking about the Protestantism and the history of that, and what you said was America began as a revolt of Puritanism, and you had this close connection with Puritanism and Judaism, which we talk about all the time on this show. And Puritanism is one of the big sort of bad guys that's a recurring thing on this show. But you said, though, that the huge influx of Eastern European Jews in the late 19th and 20th century succeeded in modulating the philo-Semitic Puritan character of American capitalism into a fully Jewish one. And you spoke about the kind of that the Protestant thing, it was there, and it was capitalistic, but it worshipped industriousness, and then it glorified or held up industriousness, industry, and that then became fully transformed into the totally unproductive finance, the Jewish finance. So the Protestant thing is, so Weber, I don't think was necessarily wrong, but it's just there's more to it than that. What do you
remember? All the Puritans were merchants in England.
Right.
They were the merchant class. So Sombart speculates that they may have been, a lot of them, crypto Jews, a lot of the Puritans.
It's possible they came from Amsterdam or somewhere where there were lots of Jews in the diamond business and everywhere. So this is your problem, the problem of America, that it began with Puritanism, which itself is not a very distinguished sect of Christianity. It was a sect that was expelled, as it were, from Europe and settled in America. So they came with the Old Testament and John Milton's Paradise Lost or something. He was a Puritan also, and a regicide against Charles I. So this is the basis of America. But that time, at least, it was mostly English people, and they had their own native habits of industry and so on, and they built their own society fairly successfully as quasi-Englishmen, actually. And then that became, dominated in the 19th century by this influx of Jews and the introduction of finance capital. That is the worst. The stock exchange speculation, this and that and the other, and complete disregard for all kinds of work at all. It's just gambling, on a very large and a very high scale. So that is a problem. And to go with this, they have this nonsense religion of evangelical Christianity or something, which is just a kind of Zionism with a Christian disguise. So this is the state of religion in America. So you have two choices only, and that is the Catholic religion, which I suppose the Irish follow, and to some extent the Mexicans. The Irish particularly are important in this regard to maintain their Catholic tradition. And then there is the Anglican Church. This is the high church that was established by Henry VIII. It's just like the Catholic, actually, in most respects, except it is ruled not from Rome, but from Canterbury, by the Archbishop of Canterbury. So that is an option that you can take. T.S. Eliot was one of the greatest poets of modern times, was an American, and he converted to Anglo-Catholicism or something, which is the Anglican Church virtually, and mostly Catholic in its temper. So this is the only option for religion in America. The evangelical thing should be banned altogether.
Well, I wrote
my grandmother. I was saying to you, Stryker, she died before I was born, but she converted. She got my mom's side of the family to the Anglican, not because they were Anglicans, but because she wanted to have everything about Catholicism except the Pope. She couldn't get down with the Pope. But
that
she wanted
sounds like a lot
else.
of Catholics I know too.
Right, exactly.
Well, the Anglican Church, if I'm not mistaken, in America is the Episcopalian Church, right?
Right.
But I actually wrote a research piece on the origins of evangelical Christianity as we know it today. And prior to the Second World War in America, that kind of millenarian Christian Zionism was a very, very small part of the Protestant population, 3 to 5%. It only took over American Protestantism in the 50s, when the Jews that used to run the television channels started to broadcast the sermons of people like Billy Graham into television sets. And back then you had 3 or 4 TV channels with a handful of TV shows. And so people were being indoctrinated into this fake religion by network television, which is remarkable. And that's how they took over. It really accelerated in the 70s, and then we led to the Reagan era where these people were all in charge. I mean, I suspect people like Billy Graham may have been Israeli agents. It's certainly being used by the Israelis as a sort of Jewish soft power, even in Latin America, where they can count on all the evangelicals in Brazil to support Israel and so on. So it's effectively, they were building off of something that existed. But the takeover of evangelical Christianity is a very much a post-war construction where the American government wanted to create an anti-communist philosophy that was not anti-Semitic or racist. And that's where you get this Christian Zionism.
Right. And your reference to Brazil is important. I was in Brazil for 2 years in Sao Paulo, and I noticed that they have more congregations of these evangelical Christians now than before, because there's a lot of money coming in from America. And this is horrible. The evangelical sect should be banned from all these countries, because these are Catholic countries established by the Portuguese and the Spanish and so on. And it's changing the complexion, the landscape altogether. This Bolsonaro or somebody,
Yes.
somebody in Argentina, or in Brazil, actually.
Brazil?
Yeah, belong to this evangelical group. This is horrible that a country can tolerate a foreign agency like that.
Oh, yeah. It's spread by the CIA and the Mossad in terms of where the money comes from. And then they get, and Guatemala is now majority evangelical Christian. So, and the Israelis will tell you, Netanyahu will say, like, this is this is Jewish soft power. This is how we can get support for Israel outside of the Jewish community. And the way they operate is quite predatory because they go to the poorest people and they go beyond feeding them and educating them. They give them, there's parts where they give these people houses. They have all kinds of, like you said, they just have a lot of money. No one knows where it comes from. So yeah, they're very successful. And it also appeals to the lowest common denominator. It's the people that fall into evangelical Christianity are those types of people that pray to God to win the lottery. I noticed that's the type that they play into it.
This is the problem of the large populations of Africans in South America and North America. You have to keep them out of politics, and you have to give them a religion of your choice, not of theirs. Either they can go to the Catholic Church or the Anglican or nowhere.
I was going to say, go ahead. Finish.
Right. Because when they go to the evangelical, they're only going to Israel.
Right.
That's the
right.
horror.
Yeah, well, this is something that in studying this, because again, I've been reading some of the National Socialist literature for 25 years now, and studying that history. In the last, I'd say, 10 or 15 years, I've really studied American history more, and particularly the last 5 years. I've gotten to know, it's one of those things where by looking outside of America, you can see America from the outside in better, and you can appreciate what America is. And I think this is something, Dr. Jacob, this is something we talk about a lot on this show, that I think a lot of people who even call themselves American nationalists, who are basically white nationalists, but they will call themselves American nationalists, or they wave the flag. I don't think a lot of them forget about understanding National Socialism or fascism, or even other European schools of thought. I don't think they fully comprehend the American thing, the American body of thought that they are a part of, and that they come out of, and that they're holding up. You mentioned in that speech in Athens, or in that talk in Athens, you mentioned you were talking about liberal democracy, and you said how Europeans, the communism and fascism as they emerged in Europe, never really emerged here, and they were absorbed when they started to emerge. They were always absorbed back into the liberal democratic framework. And you said something. You said that there is a incompatibility. You referred to the incompatibility of American with European political thought. And I just wondered if you could expand on that a little bit, because I do see, the more I study the English Civil War, the Puritans, the stuff from the 1600s, the more I learn about that period of early English colonial history in the United States. I see pretty much an unbroken continuity. I mean, the revolution happened in 1776, but I don't feel like that was actually very much an intellectual revolution. I feel
England
like
has the same issue.
Yeah, there's
fascist
an
or shirt movements don't take root in England.
But they even had a more authentic thing than we had here. Yeah. I feel there's an unbroken continuity from the early 1600s to where we are today of American English colonial political philosophy that has led us to where we are, that is, as you say, incompatible with European political thought. And as Americans, we're going to have to choose in the near future. I mean, what do you think of that?
Well, I mean, the Europeans are actually quite different from the Americans, because they live in Europe and they have constantly in their view all of the great religious and political monuments of their past. You know, it's full of castles and churches. They grow up differently. They will think differently. Whereas in America, it's all new and skyscrapers and so on. It's modern art. There's no continuity of tradition. It's all very new and modern. So they have a different sensibility, and so they can be reminded of their history and their tradition much more easily than you can. And they have a venerable tradition, you know, dating back to before the English Civil War and so on and so forth. And in Rome, for instance, they have the original church itself. So all of this is very different. So when they revolt, they will revolt in a different way than Americans are capable of. Americans are controlled by money. Everybody goes there to make a living and a fortune, and that's all that they want. They will revolt if all of that money is taken from them. But the Wall Street people and the Federal Reserve will see to it there's always money being printed and circulated. So that's a difference. You have only an economic society, whereas there is a more cultured and historically based society in Europe.
Yeah, I want to get into a little bit a work that you translated that I'm a huge fan of that I haven't seen talked about much, which is Houston Stewart Chamberlain's wartime essay of talking about England, Germany, and England. But before we get into that, because this will touch on that, yeah, this unbroken continuity from that period. Another thing you mentioned in that talk that I thought was very interesting, you mentioned how the United States was a revolt against Europe in a way, or the Puritans particularly had been driven out. You said that even Australia had more of a continuity, like there was an extension of the mother country. So England is, for better or for worse, the good and the bad, England is extending itself and its culture and its empire. I was down in South America about 10 years ago, and I saw in these Spanish colonial cities, even though the people there were basically Indians. I mean, they're not a lot of Spanish admixture, but the architecture and the culture and the Catholicism and everything, you still saw the massive imprint of, I don't know how many hundreds of years the Spanish were there, much longer than the English had their colonies here. I mean, they started earlier and they left later. So it's interesting, even in the idea of New World European colonial states, that there's something distinctive about the United States.
Even we were talking about this. Remember Canada, before they had the new maple leaf flag, their flag was the red ensign, which had all the European crests, the French, the Scottish, the English, and so on, the three lions and such. And Australia had a very specific racial policy, the white Australia policy. The people that created these countries saw themselves as Europeans in the New World, while arguably the Founding Fathers, not so much. The Founding Fathers were actually more, in my opinion, like Latin American revolutionaries, like Bolivar or something, where they were revolting against Europe. In a different context, right? Because they're Protestants and so on.
But I think the origin point,
but they're all Masons. Remember, they're all Masons.
Well, the interesting thing to me is that the origin point was a point of, because that's what you're saying, the origin point was a point of revolution against Europe or breaking with Europe, because if you look at Bolivar and people like that, or Juarez in Mexico, these guys they're creating republics, the revolutionary republics in the New World, but they're still Catholic. They're still drawing on these traditions. They're just doing it in a New World way, in an independent way. But here we have the origin points in the 1600s of the English colonies, at least in New England, which became the dominant, intellectual tradition. The origin point of Puritanism is breaking away from Europe and breaking away from European, like, as you say, it's not a the Anglican Church spreading to the United States. It's a sort of a renegade church with a renegade ideology establishing it here. But do you see the United States as uniquely oppositional to European political thought as opposed to other like New World colonies?
Well, yes. I mean, the source of the evil is now in America, and the South Americans and the Europeans are protected somewhat from your influence by their culture and their languages, which is not English. It's when everybody starts speaking English that the propaganda that is spread from America will filter through so much more easily. And so they have a protection of their own. They all speak Spanish, whether they're mestizos or African mulattoes or whatever, they all speak Spanish, and that is a different language than English. So they're not susceptible to this propaganda that comes from America so much as the English might be. Even the English have their own protection, and that is their own history, which is a very long one. So part of the problem is the English language and the extent of it. I used to teach actually English in many different countries for 20 years. And while I did that happily, because I like teaching, I always felt that English should not be so widespread as it is now, because it is a
That's your
scandal.
guilty secret.
I always say this, that when people say, well, look at Sweden, look at how bad Sweden is, they have very few Jews. Yes, but Swedes speak English more proficiently than Americans. And so they're getting the propaganda from Hollywood and from the American media right into their veins in Sweden. The more proficient, you're right, the more proficient in the English language, the more influenced by these bad ideas people are. And of course, then
Right.
you bring into the economic sphere and so on.
Right. Well, the worst is the spread of English and American culture in the Muslim countries, like Morocco and the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, even now. They have large concerts and so on in sacred places, which is horrifying, because you couldn't have imagined that earlier, because they're very pious people. The Muslims, by the way, are an example of a very strong religious community. And that is something to emulate, I think, because there's not much religion anywhere in the West. So when you see these people in the resistance, Muqawama, in the Middle East today, they're all impelled by religion, and that they get through their Quran, which is in Arabic. It's all Arabic culture, of course. And that cannot be diluted through too much English penetration, I think.
Do you agree with von Leers and his view of Islam as, what was the title of the essay was Islam as
In the Jewish question.
oppositional theory?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I translated it. But, yeah.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
You're
yes.
the one who translated it. Yes.
Yes, Judaism is not a religion, for one thing, and this is the problem. We all have gods. In India, we have, and in Rome and Athens and England and so on. But Judaism is not a religion. It is a tribal, historical, political institution that promises the Jewish people, much happiness in the world. And you get that happiness by robbing everybody else of their wealth and through international finance. So we can't even consider this as a religion. It's like Masonry. Masonry and Judaism are all linked together.
Do you
Yeah.
think?
It's like if I know you don't like Heidegger, but I found that his very succinct description of Jews really resonates, which is the Jews are the only people whose concept of being and becoming is centered as a world historical mission to deny every other person being and becoming. He describes them as international planetary criminals. That's what he calls them. Planetary, yeah. And I find that to be very unique amongst the Jews. I think it was you that did a lecture talking about how the Jews did borrow myths from the Sumerians and totally misinterpreted them in a very practical, materialistic way, right?
Right. It's just history. All mythology turns to history at the hands of the Jews, because Abraham was in northern Mesopotamia or something, Ur of the Chaldeans and things like that. So he probably was expelled by the Sumero-Akkadians who were there, because he did not follow the cosmological religion that they practiced. And that is so much more elevated than this tribal religion of Yahweh that Abraham instituted. So they had, intimate contact with the peoples of the Middle East. They are part of the Middle East. They are West Semitic people, just like the Arabs. The Akkadians and Assyrians are East Semitic people. And they had all great empires and marvelous cultures and so on. But only this group, not the Arabs, only the Hebrews, broke away from their surroundings and created this mafia religion, as it were.
Yeah. Yes, and what's unique, because I'm writing a book about the Weimar Republic right now. And what's so fascinating about it, in just the general historical context, is how Jews are able to be so dualistic in that they are incredibly particularistic about themselves, while at the same time able to put out universalism for others. That way, they're included while they retain their own their own dynamics. And it's interesting because if you look at the Weimar Republic, prior to this, in Wilhelmine, Germany, there was a tendency of Jews to try to assimilate, whether sincerely or not, into German culture. And then as soon as Germany liberalizes and gives them every right, every privilege, every legal equality that you can ask for, I have a chapter in my book about this. That's when all of these particularist Jewish institutions take off. They created the equivalent of an ADL. Now, it existed before, but they started to build these schools that were only for Jews and became more inbred during this process. If you look at how all these German Jewish bankers were marrying each other's cousins and things like that. And this is all in the context of liberalization, that the Jew becomes more prejudiced, more racially distinct, the more he's tolerated. That's what I always found very fascinating. What do you think? Where do you think that comes from?
Well, I mean, every every tribe, every race tries to preserve itself as much as possible, but more particularly in the case of the Jews, because this Hebrew blood is a very strong strain, and it's very difficult to get rid of it. That's how it's persisted through the centuries and millennia and so on. Without change, the character never changes. They all look the same, they have the same wicked features and so on. This is particularly true of them. Well, I mean, they can have their yeshivas and schools and so on among themselves. They should remain in ghettos as before, and practice their cult, whatever it is. That's for them to do. But if they come into the mainstream, they cannot direct the society of the mainstream population. This is the problem. They want not only to retain their ghetto life and manners, but also dominate the rest of society with these manners. And that is the great problem. Jews have been part of European society for many centuries, and there's not been such a great problem, except when they're tax collectors and so on, the local population revolt, and then there are pogroms and this and that, or when they are, hounded out by religious extremists, inquisition and that sort of thing. So if they are small populations and controlled by non-Jewish, that is by European or American leaders, there is not so much of a problem. But when they're allowed to rule everything, their society, everybody else's society, then it's a catastrophe. And this is what is happening today with Netanyahu trying to spread Israel beyond its present borders, and Trump supporting that. It's a horror, actually. And it's happening today and tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to get your thoughts on that real quick.
They have to be controlled very strictly.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, because as someone who knew Ernst Zundel so well, I mean, what do you think he would think if he could see right now what's happening in Gaza and what's happening around the world? I mean, I think he would feel very confirmed in all his views. I mean, pretty much everybody that we're talking about here. It seems like the whole world right now is waking up to what these guys.
He was around in the Sharon era, So it was being confirmed back then too.
Oh yeah.
You know.
I don't know how interested he was in the Middle Eastern question. It wasn't a time of war so much then, I think. He was more interested in, denying the Holocaust and saying that it did not deprive the Germans of their proper privileges and that sort of thing. But I don't know much about his interaction with Middle Eastern populations. I am not a Holocaust denier, by the way. Yeah.
Oh,
you're not. Oh, okay.
well,
Do you approve or disapprove of it? Then?
Oh, I disapprove of Holocaust denial. I know that your sponsor is a Holocaust denier, but I don't agree with that. I translated Eichmann for a different reason.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, yes. I mean,
Yeah.
I have my own views on that, but I respect your perspective on that as well.
Right.
But I'll say this though. Generally speaking, what is it like to be in academia and be focused on this? Because I've always been curious, because I always wanted to be a college professor, but because of my views, I've never even got the chance to start. What's it like from the inside of academia to
But
be focused on this? Did you have a
it's
lot of
not,
problems?
well, yes, obviously. I think you know Dr. Shakur Bina, right? Shakur Bina, who's with Clemens and Blair.
Yeah.
He was at a university and no longer is. And this is a story that's repeated in the case of all nationalists and people who are even vaguely anti-Semitic and so on. It's not possible. They have dominated the campuses completely. So when they seem liberal and argue for free speech and so on, it's only to promote those that are powerless, like the Africans and minorities and so on.
Yeah.
But they will never support a European criticism of Judaism or Jewry. That's not
Yes.
possible at all.
As a man born in India, were you able to get further? Do you think than someone in a European born European would, as far as being able to study these subjects and not be immediately just have your whole career destroyed, or have you faced the same level of persecution?
Well, this persecution, insofar as I never really taught at the university. I did postdoctoral research. A postdoctoral fellow has the status of a visiting professor, but I was not attached to any faculty, and don't think I would have been tolerated very long in any department. So my research is, for that reason, being ex cathedra, were freer. I was able to do research exactly what I wanted and publish, where I wanted. I couldn't have done that in an academic position. And my interest in all these questions comes from my interest in philosophy itself, because ultimately the Jewish question is a philosophical question. You can talk about it citing historical examples, and you can talk about it through modernism and artistic movements and so on, so forth. Ultimately, it's philosophical, and it is about a serious and dangerous defect in the Jewish intellect. They go on about their high IQ all the time and everything. Ashkenazi Jews are supposed to be very intelligent and so on. So what? Because their intelligence is not directed to anything spiritual, anything elevating. It's always to the pursuit of finance and material comfort and that sort of thing, petty bourgeois concerns. So this is actually a philosophical question. It's at that level that you see most clearly the difference between a European and a Jew, or and the European and a Jew. And it's not surprising that one of the earliest anti-Semitic philosophers in the 19th century was Arthur Schopenhauer, who was, of course, the inspiration for Richard Wagner. And he also came to this question through philosophy. And Richard Wagner, of course, who is like the godfather of National Socialism, was a disciple, as it were, of Schopenhauer. All of this is philosophical. So it's only the highest people who can see this. It's not the people at large. The masses will never understand this. They have to be led to it by higher, figures.
I know Hitler was preferred Schopenhauer to Nietzsche strongly. Mussolini was more Nietzschean. Hitler.
Mussolini was the Nietzschean. Yes.
Yeah. In fact,
I was.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was reading. I mean, the philosophical approach to the Jewish question is so multifaceted that today I was reading from Werner Jaeger, who was a humanist. He was actually a humanist, and he hated Jews. His whole thing was about the Jewish question, and he worked in. He came to the United States later, but it just shows you the sheer scope of different rational and also critical theories that approach the Jewish question from different angles, but come to the same conclusion. It's so amazing.
Yeah.
Right. And they will say always, "Oh, you're just making scapegoats of us, and we are not the people really responsible." They are actually. I know
Yes,
because I studied in America for 8 years at Penn State, and in the philosophy department and the classics department. The majority of the students were Jewish. So I had many Jewish friends, but they all have the same viewpoint, no matter if they do, Hegel or Heidegger or whatever philosopher they want to focus on. Their main interests are Jewish interests.
Yes, and they also, there's a very marked rejection of Plato, I noticed. Amongst Jewish classicists, they hate Plato, and that goes back to the Frankfurt School, which saw Plato as the origin of all, of all anti-Semitism, of all fascism, and so you'll read something like Christopher Lash's Revolt of the Elite, and even in the 1980s, he's talking about how Plato is being chased out of the academy, that it's becoming taboo to even discuss Plato. Is this accurate?
Well, they're against any form of idealism. They prefer analytical philosophy, materialist ideologies, and so on and so forth. They have no capacity for understanding what an idea is, what an ideal form is, of any other world than this own. They talk about a transcendental deity and a transcendental religion, that is Judaism. In fact, there's no interest at all in anything transcendent. They have no concept of being. It's all becoming. It's all about getting as much benefit from this material world as possible. So why would they be interested in Plato? But they have dominated, classical studies also. And one of the professors at Penn State that I studied under was actually Jewish. He's quite a famous scholar. He was. I think he's dead now. So they intervene and interfere in all kinds of branches of European philosophy to make it their own.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's the way they're able to control everything else, right? If you can control the philosophy of a society, one thing me and Warren were talking about is that despite America's problems, prior to World War II, there was an ethnogenesis occurring. There was a culture occurring. It wasn't exactly like Europe, but like you said, T.S. Eliot, Ezra Pound. We can go down the list. This all ended in 1945. Suddenly, all this culture that was beginning to sort of take root in America was just taken out at the roots.
Well, I talk about Howard Howard Hansen before. I've talked about how he was trying to create an American school of classical music, and he
Right.
was really working hard towards it, and really was succeeding. I mean, I feel like, and how all that, especially after the '60s and the '70s, even the leftover bit of sort of holding up European classical music as an ideal got thrown out. I mean,
Yeah.
we talk about on this show sometimes how if you listen to interviews of presidents like Richard Nixon, and they're asked, well, what's your favorite piece of music, and they'll rattle off some piece of classical music, and then you watch I remember the debate. I particularly remember the debates of like George Bush and John Kerry in I think that was 2004. And when presidential candidates or during the primaries, when they were asked like what's their favorite piece of music, it's all some sort of like really silly, 60s or 70s pop culture band or something.
Obama's playlist.
yeah, that was the peak
Right.
of it. So yeah.
This is a problem of pop music. It's become so popular and such an international movement that classical music has very little strength against it. And through technology, all this stereo systems, outdoor concerts, which are so attractive because of the sound. Classical music is not like that. And so they attract more people to their venues and their gatherings. And ultimately, there's only pop music. There's very little classical music. Some people perform, European music here and there, but it's all like museum culture. It's like
Right.
a memory of something that is long dead or something.
Yes. Yes.
That is because the state has to foster classical music. Remember, Ludwig of Bavaria was the patron of Richard Wagner. The kings supported all the great composers. Here, you don't have a state that has any knowledge of music or anything but real estate deals. So you don't have any enlightened leadership at all. So only when you have that will you have a revival of classical music. As for pop music, you can keep it for the people, but you have to sell it at $5 a ticket, not 200 or something that they get
Well, and
now.
it has to emerge from the people. I mean, that's the other thing is that pop music, popular music, the people have always had. I mean, it's funny. I know a lot about Beethoven, and if you know Beethoven and his full body of work, everyone knows his 9 symphonies and his 5 piano concertos and his 32 piano sonatas. What people don't realize is that Beethoven wrote more songs, the same musical form that the Beatles wrote in. He wrote more songs than any other form of music. He wrote, I don't know, a couple of 100 different songs. And a lot of those songs, they're songs, like I said, like the same style as what we think of as a song. They're short little pieces of music, but a lot of them were influenced by the people. But, he would go out to the local tavern and he would hear the local musicians playing. And so there was always a sort of folk music, a popular music of the people. But it came from the out of the villages, out of the taverns, out of the cities, out of the families. It emerged from within the people, and that was its own thing. What we've had with pop music, especially, I mean, since the radio age, but especially, I mean, it just gets worse with every decade. Where now it's electronic AI is writing it. It's all merged into some sort of AI hip hop. But it's a completely top down. I mean, Richard Wagner was already writing about how all the way back then.
Oh, the Jews in music,
industry, the publishing industry. Beethoven wrote about. I mean, in his private letters, he was complaining about the Jewish publishers that controlled the publishing industry.
In the Weimar Republic, Wagner was already being sort of purged from popular culture and replaced with atonal music. Jazz, it's something that the Jews do every time, because if you have the order of classical music, it orders your thoughts to listen to classical music. And if your thoughts are ordered, you will instantly, the first thing you'll do is reject Jews. That's I think what the logic is with that.
Right. The 60s revolution, there were revolutions in Russia in 1917 or something, but you had a revolution in 1968, the Beatles or what is it called, Woodstock, and the hippie revolution, if you like.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is one of the worst revolutions of history, because it has spread all of this pop culture all over the world through technology and marketing and advertising and so on and so forth. And so, you get the spread of American culture. And the problem is that much of American culture is actually Negro culture or African culture. And it has been promoted by Jewish people like Benny Goodman or somebody, Gershwin and that sort of thing. And they will keep that. And that kind of music is not really very cultivated, and it cannot be developed into very high forms. And that is the problem of American music, which was celebrated and glorified and spread by the CIA, I think, in Europe and elsewhere.
Yeah, the state did promote music here also.
Right.
The state promoted the music here too, but it promoted I mean, it really is cultural Bolshevism. It's a destructive form of culture. It's like an anti-culture that attacks and destroys and breaks down real culture that takes time to build up, centuries.
And what's so ironic about the Cold War is that the Soviets, for all their flaws, still maintained a degree of respect for culture, because they were the ones who subsidized Prokofiev, and they had the ballet.
It was one of their strengths. I mean, they leaned into it.
Well, that's why arguably, though, they lost the proletariat to Blue Jeans and the Beatles, because America did what the Jews consider proletarian culture better than the Soviets, and so they were able to appeal to that.
Just to touch on the music thing, though, because I didn't realize until I read that little blurb about you, Dr. Jacob, just how accomplished you are in this area also, which, by the way, I really appreciate. I mean, I'm an artist myself. Joe and I both really love the arts, and I think that the arts go hand in hand with the ideals that we're talking about. I mean, you can't separate them out. The arts are not like like a circus act or something on the side, a sideshow to questions of philosophy and political ideals, in my opinion. But this idea of the state promoting culture, it struck me. I remember particularly during the George Bush era, was the first time I was aware of this. That's when Hugo Chavez was in charge of Venezuela, and he was very critical of George Bush. If you remember, called him the devil and so on at the United Nations. And Chavez was not strictly a communist, although he borrowed a lot from that. But his Bolivarian revolution that he had, the self-styled it was also informed by Catholicism. It was drawing on the revolutionary traditions in Venezuela. But he was a huge patron of classical music, and you may have known this, but I didn't realize. I remember seeing an article about it at that time, that Venezuela, under this populist, I mean, again, people would call him a communist. And there's no question that his appeal, just like Evo Morales, his appeal as a man who's mostly of Indian descent, with even a little African admixture, his appeal was mostly towards the peasants and towards the workers and the common people that were not of the more Spanish blood, but of more Indian blood. And there's a lot of people like that, especially in Bolivia. But even with that population of Central American Indians, and it was a program started, I think, before he took power, but he gracefully expanded it, made training the youth in classical music, made it a giant state. It was very Hitlerian, this like state-funded top-down thing, to where the smallest peasant villages, they're learning classical music. And so Venezuela produced some of the best. Their symphony orchestra, the Caracas Symphony Orchestra, was one of the best in the world. And they were producing more great classically trained musicians than almost any country on earth. And I thought that was a great example of what you're talking about, of how the state has to cultivate it. It shows it can be done in the modern world.
The state has to cultivate metaphysics as well through classical music. But continue, sir.
Right. You can see that all these were socialist countries. The problem is capitalism, obviously, where America promotes the worst types of music. American music, when it goes to Europe, will improve. It'll get a European quality, like this European jazz, Michel Legrand and people like that, which is better than American jazz. And even hip hop is very popular in Arab countries, Morocco and North African countries and so on. But it sounds better because they sing in Arabic, which is an extremely beautiful language, and they are more melodic in their natural expression. So everything that goes out of America can also be redeemed as long as there are no more Americans involved in it, or certainly Jewish agents, agents selling it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I wanted to talk about.
this is the problem. Sorry.
I wanted to talk a little bit, and this is somewhat of a change of subject, but not really. I wanted to talk a little bit about when we were reviewing your archive on Occidental Observer. And by the way, you do have your own website. You sent it to me. I'll bring it up here so folks can find it.
Yeah,
But
post it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat, and I'll also link it in the description of our show. But a lot of what your posts on your website are links to Occidental Observer, of course, Kevin McDonald's site. But one of the things that struck me on there was that you had translated and done a introduction to Houston Stewart Chamberlain's England. And this was a book that I first, when I was reading Wikipedia years ago on Houston Stewart Chamberlain, I came across these quotes from his wartime essays. And they were some of the best quotes about England that I had ever read. And of course, for anyone who doesn't know in the audience, Houston Stewart Chamberlain was a kind of a mentor of Adolf Hitler. He was a racialist. A lot of people have a problem with him because he leaned heavily into some of the Nordic theories, but he also, though, was 100% English. But during World War I, he was kind of a Germanophile, you would call him. During World War I, he moved to Germany. He married, was it Richard Wagner's daughter, I think?
Yes, Eva.
Yes, and became totally he thought basically that the Germans and the English were like one people, and the English had gone astray, and that the Germans were on the right path. But what struck me about, so he's, as a critic of England, he's not criticizing England as an outsider. He's criticizing England as an Englishman, a super Englishman, and a guy who loves what he considers the true English people and nature. But he wrote these wartime essays that the only translation I could find of them, Dr. Jacob, years ago, was a translation that was published, because he wrote them in German, even though English was his native language. The only translation I could find was one that was online available. That was it was published during the war, and it was published by the English as sort of like, this is the terrible things they're saying about England kind of stuff. But it's a remarkable work. It's very short work, but he talks. This is where that quote comes from. I quoted on the show before about how the English were once merry, but are merry no longer, and talks about the commercial spirit and mammonism taking over the English. I mean, I can go through some quotes from your introduction here, but did you want to say anything about this work just to start it off? Because I know, everybody knows him for some of his other. What's the famous book, Joe? The famous Chamberlain's
Foundations of the 19th century. Foundations of the 19th
century.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Well, this was a set of essays he wrote during the First World War, and he noted the difference already between the temper of the German soldiers and the English and the French and so on that they were fighting. And of course, since England was a major antagonist, he was able to expose them. And he points to, their commercial avarice and that sort of thing. But more importantly, what he highlights is the fact that it's not just their envy of German industry or discipline or anything. It is their alienation from the original German character itself. which he says is more pious and more moral, as it were, in that it has an original Germanic sense of society and the state, which the English in their wide-ranging colonial adventures have lost. So most people are accusing the Germans all the time of being barbarians and so on. And he says it's the opposite. It is the English that have become barbaric, whereas the Germans have retained their original Indo-European character. That is quite interesting.
It's amazing. And I really, I'll put his picture up there. So yeah, he knew, for anybody who doesn't know, he knew Adolf Hitler. He died, I think, in the 1920s. So he was definitely, like Dietrich Eckart, he was an early mentor of Hitler's and introduced him to a lot of people. And for Hitler, of course, the devoted Wagnerite was a big deal, through Chamberlain, I think, meeting the Wagner's family. But one thing that struck me when I first read that years ago, Dr. Jacob, was that I had this view of World War I and World War II. So I grew up sympathizing, obviously, in my household with the Germans in World War II. But I had this view, even with that, and I think my father had this view also, that in World War I, it was just European monarchies and colonialists battling it out over Africa and things, and really that there was nothing more or less admirable about one side or the other, and the sort of the accepted view that developed after World War I works like All Quiet on the Western Front. And I remember seeing that as a kid, and then later I studied it. I had a whole class in college on World War I. This view that World War I was just this senseless, sort of a brothers' war, is what people in the white nationalists call it. A senseless brothers' war. There were no good guys, there were no bad guys, and it was all for nothing. And it's just, the whole thing was a big tragedy. And it wasn't until I read this work by Houston Stewart Chamberlain that I had the thought, whoa, what if actually there were really big issues at stake in World War I, and that the Germans were kind of the good guys in World War I too. I mean, I was sort of persuaded by him. And of course, he's not obviously he's an Englishman. He's not bloodthirsty against English people. He doesn't want to see English people killed in the trench warfare, or Americans or Frenchmen. But he made the moral case for Germany versus England in World War I, and I was won over by this work, that for the first time in my life, that World War I wasn't just a morality neutral senseless tragedy, but the Central Powers actually were, at least Germany and Austro-Hungary, were actually fighting for a higher ideal, I think, than what triumphed in the end of the war. What do you think of that?
Well, that's true. I mean, that's the point of all of his essays. And he expressed himself so clearly also, because unlike many German writers, his is a very lucid German, because he was, I suppose, translating from the English when he wrote, or his English sensibility. So they're very important and easy to read also. Unfortunately, there's not a modern edition of all of the war essays. I just translated one. But there was an edition, as you said, called Ravings of a Renegade or something.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Ravings of a Renegade. That's when I went to England. I gave a speech in England in 2023 to Mark Collette's group, Patriotic Alternative. And I wanted to make it like the definitive speech to my final word to the English people, because I didn't know whether they were going to let me in. I had half an hour to give my one and only talk to England. And so I looked this up, and I quoted from it extensively. And that was it. Ravings of a Renegade, Joe, was how it was published in English.
I mean, from my understanding, the Germans did everything in their power to prevent a war with England. But the sheer remarkable ability of the Germans to sort of beat the British at their own game, which was international trade, is what spurred the conflict on. That it was just, they couldn't be reasoned with. That's my understanding of it. As well as the French.
Well, that's certainly part of it. But the worst is the appearance of Woodrow Wilson in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
And already then you see the American colonial project taking shape, and that continues up to the end of the Second World War and after. Then it becomes international. Now they're completely subjugated, as it were, and very, very quiet.
Yes, we discussed the rise of Woodrow Wilson on this show before, and he was effectively recruited at the equivalent of a Stop Nuclear Iran rally. It was back then. It was Stop the Anti-Semitic Russians.
Yes.
And he was the only non-Jew in the crowd. and that's when Jacob Schiff and others started to effectively bought the presidency for him by getting Theodore Roosevelt to run as a spoiler against President Taft. Roosevelt was also funded by Jacob Schiff. And so the Jews funded a 3-man race that split the Republican vote in half and then got Woodrow Wilson elected by default because Taft refused to sanction Russia over the so-called pogroms. But then Woodrow Wilson shows up and he's like, I'll do it. Me. And that's how he got elected. And of course, then you have the issue of the Federal Reserve, where effectively my theory on what the purpose of it is created by the Warburgs and another Jew at Columbia University. It's to create a way to fund war effectively. Without having to worry about balance of payments. So that was, you're right, the rise of the American empire. Because a lot of people don't know this, but one could argue the British Empire was destroyed in World War I. At the very least, it was usurped by America after World War I.
Yeah.
Right. It was weakened and then collapsed after the Second World War. But of course, Churchill handed over the empire readily because his mother was American or something, right? Oh, I can't remember. Churchill was pro-American, so he just did it happily. And that is a great problem for all of Europe and the world, I suppose. And now the same thing is happening with the Middle East, but they resist more fiercely because of their religion.
Right.
I wanted to read a quote from this is from your introduction to the work by Chamberlain, and where you're kind of summing up what he said. And you said, the transformation of the entire nation, England, into a seafaring one, even though the Anglo-Saxons originally had little interest in marine activities and had to be forced to develop a taste for the sea through legislation under the Tudors. However, once they had discovered the advantages of overseas trade by observing the successes of the Spanish, Dutch, and French colonial enterprises, England, too, began to develop its own merchant navy. What is important to note that in its international adventures, the English evidenced a singular proclivity to underhanded means of conquest involving piracy and cheating. And it's funny because this was true. I'm a big admirer of Elizabeth Tudor, but this was even true in her day. It was like pirates was how they did everything.
Yeah.
When the English went to war, it was always to protect their trade interests. As Chamberlain points out, the English, quote, have founded colonies where the countries stood empty or were inhabited only by naked savages. Others they snatched through contracts from the Dutch, French, Spanish, or, for example, Malta through breach of contract. India was subjugated by Indian troops. England has never undertaken campaigns of conquest through force of arms like the Spanish and the French. The Englishman does not, like Alexander or Caesar, conduct wars for the sake of glory. To England, says Seeley, war is throughout an industry, a way to wealth, the most thriving business, the most prosperous investment of the time. And
that's
then
what Hobson's imperialism is about.
Yeah.
J.A. Hobson, where there's an anecdote in the Boer War where the British military is intervening on behalf of German Jews in Africa. They're not even British subjects. They're just fighting for Jewish investments all over the world.
Yeah. And then you went on to write the immorality that marked England's commercial undertakings was accompanied by a rapid decline in the traditional agricultural life of the nation. Yeah, and that's one thing. Another thing about Chamberlain was very blood and soil, bemoaned the loss of the English countryside. I mean, back then, think of now. He said this resulted in a degeneration of the moral character of the English population as a whole. And this is a quote by Chamberlain, with the total decline of country life and with the equally perfect victory of the sole god of trade and industry, Mammon, the genuine, harmless, naive, heartwarming cheerfulness has disappeared from England. And it's interesting because that word mammon is a word that Gottfried Feder uses in the one work that you translated by him. He calls it mammonism, the worship of money. I mean, and I'm not, obviously, I'm not like, this is nothing against England or English people, because Chamberlain himself was English criticizing this, but also because it's relevant to us as Americans, because everything that was wrong with England then is like double and triple
it's
here in
way
America.
worse.
None of the good
Way
and all
worse
of the
than
bad.
that.
Like people want to point to are, people who are not Germanophile and want to point to that we really owe everything in America to the Anglo-Saxons and to the English. And really Germans just came here as traders or whatever, but we really don't owe much to Germany as a nation. Well, if that's true, I would say that we've taken some of the worst things about England and Englishism and some of the best things we left behind. But yeah, that's an amazing passage by him. And then he says that also the increased wealth of the nation allowed the English colonialists to be converted into a Nietzschean bully. That the brave Anglo-Saxon peasant was transformed into a pirate. The blonde beast appeared, as the German philologist glimpsed in his crazy dream. As soon as the refined noble of the 15th century had lost intellectual interests and had become covetous of gold, there arose the heartless slave trader who was different from the Spanish men of violence only in his hypocrisy. Amazing words there by Chamberlain.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the Europeans didn't, the Germans didn't have colonies, and so, not so many in any case as the other European countries. And so they were able to distinguish between the nations. But ultimately, I think the problem is America. You said that America now suffers from all of the faults that England had 100 years ago, but doubly so. It's worse, actually, because the Americans never had an aristocratic tradition, as the English have always had. That is a very strong tradition that persists to this day. There's an upper class accent and the lower class and that sort of thing. Even today in England, you will find that. You don't have that. And so there's nothing to rely on. You're completely at the mercy of Jewish finance. And so it's a terrible situation, I think.
Yes.
Because
and as bad as France and England were up to the end of World War II, their influence on the world, whatever people think of colonialism, I have very mixed views on it personally. But their influence on the world was genuinely uplifting in many respects compared to American influence on the world, which seeks to, to put you down further spiritually, culturally, and racially. I mean, the fact that practically every Western European country capital, from London to Stockholm, is majority non-European, says a lot about the American-led order. It's an absolute disaster for the West and for the world at large. Let me ask you. So, in the context of India, right? What is the general view of people in India of National Socialism? Because my understanding is that there's a much more nuanced perspective there than, of course, in the West.
Well, they don't have much interest in National Socialism because that's only a subject for historians and experts in the field. But during the war, there was an Indian commander called Subhash Chandra Bose who sided with the National Socialists against the British for obvious reasons. But he did not succeed. Gandhi succeeded through his more sort of non-violent methods and so on. So that is the only instance where there was some interest in National Socialism.
Yes,
Um,
the Azad Hind.
Today, there is no interest in Germany. There's only interest in America. The present party of India, that is the BJP, is a fake Hindu party, which is completely Zionist and completely, promoting capitalism in a most corrupt manner, because the Indians are very corrupt businessmen. They have no discipline whatsoever, as you can see from the state of India physically. So that is the worst of it. No interest in National Socialism as such.
Yes. What's funny too is that Trump seems to be favoring Pakistan over India with the tariffs, I've noticed, which is very interesting. I don't know what his angle is there, but he's definitely
it's because
went from friends to now they're a little bit distant with India.
that's because India was buying Russian oil.
Right.
They were sustaining Russia during the
No, it's
sanction
amazing that
period.
he's pushing India into the arms of China and Russia, which is amazing. I mean, I don't know what the strategy there is, but it seems like of the three, India was the one that America could more easily win over. And they're I mean, maybe it's just posturing, maybe it's negotiating, it's leverage or something, but I mean, again, if you don't mind my asking, Dr. Jacob, I mean, you say it said in your biography you were born in India, but I mean, how many years have you actually lived there, and how well do you know the country? Because you've been all over the world.
Well, I know it fairly well because I am Indian. And
Right.
so I grew up there, and I did my bachelor's there. And then I went to England for my master's, and I've been in the West ever since. But I know India, and I don't like it at all, because all of the faults of capitalism, which began, I think, after I left India. We were originally pro-Russian. Did you know that? After we got
Yes.
independence,
It was a
the
planned
Congress
economy.
party ruled,
Mhm.
and we were in league with Soviet Russia rather more than with America. And then they changed everything, and they opened the markets, and America flooded in with all the call centers and this and that and the other. And now you have a great penchant, inclination towards America. So this is new. But with that comes Israel as well, and it's horrible. And so when I was there, the differences between the rich and poor were already marked and quite disgusting. But now it's horrific because the population has not been controlled, and the rich get richer at a rapid rate, and you have all these multimillionaires and billionaires and so on taking all of the wealth of the land for themselves. They have no discipline, no civic sense, no morality at all. And this is called the Hindu party because they support this present Hindu party or whatever it's called. It's all a fake, like Trump's evangelical support.
Yes, it's like Trumpism for India or Bolsonaro.
Yeah, they call it very
Yeah.
nationalistic.
Very
They say it's
similar.
dangerous national. I would
Oh.
read in The Economist. The Economist, they would always talk about it as it's this dangerous Hindu nationalism and this kind of thing. But you're saying it's sort of a counterfeit nationalism. It's a fake.
Yeah. It's just a fake movement. They're not really, Hindu philosophers or anything of the sort. We have a great philosophical tradition. That's why many people during the hippie revolution came to India, right, to study Hindu philosophy, yoga, and that sort of thing. We
Right.
have that in our background. So they confuse that with the present government, which calls itself nationalist also, or Hindu nationalist, which is all wrong.
Yeah, they call themselves Hindu nationalists, but they are disgustingly materialistic.
Yeah.
The amount of I always wonder too, like what the history is of the immense Zionism in India right now, where there's so many people. Like if you go on the internet, there's a lot of people from India writing pro-Israel stuff. They're almost the only ones at this point that are doing that. And from what I remember, Indira Gandhi and India has a strong pro-Palestinian tradition. And it makes me wonder when this changed. When this was probably in the 90s, right?
Right. When Islamic fundamentalism began and Pakistan became more dangerous, so because of that enmity between Pakistan and India, all these silly Indians think that their enemy is Pakistan and therefore their
Mm.
friend will be Israel. We have Israeli agents helping our intelligence in India now. And so that's how we become Zionists. And they're trying to invite Indians to work in Israeli companies. They're in Haifa and all those ports and everything. And this is horrible. We did not have relations, diplomatic relations with Israel for many years.
I have to ask you,
So,
Dr. Jacob, since we're on the subject, I mean, this is kind of a random question, but what is your opinion of the partition of India? I mean, the reason I ask is because I've studied it just from the point of view of a mass population transfer. Like right now, they're talking about relocating 2 million people out of Gaza, and I've studied quite a bit the mass expulsion of the Germans out of Eastern Europe. It was about 15 million people. Right in that same period, in the immediate post-war period, there were, the Nakba, 750,000 Palestinians expelled. There was also the other mass expulsions in Eastern Europe, like the Poland was moved east or west rather. But the partition of India ranks as
I'll be
one
back
of
in
the
1 second.
Sure, it ranks as one of the largest, like forced population transfers in history. I mean, it rivals, depending on the numbers, it rivals what happened to the Germans in Eastern Europe. Do you think that that was a good thing, a bad thing? Do you think that that was them trying to? Do you think it was good to separate it out like that, or what's your? I mean, as an
well,
Indian, what's your view of that?
it wasn't forced. It was Jinnah, the Pakistani leader who wanted a country of his own. So he
Right.
created it. We didn't force them out of India. They created the Muslims created it for themselves to preserve their identity and their culture. If that is what they did, they probably did it for the best. And I'm glad that they have been able to, develop by themselves because it's a very distinct culture and should be preserved in a state as it has been. The problem is there are so many Muslims still in India, and how do we solve this problem now? When I was in India, we had a few Muslims in our school and so on, and there was no enmity, no hostility, nothing at all. Whereas now there's suspicion and so on created by some terrorist raids. There are terrorist groups in Pakistan working against India now. And so it's become a lot more divisive and fearful. But even so, I don't think there's any problem with Muslims living in India because many of our film stars, Bollywood is a big industry,
Right.
Bollywood, and
Of
many of
course.
the stars are Muslims actually,
Right.
Shah Rukh
Well, I
Khan
mean,
and so on and so forth.
from my understanding of history, like the Taj Mahal, I mean, some of the great architecture that we associate with India is the Mughals, right? So it's basically the same
Right.
tradition out of which Pakistan emerged.
Right. But yeah, we could have stayed together, but they wanted to be separate, and they are now separate for that reason. But you're talking about Mughal architecture, John. It's very, very impressive. And the whole of North India is full of mosques and palaces built by the Mughal rulers. And, we have it as tourist attractions under a Hindu nationalist government. It's utterly absurd.
They're
Taj
Muslims.
Mahal is most,
Well,
yeah,
the reason I ask is just because that was all in the context of the settlement after World War II, and so much of what happened, as you say, they weren't forced to create their own country, but so much of what when these empires were broken up and countries were broken up, it was done to weaken the power of this or that group, or it was done with a geopolitical, countries like Iraq that are formed out of it's broken up and formed into little bit of Kurds, little bit of this and that, and it's done in a way to preserve the larger particularly the British power in the Middle East after World War One. But that's interesting to get your thoughts on that. So you take a very tolerant
the
position.
Kurds. The Kurds are different. The Kurds have been refused a state of their own because they're subversive. They're all allied to Israel and supported by Mossad agents and this and that and the others. So they're dangerous. They're somewhat different. Pakistan was not supported by Israel. It does not recognize Israel even today.
Yeah.
Yes. Pakistan is interesting in that sense because it's the only Muslim power with a nuclear bomb. I believe that, what was his name? The scientist that was going around the world selling nuclear expertise. The United States was the one that had him. I believe he was arrested. So it's kind of interesting that the Pakistani deep state, it's hard to see whether they're controlled by the U.S. or they're independent. It's not clear all the time.
Yeah.
Well, they are helped financially by the U.S., I think, but they're not controlled because the people are all very Muslim, and they have more radical groups now in Pakistan and so on, more groups than anywhere else, I think, more than in Afghanistan.
Do you think, Dr. Jacob, do you think that America is, because right now we have this whole issue with H-1B visas and Indians coming to the United States. We've joked on this show about, horrible experiences we've had with greedy Indians and this sort of thing. Do you think that this country is drawing out some of the worst people? Like in other words, it's drawing out the American element. I feel that way sometimes. I feel like, I had this experience when we were talking about Venezuela. I had this experience talking to some Venezuelan expats who were hated Chavez. They thought he was terrible, and they thought that but they were really bad people. They were awful people, and they weren't the kind of people that would have supported the populist reforms of Chavez. They were the people. I remember the conversation. They were talking about how they were living the good life, before Chavez took power. Now I know it's a little different with India, but it seems like we have this whole phenomenon lately of an influx of Indians coming into the Republican Party and running as Republicans. And there seems to be a great sympathy there with
the Tories in England as well.
Yeah, exactly. That Toryism, it's a very like hyper-capitalist Indians. There seems to be an influx of them coming over that are really, in America that are gravitating towards some aspects of the Republican Party. As an Indian, how do you look at these people that are coming over lately?
Well, all of them come only to better their economic situation, and there's nothing distinctively Indian about them. They, of course, speak Indian languages and they eat Indian food and so on. That's amongst themselves. But insofar as they participate in American society, they simply, contribute their wealth and their support to the capitalist parties, which is the Republican Party mainly. And so you have Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Dinesh D'Souza, all these people, wretched. I don't like them at all, but they gain power because the Republicans support them and they support Republicans, this and that. It's a horrible situation, but they're not so important. They're not directing the Republican Party. The AIPAC and the Zionists are. These are just.
It does seem like
there's also a lot of Indians that are thriving on the left. Zoran Mamdani in New York City is Indian.
He's Muslim. He's a Muslim,
but he's of Indian ancestry. And I actually have to say, I don't agree with a lot of his politics, but one thing that's very important that I think is a turning point that he's kind of pioneered is that he's the first candidate that I know of who's running as an openly anti-Zionist candidate. At least that's how he's understood. The entire Jewish lobby has attacked him and still won. And that opens up a Pandora's box, because if people can see, like, I suspect people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are now all of a sudden very vocally anti-Zionist, that they're taking inspiration from the fact that this guy can run against the Jewish lobby like that and still win an election. So I think that's a very interesting case of win an election in New York City, right? So I think that's a very interesting case of a kind of foreign person who sees opportunities in America, that political and otherwise, that natives living inside of the bubble just can't imagine. That he came and he has this campaign against Israel, and he goes against all the advice that his advisors give him, and he still wins, So that's interesting,
Well, that's because Israel is losing its reputation internationally after October the 7th and the war in Gaza. And of course, there are a lot of Muslims in America also. But it takes a Muslim to do that. I don't think any of the Hindus would do what he is doing.
That's
the
interesting.
Indians are voting for him. He's getting like 90% of the Hindu.
But
Indian
that's an
vote
interesting
in
perspective.
New York, which is interesting.
Well, I've noticed before that there's this
Insofar as
whole,
they see him as,
well, there's
insofar
this
as they
whole-
see him as an Indian,
yeah,
but not as a Muslim. But he's doing what he's doing because he's a Muslim.
right,
Yes.
right,
He's a
right, right.
Shia.
Well, I mean that's the thing, and I see what you mean about Islam. I mean that's and that was von Leer's point, and that was the thing in where was it, Malaysia, the Mahathir, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, who famously in the early 2000s said that the Jews run America by proxy, and they use America to fight their wars for them. And I mean he was one of the only world leaders, along with Mahmoud Ahmadinejad in Iran at the time, who just fearlessly called out what was going on in the United States. And obviously they're Malaysian, they're not Arabs or anywhere close to the Middle East, but they're Muslims, or at least he's a Muslim. And so there was sort of something about Islam that's a bit of a...
Although with that said, there are some Muslim countries that are the worst.
Oh, they're the worst.
Almost as bad as America on this question.
Well, Ansar
Egypt.
Allah just said I think I tweeted this out, or I put it out.
Oh
on my
yeah,
Telegram.
Egypt.
Their leader, the leader of Ansar Allah, which is the Houthis, he just said, "It is a sad and strange irony that Norway has decided to boycott Israel economically, while Egypt has decided to make them the largest gas deal in history with it. There is a major problem in Arab decision making." So yeah, obviously that also is not. It's not a guarantee that you're just because you're a Muslim country that you're going to be.
And it's definitely split between Shias and Sunnis, where despite the Palestinians being Sunnis, the Shias, like the Yemenis and the Lebanese, the Shias in Lebanon and in Iran, are defending them. They're taking a very strong moral stance here, and yet it's the Sunni countries that are sort of throwing them under the bus. The case of Turkey publicly signaling for Palestine, and then privately, bringing all the products over land, all the gas that's fueling the Israeli war machine. And then, of course, you saw Egypt. There's even talks now that there's going to be an expulsion of the Palestinians, and all the countries that I've seen being promoted as taking and being collaborators in this expulsion are Sunni countries. So I wonder, I mean, there is some kind of link between Protestantism and Sunniism and Puritanism, isn't there?
No, maybe the Wahhabis. I don't know.
Yeah.
But not all Sunnis. You don't know much about the Sunni resistance because they have been suppressed to such a degree by all the dictators who were supported by America. So Sisi, for instance, is just an agent of America and the Mossad and so on. And so he suppresses the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood is the Sunni organization that is invisible at the moment. And Hamas was actually created by them. So there is resistance there, but it's not allowed to become apparent in these countries where America has very strong influence through oil links and, investments. And
the IMF.
The Emirates, Bahrain.
Yeah.
I don't know. IMF. Yeah, certainly American influence. It began after the war already when America wanted all the oil of that region. So they got Saudi Arabian support.
With the Saudis.
Yeah. I want to pivot back to a couple of your writings, if that's okay here. If you can stay with us a little bit longer, Dr. Jacob. because I wanted to mention somebody else that we covered on this show extensively, which is Gottfried Feder, I should say. And you wrote, here, let me pull it up. You wrote the introduction and translated one of his works, German State Built on Nationalist and Socialist Foundations. And like I said, we did a whole show on Gottfried Feder. One of the big themes of his work that, again, seems very relevant today, and it's relevant in terms of China, like how China has dealt with their finance sector versus how the United States deals with its finance sector. But the central distinction with Gottfried Feder, and really with Adolf Hitler, because this is one area where Feder was Hitler and Feder saw eye to eye, and he was a big influence on Hitler, was the distinction between, they called it in the 25 points, income unearned by work, meaning work-based income where you do something productive, or at least not harmful to the job. I mean, Hitler has a whole section of this on Mein Kampf. Something that's not harmful, at least, to the community, versus unproductive, parasitic work, income unearned by work, usury. It really, that whole distinction that you were saying, Joe, how Marx doesn't really make that distinction with finance.
No, he barely mentions it. I believe it's mentioned once or twice in Das Kapital, which is a multi volumes of just rambling. But Marx says go kill the guy that owns the diner down the street. Go kill the mom and pop shop.
Right.
Don't fight the bankers.
Yeah.
That's actually what that was the criticism that people like Düring and Bakunin made of Marx during his time. They're like, how come you never talk about finance capital? Oh, right, because you're a Jew. I mean, they would just say it directly. That's why anti-Düring, which is considered to be the most important work by Marx, is purely a polemical against Eugen Düring. And Marx, because Düring just responded with, you're saying that because you're a Jew, Marx got Engels to put his name on it. That's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Jacob.
Well, I suppose it's true since the two work together. But yes, Düring based his system on selflessness, egoism, and self-interest as the major evils that had to be combated. When you go to Feder, it's the same, not self-interest, but the common good.
Yes.
So the continuation of the same, ultimately philosophical ideal, because in India also we have a constant exhortation to renounce the self and to realize the universal consciousness of Brahman. Atman should expand to Brahman, as it were. So this is a philosophical notion translated in political terms, and it's the same. And this is the Indo-European view. On the other hand, the Jews have only their own interest in mind and the acquisition of as much wealth as possible at the expense of everybody else. So there is no common good at all. It is only their good that is concerned.
Yeah, this is a quote from what you said. You said Feder's Deutsche Staat is indeed one of the most important treatises on National Socialist economics. However, it has a precedent in Austro-Hungarian, Bohemian German Rudolf Jung's works, which actually a good friend of mine put me in touch with a guy who turned me onto this. A 1919 book, their Nationale Socialismus. Rudolf Jung was a civil engineer from Jehlavla, the current Czech Republic, former Austro-Hungarian Empire, who joined the Bohemian Deutsche Arbeiterpartei in 1909. DAP was founded in 1903 in Ossig by Germans threatened by the increasing Jewish and Czech influence of the empire. It was renamed the Deutsche Nationalsozialistische Arbeiterpartei in 1918. So again, the same name basically as Hitler's party just earlier. Jung's work, Der Nationale Sozialismus, It was intended as a German nationalist answer to Marx's Das Kapital. The work is divided into two parts, the first dealing with the foundations of National Socialism, the second with the development and goals. Jung's nationalism focuses on social and economic questions, and exactly like Fader, Jung stresses the difference between income derived from real work and that arriving from interest. His strong
Completely.
yeah, I mean, that seems to
That's the
to me-
difference between class struggle. It goes back to List.
Yes, and
where he makes a distinction between productive labor, productive industry, and purely parasitical elements.
this
Which
quote here.
it's a difference between creating wealth and simply becoming a middleman and not actually adding any wealth. You're just adding costs. You're extracting, right, without putting anything back, and that's the difference.
Yeah, the quote here is all, and this is from this guy Jung, not Carl Jung, but this other Jung.
Yes.
He says all non-socialist parties are based in the main on individualism, i.e., the demand for the greatest possible freedom and lack of constraints of the individual. Economically, it is expressed in Manchester liberalism and further in mammonism. The ruthless ruler who is tormented by no pang of conscience is the goal. The weaker man falls thereby under the wheels. Now, since the Jew is the most ruthless, he can fare best thereby. Thus, all non-socialist anti-Jewish orientations unwillingly support the rise of Jewry to world rulership. I mean, I feel personally, Dr. Jacob, that this is the big divide of our time, that this is the distinction of our time. Goebbels famously said that the battle of the 20th century is the battle between labor and capital, and we are on the side of labor against capital. That to me is the actual socialist struggle, not the, who owns the means of production.
Yeah, it's like trying to beat a cheetah at a foot race when you're gauging in capitalism against Jews. Because
Yeah.
if you read Sombart, he actually traces everything, the Bill of Exchange, everything back to the Talmud.
Right.
The first ever book written on the stock exchange, where we get words like bear, bull, that all comes from a book called Confusion of Confusions, written by a Jew in Amsterdam called De La Vega. He was a converso Jew, and he wrote the first ever book on how the stock exchange works. It's basically like a cheat sheet for other Jews on how to game the stock exchange. So this has been the problem from day one, is that we're living in their system,
Do you see this as relevant as I do to what's going on in the world today, especially with like the rise of big hedge fund capital and this type of thing?
Well, of course. I mean, this is the Leviathan that we have to defeat. But it comes through understanding, and it must come from an exclusion of these people from leading positions in academia, in the arts, in politics, and so on and so forth. The Senate is the more venerable of the two houses, the upper house, in any government, in Congress also. But you cannot have people like Schumer and so on in the Senate. So this should be a process of exclusion, and it should come naturally. It can't be, people like, I don't know, you have a Palestinian or somebody, I can't remember her name, fighting for the Palestinian cause, but she's too small. It must happen at the level of, Anglo-Americans, Warren Buffett, and all those people should turn against these Jewish magnates. So,
Do you think it should be done on a racial basis? I mean, just a racial exclusion of the Jews?
Certainly of the Jews. I don't think anybody else need to participate also. Like Vivek Ramaswamy and so on, are totally unnecessary. But you must have a kind of traditional American system, but it's very difficult to recover after the 60s.
Yeah.
Even the Senate, I mean, even the Senate is still something like 70 or 80% European Christian. And honestly, you can't argue that those are the 200 best men of America living in you can't possibly
No,
say
you could take
that
if you
Ted
took a-
Cruz and Katie Britt.
What's the number
even-
right in the middle? Is that the mode? You know, if you took the ones that are dead center morally in America, these people would be far below those people. But no, on morality, that's the other thing I just wanted to quote from your. This is from your introduction here. You said this: Feder's treatise on national economy, like Rudolf Jung's, is remarkable for its strong moral foundation, and you put that in italics, and its formulation of National Socialism as a movement for social justice as well as for national regeneration. And of course, that's the same term that Father Coughlin used for his movement and his newspaper that he published all over the country during the same era, the National Union for Social Justice, which is a term that was hijacked by the left. Unlike capitalism, with its, quote, soul-destroying materialistic spirit of egoism and avarice, with all its concomitant corrupting manifestations in all fields of our public, economic, and cultural life, unquote. And unlike Marxism, which insists that everything should belong to the one, which might either be the state or mammon controlling it, National Socialism wishes to revert to the medieval and Prussian dictum of how do you say that? Sum quic? To each his own, whereby each person will earn as much as he deserves. What is it?
Sum quique.
Quique,
I can't
obviously.
pronounce it properly.
Sum quique. I'm ignorant. I'm sorry. To each his own, whereby each person will earn as much as he deserves according to his performance of work with the fullest responsibility as a duty. So in other words, not just as much as you can get at the expense of anybody else, but where you fall in the scale of your work has value to the whole, to the Volksgemeinschaft, the community. Economically, this moral doctrine is translated into the doctrine of serving the public interest before self-interest. Gemeinnützigkeit vor Eigennutz. Not profitability, but fulfillment of demand is the National Socialistic basis of the economy. Unlike Marxism, National Socialism will not prohibit private property, but respect it as the privilege of the creative and productive Aryan man. On the other hand, the mobile Jewish mind has no deep connection with the land, but rather exploits the production and property of the natives financially. Go ahead.
You can totally see the Jewish fingerprints on something like free trade, right? What is free trade? Well, that is that place the somewheres, their interests don't matter, that instead you should have the free flow of products. Well, that comes from a Jewish nomadic view of the world, okay? That it doesn't matter what country is being protected and which country isn't. You just have to expand to a universal market. That's a very Jewish innovation. I mean, so many things that so many of our first principles, how we make assumptions, a priori assumptions, is just the madness of the Jew. Like it's incredible how in America in particular, there's practically no Aryan reference points in this country.
Yeah.
The idea of economics serving political in the sense of the polis ends is just so alien. And then you have the beliefs of everything. The invisible hand, that's a very Judaic view. Then you have Karl Marx's theory of history, which is another kind of Judaic view of impersonal forces. How convenient. You can't ever blame the Jews for something that happens in world history. So, yeah. There we go.
You said nomadic. They're not nomadic. They maintain their identity no matter where they go. So they remain themselves, even though they're outside Israel or in Israel, it doesn't matter. And why is Israel so important? Because they want to establish their identity. So this identity is what we are fighting against. The problem is their character itself. It is not that they move around. They have actually been quite helpful in the international movements. Like Zuckerberg is in charge of Facebook, which is an excellent means of communication. I, post things on it every day. And then there's Amazon, and then there is PayPal. All of these things, are international networks that they have facilitated. They're useful, but they cannot be used to spread their ideology, their viewpoint, and their
Right.
And I would argue all
character.
those things are things they acquired through nepotism
Yeah.
and through
The
and through
idea,
tribal, links.
right? The idea of Facebook is not that complicated.
Right. We had
Anyone could have come
MySpace.
up with it.
We had
PayPal.
MySpace.
I mean, what is PayPal? PayPal is effectively someone engaging in commerce over the internet, and you have to pay them a toll, like it's a bridge. That's all
Right.
PayPal is. It's
Yeah.
a bridge toll. The
Yeah.
same,
Yeah.
today I took an Uber. Both Uber and Lyft are controlled by Jews, like very Zionist Jews. But the idea of a taxi that you can get on an app on your phone isn't worth the 25% fee they charge on every single ride.
Right.
I mean, it's just rent seeking, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah,
It's sometimes useful, like credit cards and
Yeah.
this and that. But the main thing is not to use any of these means that they have established through their marketing abilities and so on to propagate their own ideology, which is a very selfish one. It is really only for themselves and Israel.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The last thing on Feder, I just wanted to say, you point out that because you say early on how Feder was kind of sidelined because of necessities of political realities. He wasn't able to implement his full views in the short time that they had because of realities with the economy and the war. And the same is very much true of Richard Walter Dare. Some of his more idealistic plans and ideas were not able to be implemented, and he was kind of sidelined during the war. But you did say about Feder that in keeping with Feder's doctrines, the National Socialist state officially canceled the war debt to the Allied nations and sought from 1933 on to combat the cumulative deflation by the creation of money and work. Work was created by increasing public works activity, which of course we all know about very well, agricultural projects, superhighways, and they were financed, which as Feder recommended, by the issuance of government bills. So I'm glad that you acknowledged the influence Feder did have on the things that they actually implemented. Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Jacob, how would you rank some of these thinkers in terms of, I mean, I know this is kind of put you on the spot, but like von Leers, Rosenberg, Feder, who would you say were the top most influential thinkers? Because you're kind of discounting Heidegger, as you're saying Heidegger wasn't really a National Socialist. Of the top ones, who would you put in the top five or something, like the most important or the most important of all of them?
Richard Wagner, first of all, and then Eugen Düring, and all the people I've translated. That would be, Chamberlain, following from Wagner, and then Werner Sombart, whom I've translated, Traders and Hearers. And
did you say Wagner first? Richard Wagner?
Yeah, Richard Wagner. Yeah.
Okay.
He is the great giant genius at the beginning of German nationalism, as it were.
Interesting.
Rosenberg, Leers, and so on. All of these people are important, I think.
Yeah.
Because they all express the same philosophy, as it were.
Yeah.
It is a philosophy
What would you
rooted
recommend?
in Schopenhauer.
What would you recommend as the starting point for Wagner's political? I mean, I know you've translated some of it, haven't you? Or you've written introductions to some of it?
Yeah, I've written a collection of essays that was published in Australia, the Manticore Press. It's on Richard Wagner, on the state and Christianity, and on tragedy, and so on. A few essays. So that is an article that I think you would find interesting. But his works have already been translated into English,
Right.
As you probably know.
Right.
And my article sort of summarizes the main points, and it's also available in my YouTube channel. It's available in many different places, actually, apart from that booklet, collection of essays. Richard Wagner actually is very, very important for National Socialism because he is a kind of proto-National Socialist. And he happened also to be the finest example of a German, a creative German. So, yeah, starting with Richard Wagner. You know,
What was the name?
What
was the name of that?
Wagner's
I'm sorry, what was the name of that collection of essays?
Richard
Was this it?
Wagner on tragedy, Christianity, and the state.
Okay. All right. No, I will have to get a copy
Oh,
of this.
we should do an actual show on Wagner's writings.
It's this one.
I would love to.
Yeah,
You know,
we should.
I know.
I think that's worth doing. Yeah.
I know Hitler viewed Wagner. I mean, I've studied Hitler extensively. I have a huge, massive library on Hitler and his secretaries, everybody who knew him. And it emerges to me that like only during the war, I think Frederick the Great kind of emerged as Hitler's like personal inspiration and hero, the guy he wanted to be like. During the war, he identified more with Frederick the Great because of his position, you know, fighting all those different enemies and everything. But I think most of his life, and certainly his early life, the man Hitler most identified with and looked up to as his big hero was because Wagner combined the artist and the political. Like he was a revolutionary.
He also reconciled through his career, through his music, the Germanic essence with Christianity.
Yes,
that was Nietzsche's big point of contention with Wagner.
Yeah,
he hated Percival.
Parsifal, yeah. Which is his. I mean,
it's his best.
Most sublime music that he ever wrote, and of course Nietzsche hated that.
He hated it. Yeah. Nietzsche liked Islam though, which is interesting.
Yeah.
No, he was actually philo-Semitic. I think Nietzsche was partly Jewish.
Thank you. See,
well, we talked about this on the show.
This is why Bap likes him. This is why Bap likes him.
Yeah, well, I'll say this.
Philo-Semite. I'll be right back.
That the first people to popularize Nietzsche were Jews.
Right.
And yes, the first ones. He was quite obscure until I don't have the names off the top of my head, but the first person to write an
Walter
official
Kaufmann.
That was
Walter
definitely
Kaufmann.
one of them. Yes. And Nietzsche loved publicity.
Yeah. Right. They were interested in Nietzsche because he was actually a philo-Semite. And while there's, something to be admired in some of the sections of his many diffuse works, his religious and political philosophy are not very sound. Certainly shouldn't be glorified or propagated or anything.
I agree. And I think his influence on the Nazis is a bit overstated.
No, there's no great influence. The Nazi movement was something that Vader developed like Düring and out of more Germanic philosophy. Nietzsche's is a very revolutionary kind of philosophy. He's not even very pro-German.
He's not pro-German. He was a lot of right. No, I'll tell you, Dr. Jacob, I've been studying because I studied the whole Napoleonic period, and I got really deep into the Prussian reformers and their influence. And partially, I got into this because the Third Reich, their cinema is there's very few films that take place that are about National Socialism. Not that many. There's a couple movies they made in the early 30s, but most of their big epics, I joke about this a lot, that we have in America, we have the Marvel superheroes and things like that. For the Germans at that time, it was like people like, the Prussian reform, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and these guys. But that whole period, that 1813 period, Fichte, wrote his essays on a German. He kind of created German nationalism there. His essays, and of course Beethoven was a contemporary at that time. And Beethoven, he was like proto-German nationalist. He was starting to write his, like all the musical notation up to that time had been written in, like you write it in Italian, because that was like the language of music. And Beethoven started writing it in German. And he had some very nationalistic feelings. And Beethoven was also kind of a populist for his time. And of course, Beethoven was Wagner's hero. Beethoven, Wagner worshipped Beethoven. I mean, he was absolutely worshipped him and made sort of a cult of Beethoven in the 19th century. So you see during that Napoleonic period, the beginnings of this proto-German nationalism that by Wagner's time just explodes into, and then that shapes the First World War and the Second World War. So yeah, I think that's fascinating. It's something I want to learn more about.
And it sort of quickened German nationalism as blood and soil, kind of Kantian,
romantic,
right? Romantic,
yeah. Yes,
and also anti-capitalist.
Yes,
anti-capitalist. That's what Wagner kind of represents. All of that,
and that's the trend. That is what I want to take as Americans. It's not as an American National Socialist. I don't want to imitate, the style and so on of the Third Reich in that period.
Right.
The thing, though, that I've come to realize is that the Third Reich was an expression of an almost 200-year period of growth of German nationalism along these lines that we're talking about, that I feel like Americans, we haven't even started that process, that intellectual process. Like I do, I mean, we talk about this on the show all the time. Joe hears me say this a lot, but I feel like we are intellectually stuck in the 1700s, Dr. Jacob. I feel like we haven't even, as Americans, we haven't even progressed to the 19th century.
We haven't even gotten to Kant yet.
Yeah.
Where Kant tries to salvage metaphysics,
right,
the time of the Enlightenment.
I mean,
that was what kind of, you could argue, what kind of kicked this into motion. This is the first domino, was Kant reorganizing metaphysics in a way that, idealism, bringing back idealism, basically.
Right.
And America still hasn't gotten to that part. It's philosophically. It's really bad.
No, that is because you have Jewish professors in leading positions in all the departments of philosophy in America. I know that because this professor who I told you at Penn State was a specialist on Plato, used to make comments about Kant in particular, saying, this comical man who used to go on walks early in the morning every day or something of the sort. They always ridicule Germans as Germans.
Yeah.
So this is not surprising that you have no, serious metaphysical subjects being studied in American universities, and also to understand Wagner, you have to understand Schopenhauer, and all of this comes from deep philosophical knowledge. And where is the population that's interested in philosophy in America? It's almost entirely absent. They go in for feminist studies, the study of the environment, or something of the sort instead, and or high-tech philosophy, whatever it may be, transhumanism or something of the sort. They're not interested in developing the mind because it's too boring for them, and it's too difficult also. It require a reorientation of studies in all of these departments of philosophy, and that will come only if you start excluding Jews from them.
Yeah, exactly.
I know this from personal experience.
Yes.
Right.
No, I mean,
it's very difficult for students to. It's very difficult for students to find the right books and the right authors by themselves. They just read what they are asked to read in the syllabus, and so you have to reorient it completely. So all of this.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, what gives me hope is that writing my book on the Weimar Republic, the university system faced the same issues. Many of the philosophers that we're talking about on the show were constantly fearing losing their job because they were violating the Weimar Republic's law that said university professors could not give opinions on politics or race. There was like rules informally in some cases, but and also they dealt with Jewish nepotism, the famous instances of neo-Kantians led by Hermann Cohen. And of course, the second the Nazis take power, Heidegger is telling the Gestapo to get him out of his university.
Chamberlain makes a big point out of that in that essay on England. He goes into a huge section talking about the freedom that you have in England, and he says, like, when I spoke these things out, like from both the people on the top and the people I had the mob coming after me, and I had the elites coming after me, and he says it's all bullshit. The idea of freedom in
Weimar, they had hate speech laws that were as bad or worse than the ones in Europe today.
Right.
And the reason they were worse is any Jew could take you up on a lawsuit, like a miniature lawsuit, enforcing these laws. I have anecdotes in my book of 2 German teenagers walking down the street, and a Jew claims to have overheard them saying something anti-Semitic, and he was able to drag them into court based off what he claimed that he heard these 2 people having a private conversation on the street say about Jews. That's how totalitarian the Weimar Republic is. It wasn't authoritarian, but it was totalitarian.
Right.
And that environment caused a lot of German intellectuals, even those who didn't agree entirely with National Socialism, to embrace it because it was like a liberation of German thought from Jewish constraints.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you'll find the same Jewish domination even in Russia, actually. They have a strong Jewish population there. And as you know, Putin is always talking about anti-Nazi fight against Ukraine and anti-Nazism, because that is their war. The patriotic war was against the Nazis, and they still are anti-Nazi. So when you have both America and Russia against the Germans, you need a very strong German to fight them both now, after 80 years or something, So for that, you need to get a different view of the German ideology. There have been books written by George Mose, a Jew, on the German ideology and so on, and they will always present it as as fanciful or as too violent and so on and so forth. And we need to point them to these works, which point to the moral elevation of the German character, which is what they were all trying to sustain. So you need a different view of Germany, what the National Socialists were trying to do, and so on. And then there's this big obstacle of the Holocaust and Holocaust museums and that. So somehow one has to lose the sympathy that one has blindly for the Jews, not knowing that they don't really care for you. They're only interested in themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're committing a genocide that's being live streamed into our phones right now. So now we know how they behave when they're the majority.
When they're in power, yeah.
Exactly.
I wanted to mention your website here for our audience,
Yes.
Dr. Jacob, and I did promise we would talk about what you have going on now. So the website, and actually you guys can't see the URL bar, can you? So here it is. It's alexanderjacob1.wordpress.com. That'll bring some people back. alexanderjacob1.wordpress.com, and this is all your body of work. You've got here the books, Natural Philosophy, Indo-Europeans, Tchaikovsky, Wagner, poetry, sections on poetry. You've got radio and video interviews, publishers, No, this is phenomenal. I mean, your body of work. I mean, I have to just congratulate you on your career. I mean, it's incredible, and like I say, I feel very almost ashamed that I wasn't aware of who you were and what all you had done, even though I had editions that you translated on my shelf. But what do you have going on these days? What's occupying your mind now?
Well, I think my edition of Layers on Spengler will come out sometime soon from Udvaita Press. And then there's a translation of my own work on natural philosophy called the Natura in Natura, which is translated into German first and now is being translated into Spanish. And another book by Alain de Benoit on America. That should be interesting, coming out
Wow.
also from Australia.
That all sounds amazing. Yeah.
So, yeah, I continue to do things.
Von Leers is, I've read the Italian version that was translated by Claudio Muti of Von Leers on Spengler. And that really changed my view, because I've always been very partial to Spengler. I've always liked Spengler, but I've always got the feeling of a bit of a reactionary tone from him, as a sort of like the origin of his ideas is a defensive one rather than a forward-thinking one. And Von Leers really puts that into perspective. Especially when it's contrasted to National Socialism. But of course, the reactionaries and the pessimists could say, well, sure, but Spengler's predictions came true about the Third Reich. So I get, what can I say to that?
Because we've all allowed it to become true when we should have resisted.
That's right.
But there's very little knowledge preceding the resistance, and that's a problem. You know, the Muslims are at an advantage because they can see the Jews next to them in Palestine, next to them in Jordan, and so on and so forth. So they know how.
This is an advantage New Yorkers have. New Yorkers have this advantage over people in Appalachia. They also know. That's why they're electing Mamdani, because Mamdani is more anti-Jewish than a state like West Virginia would ever elect, because they know them. But I'm sorry to interrupt. Go on.
Right. So this awareness must grow. Of course, many people are afraid also, of being persecuted by the Jews. But they should lose this fear, and they can't continue to live just for money. They have to live for something more important than that. So, of course, you can't expect the entire population to become anti-Semitic. You need leaders who have discrimination.
Here in America, we're kind of in a like in Egypt, where I have to say people in this country are very aware of the Jew right now. I've never seen it before in my life. I hear people on the street talking about this stuff.
Just in the last 2 months, my friend. I mean, it's just like accelerated.
And so that's been done. But what's remarkable is that the people are all aware of this, and yet it has zero impact on the government and the elites.
Yeah, because you have now totalitarian government. They have federal forces in Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles, and so on. It's like a police state, right?
Yes.
And the FBI is everywhere, CIA also, and so it's a frightening apparatus that you're against. But you need to speak out and speak without fear, because you're speaking the truth.
That's right.
So,
thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing, Dr. Jacob. This is a truly priceless work. It's very difficult to find someone who's qualified to do this specific type of work and do it right. And you're doing it.
I said, you must be the top English speaking in the English language, the top academic on this, and it's really, really a great honor. and a great pleasure to have you on the show.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and it was very enjoyable speaking with you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Well, do you have any final thoughts? Anything you want to plug other than your website?
No, no. I think we've spoken a lot, so I should just wish you good luck or good night.
All right. Good night,
Thank
sir.
you so much for your
care.
time, sir. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh, what a guy.
Oh, man.
Guy
Amazing.
does everything.
No, amazing. I mean, this guy is like, he's the, he's been, his shadow has been looming over our program this whole time, like in a good way. Yeah.
No. I mean, I've seen stuff from him from like 30 or 40 years ago.
Yeah.
There's one of him, I believe, speaking at an NPD conference in Germany. It's pretty crazy on During. So he's been around for a long time. Very long time.
I forget who the super chatter was, but somebody was the one who put us in touch, because I generally speaking, like, I wouldn't want, I don't like people like inviting guests on for us. You know what I mean? It's the kind of thing.
This is a rare exception.
This is a total exception. Whoever that was, you know who you are. Whoever just took the initiative and reached out to him. What a wonderful interview, and what a mind. I mean, this is a guy who would know every single show we've done on these subjects. He would not only know what we're talking about, but he could correct us and like add to it. There aren't many people. There are not many people who could do that.
Yes, indeed. All right, you want to do a little current events? Let's do an hour current events, my friend.
Well, I mean, all hell's breaking loose, but it's in a slow way. What has been? I mean, there's so many things going on. What is something that you would like to?
Well,
is there anything
they're gonna have the summit tomorrow,
right?
Where they're I think Trump is going to offer Putin the rights to mine for precious rare earth minerals in territory the Russians already won. I mean, that doesn't sound like a concession to me. It sounds ridiculous. But I don't think they have anything in their hand to negotiate with Putin. And I think they're going to be, if you want to know my honest opinion, the war is over. The Russians are breaking through on every contact point. The Ukrainians are just simply out of men. And yet, I don't know if they're gonna end the war tomorrow. I think Trump said, "I'll know in the first 5 minutes if Putin is ready to end the war," because they're still talking like they're winning the war. So I don't know what's going to come of that. Maybe they'll end the war. I mean, it should end. But who knows? Maybe it's going to go on for another year, or it could end this weekend. We don't know yet.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, I feel like Trump wants to. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this, and maybe this doesn't like actually jive with what's really going on. But my instinct tells me that Trump wants to put his stamp of, he almost wants to save face, like. The way I'll give you the example is like I would always laugh when you drive by a dog that's barking at your car, and then you're driving past it, and then you keep going, and the dog is standing there like, I chased him,
that's
the
right.
dog thinks because it was barking because that's why you went away, And I feel like Trump, there's a side of this where it's like he wants to somehow spin this, because if Putin just wins. And that's it. And that's all there is to it. Yeah. I mean, America suffers because I've heard this thing about mineral rights in the Bering Strait or something, or in Alaska. Like, why the hell would Trump be? I mean, like, here's our negotiated settlement to the Ukraine war. We'll give you something, mineral rights in Alaska. In order to what? So that we get to sign our name off on whatever settlement you were going to work out anyway. You know what I mean? Like that's my sense for this. I don't know if that's really what's happening. But
I don't think I've seen worse diplomats than Steve Witkoff and people like that. I mean, they're just it's a fucking disaster.
I actually busted out laughing today. I heard Douglas McGregor in his very serious way, well, and he said he was talking about the American diplomacy, the diplomats. He said, well, it's like, he says, monkeys at the opera. He says the monkeys see that there's fire and music and things going on. There's a lot of noise. The monkeys are getting excited by it, and they're, but he says, but they don't actually understand what they're seeing or what's going on.
I think there's some faux pas. Yeah, there's some faux pas where one of the American diplomats said something and everyone's all offended. It was like, yeah, but
yeah. Do you think there's some chance that Trump will do some kind of big? I mean, because apparently that's true, that he had threatened to bomb Moscow or something. If before he said that in a, and he has said that if Putin doesn't end the war, there's going to be big consequences this time. Do you think it's possible that Trump would, do some kind of ridiculous escalation that none of us?
As they yap, the actual policy trajectory is that America is actually winding down in East Asia.
Right.
In Europe, it's a little different, but in East Asia, they're winding down. And I think it's because they're preparing for a big war in the Middle East. That's what I think is next.
Well, I'm
not going to be a war with Europe.
I'm glad you brought that up, because there's all kinds of indications that a new war is about to break out in Iran with Israel. So here was one example. The next Israel-Iran war is coming. This was on Foreign Policy.
Trita Parsi. Oh, Jews hate him.
And it said that both countries' strategic calculus suggests it will be more violent. Now, this article says, and this was again in Foreign Policy magazine, that Israel is likely to launch another war with Iran before December, perhaps even as early as late August. Now, I've heard a lot of talk about Trump's deployment of troops in D.C.
Yeah.
And you said it to me privately. And maybe you were saying it on Twitter, although I don't see what you write on Twitter. But I think you're right about this, that, the talk of the discussion of, okay, so is it necessary? Is it not necessary? I mean, I saw a very compelling, a very interesting article that was saying that all the liberals, including people like Ryan Grimm, who were saying that, well, actually, the DC crime is at historic lows, that actually that's bullshit.
I hate when the left does that.
Yeah, that they've reclassified.
That is
they've actually, but there was an article, I think it was on Real Clear Politics. There was an article saying that, showing how DC has altered the data, how they've reclassified violent crimes as nonviolent crimes, so they don't. And this was saying that
it's like when they say inflation is low. Like, go to the supermarket; it doesn't feel low.
Right. Right.
It's all, you can't go in this country. You can't go anywhere in this country unless it's a private gated community without at least one crazy person, one crazy homeless person rambling to themselves, high as fuck on drugs, violently attacking people in some cases. There is no place in the entire United States where there isn't at least one crazy person loitering around causing problems. And so from the perspective of someone that has a family, right? If you have a family and you want to go out to the park, you have that. You not only have the issue of your imminent safety being at risk, but also you have the problem of like having to explain to your kids what's going on, like why there's someone like that. Like, and so this is what makes people, it doesn't matter what the statistics say, other than the fact that the statistics are fake. Right?
They're fake.
Just like
the
unemployment, just like the inflation.
Well, and
everything.
I remember doing a show years ago about a crime that happened in Pittsburgh, in downtown, where I used to take my family all the time.
Yeah.
And there was a fight that happened where some old white couple was shouted out of a McDonald's, and these blacks were chimping out and attacking them, and the black female McDonald's employee was attacking them and punched this old man. He was an overweight elderly man, punched him, and he fell over and cracked his skull on the pavement, and emerged from that a quadriplegic, I think. I mean, he lost everything. And then like right after that, there were 2 McDonald's in the downtown there, and the downtown in Pittsburgh is very small. There was a stabbing of a little boy that was stabbed. I think we talked about that at the time on one of these shows on TRS, of this little boy stabbed by this black guy who was saying how he hates white people. And I mean, this is like part of why I moved my family out of Pittsburgh. I'm not going to take my little toddler, in fucking area.
Right. It's the feeling of
what if I pull
disorder.
a gun and shoot one of these people?
Well,
you know what I mean? I'll go away for the rest of my life.
That's the thing. Like, maybe general murder rates are lower than in the 80s. Fair enough. But the problem is, one, there's a lot of random victimizing, right? Like, you could be there with your son at McDonald's, and some insane black guy will come and kill your kid, just like shoot him in the back of the head for no reason, without any warning.
Right.
And that one instance of that is far more, it makes people far more aware of crime than the instance of, blacks killing each other in the ghetto, right? Maybe that's lower.
Right.
But, I find that when leftists do that, like the whole, like, well,
Did you know that the crime is on an all-time low?
It's literally the actually meme.
Go to Washington, D.C. Go to Washington, D.C. You'll see, like, just how chaotic and disorganized. And I also think that one thing about the people in the Trump administration is they're hyper aware of the blow to American prestige that comes whenever a foreign dignitary has to drive around Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fucking shithole.
Well,
it's a total shithole.
90%
of people, this is polled, 80% support what Trump is doing in Washington, D.C.
And didn't you used to tell me about how, like, in Manhattan, the Jews want it safe in Manhattan because that's where they live. Well, here was one. DC is very Israeli right now, and here was one of the Spectator World by Isaac Shore. My brush with death in DC. The city has been a model of corrupt, complacent governance, a national embarrassment. So by Isaac Shore, right? So this tells me, like, we got Jews just don't want to be stabbed to death by blacks. But again, why now though? Why now would be Trump doing this? And this is where what you had said to me, that, like, it's yet another indication, the same way that you said that them all suddenly disavowing Netanyahu, like even fucking Barry Weiss, I think, is disavowing Netanyahu. Like, that there's
something's coming.
Fumes in the air. There's
no, they know in advance. They know in advance. It's not just Barry Weiss. It's like governments all over Europe, Canada, and so on are pretending they're going to recognize a Palestinian state, and they're distancing themselves from Netanyahu and stuff like that. And my suspicion is that they're getting advance notice that the Israelis are going to do something so heinous that it'll actually upstage what they've already done.
Well,
they're going to do something so horrific, and it's going to be filmed. Everyone's going to see it. That everyone is coming up with a story in advance, so they're not stained with it.
I saw Madonna. Madonna was saying something about, now Madonna is like the worst Jew lover, like Jew sellout whore in all of Hollywood and the music industry. Like, she's like, she was hot back in her day. I'm not gonna lie, but like, she is the worst, one of the worst Zionist whores in all of the entertainment industry. And she was talking about the plight of the Gazans. So either that means that Madonna has suddenly decided she doesn't love money and fame and wants has grown a conscience or something.
Right.
Or there's there's a change in the air where this is permissive, where this is allowed. There's some kind of change but again, I was joking with you because I saw even like Jimmy Dore's dumb co-host Metzger was even saying they're going to blame it all on Netanyahu. They're going to blame it all on Netanyahu. And I think people see that coming, that Netanyahu is going to be like, not really the fall guy, but Netanyahu is will take it all on himself as a way of, and he won't actually suffer any real consequences for it. But yeah, I think something big is coming. This seems to be it. It's not just the expulsion, because you heard that South Sudan, I think, is saying they'll take the Palestinians. So they're going to expel them to a fucking war-torn civil war black Sudan. And maybe that's where the Sudan thing
It's half Arab and half black. Sudan.
Right. And maybe that dovetails with some of the stuff that's been going on in Sudan. That we've had super chatters tell us, like, hey, pay attention to what's going on there. But this idea here, now Iran is saying that they're gonna, and I believe them, that they're gonna fucking really hit back hard if this happens. This was one from yesterday. Iran issues new threat to U.S. This guy, I love him. The commander-in-chief, General Abdul Rahim Musavi, speaks during a rally outside.
They're doing a great job cracking down on the Mossad spies in the country.
Yeah.
And every day that Israel and America aren't attacking is a day that they're making advances on the cells that are, sleeper cells in Iran.
Yeah.
And it's all thanks to their large minority populations. I showed you the article, I think, the other day on how the Mossad was pretty much bragging to ProPublica about the attacks they did in Iran. And they were saying, like, it's thanks to the fact that Iran has so much ethnic diversity that we can do this. 40% is non-Persian. And they said there's always someone to recruit. So the Iranians are aware of this, and they're cracking down hard. I mean, they've probably arrested thousands of Israeli spies. The fact that there's so many is shocking.
Yeah.
But, I think that the next round of this is coming up. And
they're saying by September. They're saying by September, or maybe even before August is out. I think that sounds reasonable. I think September sounds like the time. Iran is expecting and preparing for the attack. It'll be far bloodier than the first.
Yep.
But yeah, maybe that's why Trump, maybe this is, again, we know who runs this country. So maybe this is what suddenly militarized police in DC. Remember, he pulled something like this before with the other Iran conflict. Remember that the whole week leading up to that, I told you I was in a hotel room and I was watching Fox News, and it was all about how they were sending, militarized police to round up migrants.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to get all the red state. It was right like the week before Trump struck Iran was right when that was the story dominating the news. And it's like, okay, get red state America going. Yeah, this thing that we've wanted for like 30, 40 years. You're finally doing it. And it just so happens that, the National Guard is all deployed all over the streets, think about it from their point of view. That's a great excuse. Like you have National Guard already there. Well, no, we're just stopping black crime.
Yes. And I think this push to expand ICE under the claim that they're going to start deporting more people is actually quite the opposite. I think they're getting ready for national riots. What the cause is, I don't know. But one thing I'll say is using history as a metric. During the 2020 Black Lives Matter riots, Trump actually deputized ICE agents to go and try to police the rioters in Portland. So just because you're working for ICE doesn't mean that they can't use you for other things.
Yeah.
Especially riot control. So you have cases where anarchists were rioting in Portland in 2020, and ICE agents would come up in unmarked vehicles and snatch them off the street.
Yeah.
And interrogate them without a lawyer or anything.
Yeah.
So using emergency powers inside of, or emergency guidelines inside of the federal government. Now, they got sued for that, but they could probably do it again. Now, what are they preparing for? I don't know. But it's just too quiet out there. It's too quiet. And they seem to be preparing for something.
Did you see Netanyahu's sadistic video where he was pouring himself a glass of water and saying, "I know Iran has a water crisis," and he was like sipping his water, and he's like,
what's that about?
if you throw the Iranians off, or if you throw off the government, I mean, he's just like taunting them. Yeah, I mean, it's just like Netanyahu like leans into like the worst caricatures, you know. But no, he did this thing where he was like pouring himself glasses of water, talking about how the Irans have a water problem and how it doesn't need to be. But you know, whenever people were joking about that, whenever Netanyahu makes an appeal to the Iranian people, that you know something's coming. This was another one I saw.
I saw that video, and the green screen on that was just awful. Like, what's the point of a green screen flag? Like, why do you have a fucking artificial intelligence Israeli flag behind yourself? Like, it's just bizarre.
This was one yesterday in Foreign Affairs. Israel's emerging occupation consensus. Despite misgivings about Netanyahu's Gaza plans, most Israelis support his approach to the Palestinians. This article was interesting because it really went through and documented all the things that people in Israel have a problem with Netanyahu, and there's a lot. There's like a lot of domestic problems.
I'll be back in 1 second.
Sure. But it says that it goes through all these different things. The survey, 28% support, the one plan with the hostages. In Israel itself, Netanyahu and his cabinet have been under intense criticism for months from former military and intelligence chiefs, opposition leaders, intellectuals, military reservists, tens of thousands of public protesters, mainly over the hostages. And then it said, all of which has contributed to the perception that the country has been hijacked by a fanatical religious far-right minority, one that has gained extraordinary leverage and influence by helping Netanyahu cling to power despite his legal predicaments, seemingly bearing out the image that the country has been captured by extremists. Polls have consistently found that if new elections were held today, Israelis would oust the current leadership. In other words, if only the government were more aligned with public opinion, the country would be taken in a decidedly different direction. But the assumption that a post-Netanyahu Israel can chart a new course misses the extent to which Israelis concur with the government on many deeper, longer-term issues. Based on a number of surveys over the years and throughout the current war, both the anti-Netanyahu public and the main opposition parties differ little from the current leadership on the future status of Palestinians, the inevitability of ongoing Israeli occupation in general, and the acceptability of denying self-determination or alternatively democracy and civil rights to Palestinians in the territories, among other issues. Polls show that, like their current leaders, the large majority of Israeli Jews do not empathize with the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. Many believe civilian deaths and harm are the fault of Hamas or are exaggerated or even fabricated. This underlying reality points to some hard truths. Removing Netanyahu from power might well help bring an end to the unfolding disaster in Gaza, could even cause the religious right to relinquish its grip on Israeli politics, but it is unlikely to fundamentally reorient Israeli policies towards the Palestinians or present a true alternative to the decades-old policing of expanding Israeli control and suppressing Palestinian self-determination. You guys all know this, right? Like, we know fucking Jews are evil and they all are the same and they're all bad. But I just thought it was interesting that even Foreign Affairs here is kind of, in beforing, like I said, the 90 IQ co-host on Jimmy Dore even was in beforing the idea that this is all going to be, Netanyahu's out.
Jews
Now
are so evil that they hate Netanyahu, but they love the things he's doing to Palestinian children.
Yeah, the worst things he's doing.
They're like, I don't like this guy, but I love how he murders children.
Yes.
That's actually the consensus in Israel. They don't like him. It's true.
Yes.
They don't like him. They just love his war.
Yes.
They love his war. They love his genocide. That's that. So it's actually worse than that.
Another indication that something bad is going to happen is apparently, I took a picture of this when I saw it, but apparently there was a meeting of MAGA influencers with custody in Israel, which I don't know who the fuck are these people. First of all, most of them are not even white, it looks like, or like half of them are non-white. I mean, look at this guy. these are MAGA influencers, but had a great meeting with U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee at the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. So they were just over there.
Oh man,
they're
everyone. It's like that. What was that book where everyone has 15 minutes of fame? There was some book. That's what this is. This is just like random people that are like, I want to be famous. I want to be an influencer, but I have no audience.
So I'll just go to the Jews.
I'll go to Israel and be like, I'm willing to say whatever whatever script you write for me, I'll read it.
Yeah.
God, disgusting people.
Yeah. Netanyahu was Chris Manahan of
that black guy, I've seen him on Twitter. He's like, everybody here call me a nigger. Of course, he's gonna go on Twitter and he's posting pro-Israel stuff. Everyone's calling him a nigger.
Yeah. Well, you know,
you could call me a nigger, but this is a nigger that loves Israel.
Right, exactly.
On Twitter, I saw it.
No, I was gonna say,
Andy Warhol said that. Yeah,
Information Liberation's been posting these clips, and it's really funny. Like a couple of them, like broke out into the one, of course, where he had to correct himself, but Jonathan Greenblatt was bemoaning Jewish intermarriage rates. I mean, when the ADL, their official policy is promoting race mixing, like everybody else. I mean, it's on their website all over.
Oh yeah.
Anybody. And also there was a thing where he said that he was, working with the Trump administration, and Loomer had to do this whole thing. Like, wait a minute, the ADL is an anti-Trump organization, and they had to do this.
No, they're not.
He's like, no,
they love Trump.
Yeah, he's.
You're gonna rarely find any Jew that's gonna like Jews will criticize Trump for being too vocally anti-immigration. But generally speaking, it's night and day compared to his first term. Yes. They're happy. They've got their "got what I voted for" award. They're happy with Trump.
Oh yeah.
They're actually. I've heard Jews be even pleasantly surprised at the lengths that he's going to for the Jews. You know.
Yeah.
So they're happy with Trump. Someone's getting what they want.
He's come after now George Washington University, so the DEI for Jews continues. Trump administration said it is offering George Washington University. I mean, George Washington University is like super Jew. It's like little Jew training ground for like Jews and their collaborators. Like that's the school they go to become DC collaborators.
That's right.
They find George Washington failed to another, surprise anti-Semitic school to address campus anti-Semitism. The Trump administration said it's offering the school a chance to enter into a voluntary resolution agreement before the officials proceed with enforcement. So there again, you have this sort of blackmail they're doing where they're extracting more money. Like Jewish students are just going to get a check. For being Jewish, being Jewish at these fucking schools, dude. It's insane. A couple of other things. UFC to host first ever White House fight next year.
Oh my God.
On July 4th. So one more indication what we've been talking about, how this whole UFC sort of it's so
that shit's taken over politics, man,
and it's all owned by that fucking Ari Emanuel,
it's the new pro wrestling. Now it's real, but it's the new pro wrestling. I saw on Twitter, there's a black guy who's an MMA fighter, and he's like the communist influencer. He goes by Revolutionary MMA. And he's like the black communist. And then he's there with Sean something or another, who's like the nationalist. And then there's that other guy who's a supposed white nationalist, or he doesn't say he's a white nationalist. Now it's just a debate between. I mean, I wrote a comment to the black guy because he was saying like, y'all blaming Jews for Zionism, but you're ignoring how many white evangelical Christians support Israel. I was very tempted to write like just a racist comment, which is like, you're already black. Just imagine what your IQ looks like after a few kicks in the head. and that's what produced this stupid idea. Because how come evangelical Christians don't have power over anything else? What, just this one issue? Come on, man. But yeah, the MMA thing, I am sick of it. I am sick of this crap.
Well, it's
fucking
Jewish
everywhere.
owned and controlled, and it's also.
And I hate Dana White. I fucking hate Dana White. That guy's a piece of shit.
But it's the thing though. Also, is like the. I mean, you saw I'm sure it was going around Twitter, the new ads where the U.S. Where the recruitment type ads and the aesthetic that they're going with, like the Americana, like super patriot Americana aesthetic. Was it the Army recruitment ads? What was it?
Oh,
I forget.
It's on the DHS website. I mean, it looks like. I mean, someone took it the wrong way. I'm not saying Patriot Front is running the Department of Homeland Security. I'm saying that it looks like if someone in Patriot Front was running it, like the type of messages with like Uncle Sam with like big biceps and stuff, like that's like very, very Patriot Front coded.
Yeah.
I don't know what the agenda is from the DHS promoting that shit. But you'll notice though, a lot of those organizations that used to be kind of close to us or adjacent to us, they're kind of being embraced by the mainstream now. But they're specifically the ones that are doing Christian stuff and the ones that are doing American nationalism, like a kind of like muscular paleo conservatism.
Right.
They're being kind of embraced by the system now. Like I'm seeing, on YouTube, I go on YouTube and I see nothing but Nick Fuentes, Thomas Rousseau, those guys, they're being promoted, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. I wonder, I saw people speculating about that specifically, that it might be a Bannon type thing of like trying to maybe outmaneuver, I don't know, JD.
There's no doubt that Bannon, and you heard it here, Bannon is going to try to work with Groypers for his 2028 presidential run. Bannon is I've already heard from people that he's already got some deal with them.
Well, that stuff is being.
That's a rumor swirling around that he's going to plan to work with the Groypers.
I mean, they would certainly work with him if he extended the hand. I mean, and we know Steve Bannon is not your friend.
Jeffrey Epstein's publicist.
Yeah. Steve Bannon is he. Well, I did a one of the last Modern Politics that I did before we took our break was about Bernie and Bannon and how they both emerged as the big critics of the Trump administration early on there, right when everybody was still very heady on Trump. And they were both making very coherent critiques of Trump and what he's doing for different reasons. But I kind of broke down on the show why, like, it's, really bad, because Bannon and Bernie, of course, obviously, I mean, Steve Bannon's exactly like Bernie Sanders. He says one good thing that you totally agree with, and you turn it over and look on the other side.
Garbage. Bannon's stuff is stupid.
Yeah.
But I suspect he's one of the geniuses behind the recruit incels into the right wing. Because if you remember, I think it was in 2018 or 2019, he went out there and he told the media, he's like, we need to create a movement centered around incels because they're stupid and they'll fucking do anything. That's what he said. He said they're stupid and easy to manipulate. And there's already been test cases of this in South Korea. I read an article the other day about how in South Korea, there's like the incel thing is like a whole political movement. The whole populist right is centered around the fears. I'm not even kidding. The fears that South Korean men have about having small penises. Like that, there's like a conspiracy theory. There's a conspiracy theory in South Korea that says that commercials and female celebrities are constantly doing this in order to mock Korean men. I'm not kidding. It's a real thing. And there's actually politicians that run on this. Like they're like, we're gonna put an end to this, to people doing this to you. It's
Yeah.
the fucking most retarded shit. It's so banal. It's so like depoliticized. Like there's nothing political about it, right?
Yeah, there was one in particular I was trying to find that the of these like memes, but it is funny. I mean, the vibe shift continues, and leaning into this shit. Like here's one from Vox. The White House has a preferred alternative to PBS. How the right-wing network PragerU could fill the void left by the Corporation for Public
Jesus.
Broadcasting's defunding. So the Corporation for Public Broadcasting announced last week it would shut down after Congress voted to claw back over $500 million of federal funding from the organization. The announcement imperils local PBS and NPR stations around the country that have provided news and educational content for kids for nearly half a century. Amid the stripping of these federal funds last month, the White House debuted a new educational partner at its launch event for its new Founders Museum exhibit, PragerU, a nonprofit organization that specializes in creating right-leaning educational short videos for adults and children. Department of Education Secretary Linda McMahon introduced the partnership, followed by PragerU CEO Marissa Streit. For the White House exhibit, PragerU created AI-generated videos of the founding fathers delivering patriotic accounts of the revolution. In one, a AI-generated John Adams borrows a catchphrase from conservative pundit Ben Shapiro and tells the viewer, "Facts do not care about your feelings."
Oh God!
Oh, wait, look. Here's the
Holy shit!
Road
Show
to
me
Liberty.
this. I haven't seen this. This is so tacky.
I am John Adams, blunt, stubborn, and the indispensable voice for independence in the Continental Congress. He called me obnoxious and disliked. I call it telling the truth. Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes or inclinations, they cannot alter the state of facts. In other words, friend, facts do not care about our feelings.
Oh God!
While Jefferson penned the Declaration, I drove the debate, won the votes, and dared to speak when others hesitated. I stood on principle, even when it cost me popularity. I never stood alone. My Abigail, my conscience, my counselor, carried the burdens of home while steadying my heart with her.
Anyway, it goes on.
Artificial intelligence really allows a lot of shit tier mediocre people to have media careers.
No. Listen, Emily and I had a big discussion about this. She's actually come to the opinion
is
it's
so
no threat to art whatsoever because it takes. You still have to have. It's the same reason why paint doesn't change the nature of an art. You still have to have a sense of you have to have taste. You have to have some instincts. You have to have
tasteless
to use AI. Like AI doesn't mean anyway. So PragerU, since its founding in 2009, has become a juggernaut in the conservative educational space. Helped launch the media careers of right-wing figures like Candace Owens. Their partnership with the Department of Education is not the first time that the conservative content mill has partnered with the government. So yeah, they've they did an interview recently, national education writer for the Washington Post, about how PragerU partnered with states to bring its content to the classroom, and if the organization is poised to fill the educational void left by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. So, I mean, this is what we're going to get. Is PragerU replacing PBS?
Whatever you can say about PBS, at least it's original. Like, that's just AI generated garbage. Like, what?
Yeah. Well, again, like everything with this, they're replacing one thing with something.
I mean, that video was bad, dude. I've seen some bad publicly funded educational videos throughout my entire career in schooling, and that one really is up there.
Yeah,
shit, that's some real dog shit.
The other thing, this was a big one. So Trump I've talked about the Bureau of Labor Statistics before, and I have a real soft spot for the BLS because my economics professor in college, who was a brilliant guy, and a real cool, I think he was like half Irish, half Scandinavian, real tough guy. He reminded me of Jimmy Cagney a little bit. And he had been in Vietnam. Actually, couldn't hear out of one ear because of the machine gun. He was on a helicopter in Vietnam.
Oh.
But he had worked for years. This was when I was still at community college. He had worked for years at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and he was a real a labor economist and taught me a hell of a lot. Very smart guy. But from him, I learned about BLS and what they do, and they're one of the few really good, just nonpartisan. They collect data and they put it out there. They're just that's what they do. BLS is very good, and apparently Trump is wanting to gut them.
He's already the Doge people have already gutted them. That's why all the statistics we're getting are wrong.
Yes, and they're actually
that's why crime is down. Crime is down.
Release job numbers because the jobs report was so shitty.
Oh yeah.
Trump is saying we don't need job reports anymore. And they're actually saying instead of, I think, a monthly jobs report, they wanted to go to quarterly.
Oh, good Lord.
I mean, this is fucking, it said stat agencies are under incredible pressure to get timely, accurate, and granular data to the American public. That's a tall order these days. And they're not doing it. So what, the Department of Government Efficiency cut the census. Oh, the Census Bureau is the other one. They do a pretty good job. They cut a lot of their funding. But
yeah,
how
much money are they saving from that? It's not that much money. They just don't want to put the numbers out because it's going to spook the market.
Well, get this. So again, based on just the professor that I had, he was like an old school labor Democrat, the best kind of just a labor guy. I imagine there's a lot of them at the BLS, and it's a Heritage Foundation guy who's firing them all. So Trump's firing of McIntyre after this month's underwhelming jobs report creates further uncertainty at BLS, where job cuts and lack of resources have placed an added burden on its data collected operation. On Monday, Trump nominated Heritage Foundation economist E.J. Antoni as the next BLS commissioner. He has suggested BLS may publish its jobs report quarterly instead of monthly, because they've proposed an 8% cut to the agency. So the jobs, the thing is, the AI is starting to hit the people entering the workforce right now.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
I saw
computer engineering
on this.
Is becoming,
They were talking about how basically they're going to, the impact AI is going to have here is comparable to the Great Recession, the people who graduated in 2008, 2009. Oh, yeah. It's really bad. It's really bad. And
there's a whole bunch of degrees that people are getting that are on the precipice of going extinct. And these are the same degrees, things like computer engineering and stuff, that it's very hard to get an entry-level job at them because now the entry-level work is done by artificial intelligence.
Right. Yes, you can't get enough.
Now, some of the senior engineers, they're still going to be around for a while. But some of the side work,
this was
that you use to learn the ropes, right?
Yeah.
You just got, because just a few years ago, you were around when you had them campaigning on learn to code.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit! Did that advice? And that advice went stale quickly. It's 4 or 5 years. You go from learn to code to we can't do anything about this.
Yeah, it's see, the thing is, remember
it's like getting a college degree in this right now is like being the last person that got shot in World War I before the armistice.
Right.
There was a guy, I think the guy that got shot a minute before the armistice was announced.
Yes.
It's like that.
Yeah. Do you remember when we spent 2 weeks working on the NJP party platform, and there was a plank we had on AI that you wrote the draft of it, and then we reworded it, And the thing that we tried to get across there, you said it doesn't have to be the enemy of
No.
people, and we were saying that it should be used to make working hours shorter and make things easier for people. Like there's a way to plan out technological changes. Okay, I got it on archive here. There's a way to plan out technical changes so that they don't just devastate you, your country. But this because everything here is so profit based. They just want to fucking like anything that happens, any new technology or anything. It's just the parasites get on top of it. Yeah, for some reason, archive is not working for me. The parasites get on top of it, and they just want to use it to maximize profits. And like, who cares what it does to people? I mean, like, you know,
I mean, you can't
over a lot of people. That's their problem.
You can't halt progress, right? You can't.
Right.
But what you can do is figure out a way to retrain people with these types of college degrees. Because if this was a country where going to college was free, forget about the time spent getting these degrees. But you got a lot of debt, right?
Yeah.
You got, and just 5 minutes ago, people were specifically instructing students to go into coding because you could make 6 figures. And now that's all obsolete. I mean, it really sucks if you're one of them,
Yeah. Well, and the problem was that the problem with this that this New York Times, I'll pull it up here in 1 second. I'm just having trouble getting the archive version. The problem with it is that it's like, some of these companies that are doing the layoffs because of AI, they are then using the excuse that it's they're saying it's because of AI, and then they hire H-1B.
Yeah, why are they hiring H-1Bs? How come there's never a decrease in demand for that?
And Trump, there was this viral video that was going around of this girl crying about her student debt, and people were attacking her and saying, it was like a bad loan or this kind of thing. But it goes back to the point that I've always made about student loans.
Yeah.
Well, the thing with student loans is, like I said, when I worked in the mortgage industry, Joe, for about a year there in 2017, I mean, I got paid when I made a loan. So I know how fucking hard it was to qualify people to get them on an FHA or even a VA loan.
Right.
To get people qualified for, I lost many a loan. I lost lots of money because we had everything except one thing. Like someone, we had their job history for 2-3 years. We had their tax returns for 3 years. We had this, we had that. Then they go to check out their credit report on maybe getting a new car, and it bumps their credit score down to below where I could get them the rate that I was trying to get them.
Oh, that's right. Just checking that's something I learned recently.
Yes.
That checking your credit history lowers your credit rating.
Dude,
why is that?
There were so many factors. We had to get an appraisal done always of the house. You had to get like 3 appraisals. And sometimes I lost loans because it was in a rural area. We couldn't get comps for the. So the point is, before the government would sign on to, supporting like an FHA loan, the fucking things, the hoops people, anybody who's bought a house or refinanced a house knows what I'm talking about. The hoops you have to. So this is the thing. How does it make sense? I've always said this.
Right.
That fucking 18-year-old kids with no collateral, no work history, no credit history, no tax returns, no anything. How is it that the government has been willing to say, sure, we'll loan you $100,000 or we'll support a loan, because they attach it to you so that you cannot fucking discharge it. And then those loans get bundled up in these securities and everything. It's a giant racket. And now the Trump administration, their solution to this is to make it harder to discharge the loans. Like that's their big solution.
Oh, I had
article.
I had a $30 medical bill, $30 that I simply forgot to pay.
Right.
And my fucking credit fell 60 points.
Yes.
My credit rating.
FICO,
because the damn Trump administration now attacks your credit rating if you have medical debt.
Right.
which many Americans do, right? So it's just like they're just constantly screwing you over everything. It's a $30 medical bill. I could pay that now. Like, I mean, I just overlooked it.
Here
And
was the
because they
here was-
email you the bill and you don't see it, and then I don't know why someone who pays everything on time, like I do, like I don't skip out on any of those bills, and yet my credit rating is now poor because of this one thing.
Right. Well, that's the old joke is that it's like, oh no, we we can't trust you now. Like, it's not. That's what I say. That's the goal is whenever I stiff a creditor, I do it on the basis of I say, well, when you gave me that high interest loan, it was because you said that's my old joke. You said I was a high risk, so that's why you had to charge the high rate. Turns out you were right. I was very risky.
I think this attack on people's credit ratings is to open up the road for the sort of real shit tier 25% interest pawn shop type loans you get at the payday loans and stuff.
I think it's opening up the road to fucking revolution. I think that they are creating a thing here, and that's what Charlie Kirk Charlie Kirk warned about that. That article we covered, I think last week, that all the boomers were saying. He was saying if people can't have no way out, they will vote their way out. They will vote for a socialist. But let me just a couple of things from this article. So, $165,000 tech jobs. Student coders seek work at Chipotle. Amazon and Microsoft lay off workers and embrace AI coding tools. And so tech graduates, and it's all study computer programming. The rhetoric was if you just learn to code, work hard, and get a computer science degree, you can get 6 figures for your starting salary. Those golden industry promises helped spur Mrs. Mishra to code her first website in elementary school, take advanced computing in high school, and major computer science at college. But after a year for hunting for tech jobs and internships, she graduated from Purdue University in May without an offer. I just graduated with a computer science degree, and the only company that's called me for an interview is Chipotle. She said it in a TikTok video, apparently. And then this, since the early 2010s, a parade of billionaires, tech executives, and even U.S. presidents has urged young people to learn coding, arguing tech schools would help bolster their job prospects as well as the economy. High salaries, all kinds of. I remember a good friend of mine, one of my best friends growing up, landed a job.
Because this really did come out of nowhere. He was the AI revolution. It came out of nowhere.
A friend of mine worked for Microsoft, and then I think he worked for Google. And I mean, this was when I was in New York. And he had so many perks and such a good salary. I mean, it was a good job. It was a good job. And like, you just can't do that now,
the AI thing kind of hit suddenly too. There was no warning.
Yeah.
And so now all these people, I mean, there's probably people 3 years into their coding degree and it's all for nothing.
Oh, well, that's what they're saying. I mean, it said that last year, the number of undergraduates majoring in the field topped 170,000, more than double the number in 2014. But now the spread of AI programming tools, which can quickly generate thousands of lines of computer code, combined with layoffs at companies like Amazon, Intel, Meta, and Microsoft, is dimming prospects.
It's not clear why tech companies are laying off so many people because their stocks are doing very well right now. So I don't know
the stocks the stocks are doing well because they're saving money on labor. So the stock price goes up. I mean, that's it, This so I wanted to just one thing. I looked up because I was thinking about I thought, man, if I ran for office, what would be my platform? And then I thought, you know what? Maybe I would just resurrect Huey Long's slogan, share our wealth. Yeah. And I looked it up. And it's funny because it says how Roosevelt adopted many of the proposals in the Second New Deal, but his proposed legislation at the time, the Long Plan, 1933, it was a progressive tax code. I mean, I would vote for this today. It was designed to cap. It was designed to cap personal fortunes at $100 million, which would be $2.3 billion in 2024 dollars. Fortunes above 1 million, which is the equivalent of 23 million in 2024, would be taxed at 1%. Fortunes above 2 million would be taxed at 2%, so forth, up to 100% tax on fortunes greater than 100 million. So, and there would be an annual income limit to $1 million, which would be 23 million in 2024. So, I mean, that would be, if we adopted the long plan today, it would be, you cannot, if any income over 23 million, you will be taxed at 100%. Who needs more than $23 million a year, right? I mean,
but you don't want to undermine job creators like Patrick Bet David.
At some point, I mean, that's what this girl that was crying, that they played this clip of this girl crying about her debt. She was talking about these people that own like 6-9 houses, the Kardashians or something, and she'll never buy a house. She'll never be able to buy a house. I mean, that at some point, Joe, somebody can just come along with a plan like this. Get it? Come along.
Yeah.
And
well,
you know, they'll fucking win. They'll win.
You look at the chart of home
Jew
ownership.
Shoots them, you know.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
There's a chart that was circulating about American home ownership, and you'll notice a dramatic free fall downwards in 1990, and that was the end of the Cold War. In the 90s, that's when home ownership for young people started to collapse. And basically what happened was there's no more fear of the Soviet Union.
Right. Exactly.
And what kind of saves the rich now is that the Chinese aren't trying to, incite revolution in America like the Soviets were.
Oh my
so
God.
they don't
What
have
the
to
hell
worry
is wrong with them? I mean, this is where I need to criticize the Chinese and the Russians.
Yeah.
It's like why don't you?
They've given up on that.
Oh my God!
Up on that.
I mean, I'll show you one more thing.
Yeah.
Here, that I saw that Dan sent me this. There was a line in an article about I think it was Jordan. Yeah, here it was, because it applied to America. So this was an article in Le Monde. Jordan's Islamists come under pressure. Now think about what we experienced recently with our late organization and what other organizations experience. Jordan's Islam has come under pressure. Since the popular Muslim Brotherhood movement was banned, one of its offshoots in Jordan, the Islamic Action Front, the largest party in parliament, has been threatened. Pressure also aims to isolate Hamas. So it's the main opposition group in Jordan and the largest party in parliament, boldly displayed its name on the facade of its headquarters in Amman. Yet the party, which is widely considered to be the political wing of the Muslim Brotherhood, has come under official scrutiny since the Jordanian branch of the Brotherhood was banned on April 23rd. We're being scrutinized. The authorities are watching for any misstep on our part. We're following all legal decisions for political parties. So they now have 31 MPs out of a total of 138. Anyway, the point is, this was the line in the article. It said that Jordanian researcher Abu Amsha believes the state is keen to maintain the party as a channel for the Brotherhood's youth without direct organizational links to it, while simultaneously working to dismantle the group's hardline wing.
Right. Yes, now, I think that's what they're going to do in America with the dissident right.
Yes.
They've already kind of done that.
Yes.
Which is you isolate the ideologues and the hardliners.
The hardliners.
Just have the aesthetics. A good friend of mine recently said, he made a great point where he said, if Benjamin Netanyahu had an international volunteer force to fight for Israel, but he let them wear Nazi uniforms, you'd have like 80% of American white nationalists signing up.
Yeah.
You would have them signing up. The dissident, if you let them wear Crusader armor or SS uniforms, they would volunteer to kill Palestinians for Israel.
Yes.
I mean, that's just that's how you deal. And it's a kind of interesting postmodernist way of controlling people.
Yes.
Where you have a kind of niche hobbyism, all defending the same agenda. And I think that Ukraine is the model. Ukraine is the model. So you're going to have martial arts clubs, sort of Nazi, like a Nazi themed subculture. Maybe in America, it'll be more heritage Americans, which, by the way, an Indian guy claims he first coined that term, Indian
Right.
Bronson.
Right.
You'll have heritage American subculture with martial arts, with stuff like that. It's not going to be very ideological, but it makes you feel it's like an aesthetic thrill, and
Yeah.
and they're going to use that, in my opinion. And I think that's just something we have to accept that they've won on that. That they're going to. It is the U.S. government, after all.
Yeah,
Like they're going to succeed on that front, and our job is simply to criticize it.
Right. We gotta like just keep picking away at it. I mean, I think the big, like you say, the what's the word? Exogenous factors.
Yes, exogenous
That
factors.
I think is the thing that's going on here. So like, one example is Trump. The polls show, I think it was, I say that it was like 70% of Americans believe that Trump knew with Epstein, that he knew like everything. So the Americans don't believe, I mean, including a large number of Republicans, don't believe that Trump didn't know that Epstein was a pedophile. I mean, how could you, what kind of fucking moron would you have to be to think that he wasn't? So that was interesting. Another thing is the fact that the Democrats are really having a problem with the anti-Israel stuff. I mean, you saw the Fetterman video I sent you. There was another thing with Pete Buttigieg. There was a town hall where even a Republican got shouted down over the Gaza stuff. I mean, the Israel stuff is really unpopular.
Well, yes. I like I was saying earlier in the show, the power of Mamdani is not that any of his policies are good or that he'll even affect Israel policy. It's not going to matter. The power of Mamdani is that he is proof in concept that you can run as an open anti-Zionist and win in New York City.
Yes.
It used to be where if you said anything bad about Israel, your political career would be over.
Yeah.
And now people are taking notes. Like I said, I don't think it's a surprise that Marjorie Taylor Greene started to radically change her tone after Mamdani won the primary.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I was reading a detailed article about how he won. He got 500,000 votes in New York City, which is a city with 8 million people. And the majority of those votes come from the sort of nonprofit sector. People that there's about 1 million people in New York that are employed in the nonprofit sector, and a lot of them are white people, young millennials, and basically it's people that work in the nonprofit sphere, like they're professional activists, and they've been defunded by Jews since October 7th. So they're fucking mad about that. And so electing Mamdani is kind of their protest against the defunding of these professional left-wing activists.
Right.
Where like everyone, all these Mamdani voters are either working for nonprofits or worked for nonprofits, or they have like a girlfriend that works for a nonprofit.
Right.
So it's like a very tight-knit circle that got Mamdani elected.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is that the Democrats are not being successful in gatekeeping him. Like I've seen people compare it to David Duke in 1990.
Yeah.
Where George H.W. Bush came out against it. And he told people to vote for the Democrat because he's like, you don't know what kind of instability electing this guy will create. And some of the Democrats are trying to do this with Mamdani, and it's having no effect.
Right. No, well, that's it. I mean, I think some of these things, it's just brute force, as they call it. You're going to brute force it. I think that like the fact that the ADL has gotten their wish on fucking everything in the last 10 years, everything. Yeah. I mean, censorship, like anything they want, they got. And yet anti-Semitism is just like exploding. It's there's too much of it. It's too powerful. I wanted to mention one more thing here that I actually saved this right after we finished recording the last show, and it's an I haven't seen anyone talk about this, so this is a Warstrike original. how they are trying to get ahead, Joe, of the anti-Israel thing that's happening with senators and with Congress people. So you have
Mostly in the House. The senators are
right,
quiet.
yeah, but you have Marjorie Taylor. The fact, like you say, that Marjorie Taylor Greene, Rashida Tlaib, Thomas Massey, Ilhan Omar, although I haven't heard as much from her lately, but the fact that these people have been able to do the unthinkable and get away with it, that and their support is going up. And that's something you and I were talking about a little bit, is just that the fact that all these YouTube shows that I watch, that I've been watching for years, are suddenly talking about Israel. Every other story is about Israel. Breaking Points, again, like so many. Tucker Carlson is doing it over and over. Jimmy Dore is another one. Every segment he does is about Israel. What this tells me is that whatever pushback pressure they're getting such a support, and you see it in the comments. They're getting such a inflow of support that it's actually outweighing the calculus of whatever negative stuff they're going to get. Whatever,
and on top of that, people that not even people that are pro-Israel, but people that are even doing both sides stuff.
Yeah.
The comments are nothing but, "Oh, you're just pro-Israel."
Right.
Like no one,
Yeah,
because now people that would otherwise be pro-Israel understand that if they just come out and say it without any plausible deniability, like, "Oh, I just hate them both."
Yeah.
If they just come out and say they're pro-Israel, that their audience will just discredits them.
Right.
And so,
right.
so many people, like that Hermes guy. There's some blonde guy who does like his content is really dumb.
Yeah.
It's really dumb. But he was out there being like, "There's no genocide in Palestine. That's all bullshit." And he was like, "I hate them both. I hate Israel and I hate the Palestinians." And I'm like, people in the comments were like, "Well, how come you only do content attacking the Palestinians then?"
Right.
Like, if you hate them both, like, it's obvious that guy is some kind of plant or shill.
Well, here's where I saw something that I haven't seen anybody talk about, that to me was a big fucking stinko. Like I caught something, because I saw the story about Randy Fine's opponent, who's in the Republican Party. That guy,
please no Randy Fine. Please no.
No, it's not Randy Fine. But I thought that was remarkable that this guy, who's a Gentile, is running in Randy Fine's own district, and he's a Republican, and he's running against Israel and Gaza. So I thought, a dangerous thing is happening here, where people are being incentivized to run against Israel. Well, then I saw a bunch of headlines about this Michigan Senate debate that happened. This was last week, and this is representative of the headline. And apparently one of the 4 Senate candidates, or one of the 2, or one of them, was saying they'd cut off aid to Israel or something. So I thought, here's another one, right? Here's another one emerging where there's a popular, like a Mamdani type phenomenon. Oh, watch and see what it is. So the headline was, Slotkin, which of course is a Jewish name, says she would have voted to block arms sales to Israel. What is this? A new anti-Israel candidate emerging? Well, not really. So first, I noticed these statements, the way she poisoned it. She said, while the leaders of Hamas deserve what they're getting in response to October 7th, and Israel, like any other country in the world, has the right to defend itself, that doesn't include letting children go hungry. And then she goes on these things. So I thought, so I looked this bitch up. Here she is. Alyssa Slotkin. It's not just that it's a Jew, though. It's not just that it's a
CIA agent.
It's a fucking CIA agent. Yeah. Yes. So Slotkin, you got it, is an American political and former intelligence analyst serving since 2025 as junior state senator from Michigan. Served as the representative for Michigan's 7th district. A member of the Democratic Party, Slotkin was a CIA analyst and Department of Defense official, ending her career in the field as the acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. So this is a big deep state fucking Jew, CIA Jew. and suddenly she completed a course in Arabic languages. I mean, so she's on the Middle East shit, but she made headlines as a big anti-Israel candidate here, running against, saying she would
Yeah,
cut
they're
off.
gonna have people running against Israel and then getting into office and voting for Israel every
Exactly.
time. That they have to do that. It's the Egyptian model. Look up the Egyptian model at some point, and you'll see exactly what's in store for us.
Yeah, yeah. They're trying to they're just in beforing it. They're in beforing.
I think Bannon is on this one too. Bannon is very pro-Israel, and he's suddenly starting to attack American aid to Israel, but it just feels insincere.
And she's in the past condemned Rashida Tlaib for statements about Palestinians, using the phrase "from the river to the sea." She criticized South Africa's genocide case against Israel, calling it unfounded. Again, this is a Democrat.
Yeah.
But then started making these moves, and now her big thing is she was interviewed on Breaking Points. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I saw that.
In July. Yeah. So again, this is and what they're taking advantage of is the weakness that you won't just call them out and say this is a fucking Jew. If she comes out and says I'm going to block the aid.
Crystal Ball came close. She came close, but
yeah.
And Slotkin was getting visibly uncomfortable.
Was she? I didn't see that. Yeah. No, I mean she's a CIA Jew. I mean, come on, the left, man. They gotta keep their eyes open. But anyway, we can go to super chats.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll see. And I don't know.
Next week, let's try to read Seth Harp's book about the special forces. It's actually I've been reading it. It's shocking actually.
Which one is it?
Here, I'll show you the link. It's a book. We were going to read it before, but it hadn't come out yet. It's just come out. It's a journalistic
Fort
book.
Bragg cartel.
Yes, it's basically how the U.S. Special forces are being used as a sort of criminal. It's just a criminal enterprise. It's not even there's not even any plausible deniability. The government is using them to commit atrocities and traffic drugs. And I mean, it's honestly excellent journalism.
You want to do that next week?
Yes, they've done cover-ups of murders on the base, and the government lets them do what they want. And I was reading about how special forces in America and the CIA until the 80s were already seen as psychos. The CIA, the special forces guys were seen as psychotic in American pop culture until around the 80s, and apparently they've never changed. And they use them for some the stuff that he uncovered in this that I've read so far is just crazy that this is happening, that our government is sponsoring this stuff. It's just wild.
Yeah. No, we can check it out. I can read that before next week.
Yeah.
I think that we'll see what happens, but I think we're going to be talking about some big shit soon.
There's you know how in Mexico they have drug cartels? That's basically what the special forces in America are. They're like a Mexican drug cartel.
Right.
It's crazy.
That's wild. All right, let me bring up entropy here. All right, bear with me, guys, while I go to our latest ones. Let's see. The Gross Koenig. Just bear with me 1 second. All right, solar mass. Solar mass looks like that was our first one. I just want to make sure I'm not repeating anything from last week. There we go. We're almost there. Boy, I enjoyed our guest today.
Yeah.
He was great. Okay, I think this was the last one. I think it was yeah, the last one was Vladolf Putler talking about leftists, anti-Zionists, and diaspora Palestinians using the term Jewish supremacism. We had covered that one. Thank you. Okay, so here we go. We had the first one here is a 3-month subscriber streak from Solar Mass, who's given us $5 a month. Thank you very much, Solar Mass. Appreciate that. 3 months too. That's good. You Dan Roos gave us a $15 1-month subscriber streak. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Shade724 gave us $5. Thank you very much. He said, "Hey guys, great show last week. Missed it live, but caught the replay. Hey Warren, I'm with you. Hero Quest was great, especially with a few like-minded people while growing up in the 90s in rural southwestern PA. Chess too. Keep up the great work." Yeah. You have to be from a rural area to know how fucking cool that was when you were like, I mean, what year did that come out? 1992. I was 10 years old or 12 years old when you could get that game in Walmart, or I guess it was Kmart back then, Milton Bradley. That kind of stuff, you know, in New York, or yes, you had comic book stores on every fucking street corner, but out in the sticks, like that was
there was a period
that was pretty cool.
When I was a kid, there was a lot of comic book stores, and then when I got older and I was a teenager, they all disappeared, and now they're back. Now the comic book stores are back again. It's for men my age.
Right. No, there was nothing. There was nothing like that. I mean, if
Magic
you wanted
the Gathering,
if Kmart wasn't carrying it, you couldn't get it, and that was at the time when there was no internet, so like you really could go. I remember seeing commercials for toys. There was an Aliens toy that I wanted so badly. It was a play set of the Queen, the alien Queen, where this goo would come out and cover them. And I wanted that so because the alien Queen figure was like it was like a perfect model of the one in the movie, which that thing freaked me out. And I wanted it so bad, and you would have to go to a Toys R Us like 500 miles from where I lived to find it. So it was like taunting me on the Saturday morning cartoons, you know, rural. Now you can just on the internet, you can order anything. So
you can get anything,
in that respect, being a kid in a rural area, like your toy options have gone way up now. That's good.
Oh yeah.
Julian T gave us $5 and he sent us a image. This is funny. Corrupt leaders anywhere at any point in history exist. Jews allow us to introduce ourselves. Yeah, no. I mean,
very true.
And they will come to even non-corrupt leaders, like anybody. They will come to you right away.
Oh
yeah. They're not shy. That's where the word chutzpah comes from. They are not shy. Julian T gave us another one here. He said, let me pull it up. Oh, wait a minute. What the fuck is this? It looked good till I read what it was. He said, here's an article on traditional Sardinian meal that's been outlawed in the EU.
No.
Sardinians must be some wild people to think any self-respecting human would
They've just been isolated.
Rotten cheese that contains live insect larvae, maggots.
That's when you have to figure out how to survive in a place that's like, I'm gonna be sick. Yeah,
I'm gonna be sick too. No, I'm gonna be sick too.
Sardinia has been isolated from the rest of the world for a long time. So you know how when you're isolated during COVID, a lot of people started picking up weird habits, like like scratching their balls and then like cooking food. Like, I just have a friend of mine. He started scratching his balls while he's making steak. No.
Like, did you do that?
That's what happens when you're isolated. Maybe we should keep them isolated. Someone said.
Yeah. No, that's the picture. It looked good because I'm hungry. I was like, wow, what's that? Oh my god.
Hell no.
What's the line from Temple of Doom when the gal when they serve it? She's like, I had bugs for lunch. Like, no, thank you. All right, I'm gonna let you do this work of art by R. Clodvig von K, who gave us $10. Thank you, sir. Here you go. Get ready.
DA want to put me in incarceration. Trying to lawyer up, forgive the modest donation. Take in all prayers, whatever y'all's congregation. Keep fighting for the pals and Europeans' liberation. There we go.
So
Sorry
the
to hear
DA
that you're
wants
still
to put-
dealing with
They want
that
to lock
shit.
you up. They want to put you in
Oh.
jail, dude.
That's fucking.
Oh my god.
That's insane, man. That's insane. I'm sorry to hear that, Klodvig.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear it too. That fucking sucks. But yeah, hopefully you can lawyer up good. I mean, like,
It's not just a fine, like a misdemeanor where you pay a ticket. That's fucking crazy, man.
that's yeah, that's nuts. Well, keep us updated if you can. If you're
You
not
know,
in jail.
usually you'd be able to get like some ACLU support or something, but I've noticed they've gotten kind of stingy about who they represent. I think they're overwhelmed and they're getting fewer donations than before because you know who is donating to them.
Rainer, if you end up doing some time in jail, I can recommend a great Whitey Bulger prison memoir. Just email Warstrike 2024 at gmail.com. I'll send it to you, or or just give me your address where you're going to be in the lockup, and I'll send it straight to you. Runatal gave us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 80, 90, 100, 120.
Ooh, Runatal. Thank you.
120, I believe. Let me double check. And then another 5, 125. Thank you, Runatal.
Awesome.
And then another 20. God, man. I'm sorry I'm getting your math wrong here, Runatal, because I got to add it all up, and it's on 2 pages. 145, I think that is. I think he gave us 145.
Nice.
So
Very
this is a
generous.
long one. So let me go through.
Go ahead.
A 9-part, and then there's some extra parts after the 9. Thank you very much, sir, for your generosity. He said, Europeanization station number 3 of the Hussite rebellion. In 1383, John Wycliffe had laid the foundations for the Protestant movement with his translated Bible. His most prominent and immediate successors were to be found in Prague. Jan Hus was himself a theologian who opposed idolatry, clerical property, indulgences, and reserving sacramental wine for the clergy alone. Huss soon gained the support of Queen Sophia, resulting in an exodus of German students and staff who would found the University of Leipzig in 1409, resulting in his excommunication. That same year, there were 3 contesting popes, and a council was held at Constance, 1414, to discuss a reformation and consolidation of the church, as well as actions to take. I didn't know this, that they were actually talking about, like, let's fix some of the fucking abuses. As well, it makes sense. If things were that bad by the time Luther came around, somebody had tried before that to, like, resolve things peacefully.
Right.
This is like Charlie Kirk's letter, and all the boomers are like, no, the system's fine. Why young people could just die. They just deserve to die. Charlie Kirk's like, maybe we should. As well as actions to take against heretical movements. Funny enough, the Byzantine emperor visited, and there was even an Ottoman envoy present. The council ultimately proved that Germans, Czechs, and English desired more radical reforms. Nevertheless, Huss was imprisoned shortly after his arrival and later burned at the stake as a defiant heretic. I forgot how that's
right.
That's how he met his end.
Good. How dare you? How dare you tell Southern Europeans to stop being corrupt?
Oh, man. Now Keith is going to be like, what about the chicks? Remember the chicks?
That's right.
Never forget the chicks. Enter Jan Žižka, a close follower of Huss, who took advantage of King Sigismund's. I love that name. I fucking love that name, Sigismund. I didn't name. I almost named my kid that.
Poor kid.
Well, they call him Siggy.
Oh no,
Sigismund, who took advantage of King Sigismund's war with the Ottomans to start an open rebellion, beginning with the first, but not last, defenestration of Prague in 1419. Žižka had armed his followers partly with weapons left over from the Battle of Agincourt.
Wow.
That's all the way over in France. And later developed a unique method of warfare in which soldiers would chain together wagons. Yes, I remember this. The fighting wagon, the war wagons. There was I know this because back when I was a Warhammer guy, there was a Warhammer unit based on this. Would chain together wagons as mobile fortifications while firing crossbows, howitzers, and handguns. Masons and flails would dominate close combat due to their effectiveness against heavy armor. This method became so effective, an army of 200,000 under Sigismund was repelled. In fact, Ziska, who the founding of the movement had only one eye, who before the founding of the movement had only one eye, lost his second to an arrow, but continued to successfully lead the Hussites to victory. He died of plague, and Germans were allegedly so afraid of him they believed his skin was saved as a Hussite war drum. Ziska was succeeded by Procopius the Greater, who united the movement's radicals and moderates for a time. Another crusade was repelled at Thaus in 1431, wanted to defeat a force which repels 5 crusades, divide and conquer with your local optics crowd. There were 2 primary Hussite factions, the compromising moderate Utrachists and the radical communal vanguard of Ziska, the Taborites. The moderates, they were the optics cocks, made a settlement with the church in order to gain recognition of legitimacy, thus sparking a civil war. So like what happened to the IRA, right?
Yeah.
The Taborites were crushed at Lipani in 1330 or 1434, and in 1620 the Hussites became one of many outlawed faiths in Bohemia. And then he put a link to
right. I mean, that's the thing. Like we were saying before, Protestantism is either really bad or really good. And in the case of these people, like they were just fighting for a little more transparency in the church. If I'm not mistaken, yeah. This was a bad, yeah.
Yeah, here's the picture.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't this around the time? It may have been after the Hussite rebellion, but this is around the time where the Medici family bought the papacy. Pope Leo, it was like a fucking mafia family bought the papacy. Yeah,
I mean the papacy was fucking insanely corrupt. It was. They had 4 members become pope between 1513 and 1605. So you're about 100 years off there. But,
okay. Well,
but
it just shows you they were onto something.
But apparently, this was the thing that he said here, the wagon fort, which later inspired pioneer tactics, circling the wagon. So this inspired this tactic, and it also inspired this overpriced Games Workshop miniature that you used to be able to buy, which was the war wagon. I always wondered how 2 horses was supposed to pull that fucking thing, because you had 6 guys in there, but they had like a little Tommy gun and a little a thing. Again, this is my
Someone makes a good point where they say that the Medici Pope was during Luther's time. So that's an interesting thing to put in perspective.
This is the statue of Ziska in Prague. And, I joke about the Warhammer shit, but that's partly how I learned about this period in history, because I like the cool uniforms. I mean, it's a good, I don't know. I still think there's a place for that kind of stuff to get kids at that age, like 14, 15, interested in European history. The rest of Runatal's message, he said, because that was 10 out of 9, and then he gave us 11 out of 9. He said, math has no power here. Finally, to quote King Sigismund after the Battle of Lipani, the Bohemians could only be overcome by Bohemians. Certainly a message to take to heart. End Gollumhood. And then the last one he sent was, finally, what is your opinion of the Harlan film, Der Große König? It's the only NS film that really stuck with me after watching it and has very memorable lines. Frederick was more forgiving in real life than portrayed. Nevertheless, I find it a powerful homage to sacrifice, duty, and victory. Maybe Warren can cover on a modern politics. You bought me that film and I've never watched it.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's one of the best Third Reich movies.
We should maybe do a brief discussion. We don't have to do like a whole show.
I can do a show on that. It definitely looks amazing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it though.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't. Like I said, I've been saving it for a special occasion. So I think we should definitely do that at some point. Wasn't there a trilogy actually of?
I don't recall.
There was a trilogy,
but I have heard that is probably the best Third Reich film. One of the best. It was that one.
Great. I believe they did 3. I think so. I can't find it quickly, but yeah, I believe there was more. I know that actor played him in multiple films, which is really, like I said, that's great history. That's wonderful fucking history that I need to learn more about. His war was really, they call it the first real world war because it was global in scope, and it started really right in Pennsylvania with the French and Indian War, the beginning of the French and Indian War, and it's kind of sparked a global war. I mean, it's stuff we should all fucking learn in school, and nobody does. Anyway, Runatal, thank you so much for the generosity.
Thank you.
Interesting,
very interesting comment.
Yeah. The Hussite rebellion. That's a fascinating time in military history too. I love that period. I mean, it's just cool shit. Sir Chuddington gave us $50. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chuddington.
And he said, recently got offered $100,000 to re-enlist. To which I humbly replied, "Nah, nigga." Spoke with a good friend of mine in the know, and he says it is getting increasingly more difficult to find recruits that qualify for secret and top secret security clearances. So the recruiters are reaching out to younger vets and trying to bait them back in with, and then he gave us another 20. Thank you. He said, with cash and perks. Have a few buddies with top secret clearances, and they are being constantly reached out to by military and 3-letter agency recruiters. The competency crisis has reached a new peak. Strange at how all of these, quote, natural conservatives, high IQs, Indian migrants aren't flooding the recruitment offices, LOL. Sir Chuddington, again, thank you so much for keeping us updated with what you're...
I know people that were kicked out of the military for being Nazis or racialists that are being, like, the recruiters are begging them to come back.
Yeah.
They're begging.
Yes.
People that were arrested for being in nationalist groups years ago. Not arrested, but discharged for that.
Yeah.
They're begging them to come back. And they're offering things like that. $100,000 sign-up bonuses. It's funny. That's the one thing. Because a competency crisis is not just in the military. It's like in everything.
Yes.
But this is the one they care about. So they're actually trying to do some, trying to fix it with money. Everything in America you fix with money.
Yeah.
But what happens if people still don't join?
Right. That's a lot of money too. Like when you look at what you were saying about the coder that has to work at fucking Chipotle, and here they're graduating with hundreds of thousands in debt, and here you're being offered hundreds of thousands to re-enlist. That's interesting. That's but again, Sir Chuddington, keep it up. Anytime you hear stuff, it's great. It's really great to get that insight, because I know a lot of older veterans. I know guys my age that were all fucking, they're in their 40s now. They were in the Iraq War and stuff like that. I don't know a lot of young guys like you who were in recently. So it's fascinating to get that. Josh Days gave us $5. Thank you very much. Said the broad left is rejected. The broad left. What about the male? Sorry. The broad left is rejecting the Jew, but the right has never been in a more desperate place. Stryker was on a one-man crusade against the faggot Fed Fuentes on Twitter. The Burnell Substack he posted was shocking, but the faggot will keep on trucking. I've had Fuentes' name be mentioned to me by all kinds of people in the last week. And it's coming up on my YouTube like all the time. And I mean, and again,
I'm sick of seeing it.
Well, I said to Joe, I mean, look, I know I see these people say, oh, he brought the receipts with Tucker, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, God.
Tucker had on Stephanopoulos' sister, who was a nun, who actually said she supported Hamas, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't catch the whole thing, but the thing that got me was, and I'll just quickly say, because we wasted too much time on this already, is that Tucker is making video after video attacking Israel, and Fuentes is making video after video attacking Tucker. That does not compute. This nun thing that he had on this interview materially hurts Israel. The stuff that they are doing on, it hurts Israel amongst the only demographic
that actually
Still
supports
supports
Israel,
them.
which is
Yes.
older Fox News conservatives.
Yes.
That's where the damage is being done.
Right.
Like Fuentes coming to us and doing anti-Israel stuff to what he calls Wignats isn't helping. It actually makes you less radical. Tucker is radicalizing older conservatives while Fuentes
Right.
is trying to de-radicalize younger Nazis.
Well,
That's
he's
the big
trying to
difference.
turn people on against. I mean, look, of all the times to fucking attack Tucker, this ain't it. This is not it. Right now is not the time
And-
to attack. And you could say
Not for
Tucker's
nothing,
Tucker, but let's
teaming
attack-
up with Alex Jones to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, did you know that during the Russiagate, in the Mueller report, there's actually a part that talks about Jerome Corsi and Roger Stone. And it basically outs them as Mossad agents. Those were two big players in InfoWars.
Yeah.
Jerome Corsi is a neoconservative that worked for Alex Jones, was very close to Alex Jones for years, especially in the run-up to the Trump election in 2016. And he is a bona fide, proven Mossad agent. Roger Stone is a Mossad agent, okay? Proven by a federal investigation that Roger Stone is an asset of Israeli intelligence. And how many people in and around that guy, Fuentes and Jones, are connected to Roger Stone?
Right.
Very closely. He is a huge player in that sort. It's not our circle, and it's not Tucker's circle. It's somewhere in the middle, and that circle is loaded with Israeli agents,
Right.
like actual Mossad agents, like Roger Stone.
Right.
Okay.
No, something
So-
is going on there. It's not
Something's
organic.
up.
It's not
No.
organic. Something's up. Some kind of a deal was struck.
Something.
Again, Tucker's not perfect. He's not
No,
perfect.
he's not.
We don't
He's
say he
not.
is. We don't
No.
say he is. We've never said he is. But it's something stinks about the.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very how he's everywhere all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And again, if you want Mossad agents, look at Jacob Wohl. That guy was very close to Fuentes. Laura Loomer. Okay, you can find shit from Fuentes campaigning for her 2 years ago.
Yes, and it also occurs to me, maybe Joe, like if there is some sort of Bannonist op against against
Bannon
Katie
is probably
against-
an
but
Israeli
against
asset.
if there is some kind of Bannonist op against Vance and the Thiel BAP thing, because that's a whole faction, and Fuentes.
Totally.
Listen, to give the devil his due, Fuentes has done great work on exposing the links with Vance and Thiel. Like, I mean, he's documented it really well. Like Thiel and
Right.
Vance is, but
Yeah.
it's like, but maybe
That's
this
because
is
it's a
to try to-
rival faction. They're fighting
Right.
for the same pile of Jew money.
Yes, and maybe this is trying to head off. This is trying to head off Tucker, running, or Tucker doing something. I don't know.
He looks really stupid arguing that Tucker is a CIA Mossad agent as Tucker gets more radical than he
Well, that's
is.
the thing.
on
I
this.
don't understand it. I mean, like,
It's
okay,
fucking
so
crazy
Tucker-
that
so
and you know what's
apparently-
funny? It's having an effect at how stupid he looks, because I don't see too many people defending him anymore. And that little circle of freaks and of gay freaks, that's what they are. They're gay freaks
Yeah.
that are around him.
And yeah,
And
somebody
that
said,
guy,
and this is
Jaden
what- this is
McNeil,
the
yeah.
statement I get is, I don't fully trust either of them, Tucker or Friend. But here's the thing. I trust that Tucker is what he says he is. And that's the
right.
point that we've made on this show over and over and over again. And people
Yes.
still don't get it. And there are
No,
still people,
they're never
even who
gonna
listen
get
to the
it. It's
show,
fine.
who think when they hear this, they think, oh, Tucker's great on everything. No, Tucker's terrible on a
No.
number of things, but he
Totally.
says what he is. He says he's a conservative. He says it. He doesn't try to pretend he's something he's not. Fuentes constantly shapeshifts from being like, pro-Hitler, white nationalist, anti-Jew, to denouncing Nazisms and saying, I'm not an anti-Semite, or this or that.
I'm also convinced that, and I'll say it, I will fucking say it directly. I will make the accusation. I think he is a federal informant. I think he is an FBI informant. You tell me how you can stand on the steps of the Capitol on January 6th and say, fight the police, go inside the Capitol, and not even get a ticket for it?
Oh,
Come
yeah,
on,
there's
man.
another one. There's another
Get outta
one. Rolgar just said it. Last
Get the
video
fuck
I
outta
saw.
here.
Last video I saw him. He was shitting on Yahya Sinwar and other
Okay,
enemies of
there
Israel.
you go.
The
There
dude
you
works
go.
for
Dude,
Jews. Spirit. Yeah,
that's
just a
that
prank,
guy.
though.
I don't
Fuentes
think
is a
he's
rat.
even working for Jews. I think he's a federal informant. That's my honest opinion. And if you don't like, oh, show me the proof. Show me the proof. Show me how someone can possibly do that and not get in trouble.
Yeah.
Show
Well,
me that.
I don't know. I'll say
That
this.
is total bullshit. That is total bullshit. There's so many people. The leaders of the Oath Keepers didn't go into the Capitol. Enrique Tarrio didn't go. He wasn't even there. And he got arrested on conspiracy charges. And you're telling me the guy that says fight the police, disregard the police, and go into the Capitol on the Capitol steps on January 6th doesn't even hear boo from the fucking feds? And there's a New York Times article that says the feds wrote up a conspiracy charge against him and Ali Alexander that they never filed.
I know.
There's only one explanation for that.
I know.
I don't know how people can't see it. Are people slow?
Taking things at face value, I trust Tucker the same way I trust Ron Paul. I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
to the
there you
audience.
go.
It's like I trust that Ron Paul is what he says he is and that he will do what he says he does. Everything bad about Tucker is consistent with what he says, what he self-identifies as.
Right.
I don't trust
being a CIA agent.
I don't trust Fuentes the way I don't trust Max Blumenthal.
Right.
Max Blumenthal says all kinds of good shit. You listen to that guy, he says all kinds of great shit. But there's an agenda there. There's an agenda, and he's trying to fucking do something. And I've seen so much shit with what makes me trust Fuentes less is some of the good shit that he said and then walked back, and some of the inconsistent positions. But yeah, there's something.
I'm going to stick with the fact that he's an obvious federal informant. Period.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obvious that that's what he is, and not for nothing. Just the personality type. He's got the personality of a rat.
Yeah.
Okay. I know.
Yeah.
So, that guy is obviously a federal informant.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't believe that story about all that money that he got right before January 6th coming from a French eccentric that killed himself. I actually don't think that's true at all. I think he probably got that from some government or some dirty money, something. I don't think that story is accurate. I think that's something that's a cover story.
Tucker's accusation, Tucker just sounded like an idiot saying that, he like David Duke, he's there to make people like me look bad.
Dumb.
That's retarded. That's fucking retarded.
That's dumb, but that's something Fuentes says as well.
Well, yeah,
So
he says
that
about
too. He was saying that about David Duke a few years ago.
His big complaint is that Tucker's gatekeeping me. Well, what has him and his little fucking snot news groiper movement done?
Well, they're not gatekeeping. They're not actually.
What have they tried to do? Yeah, but listen,
they try, but they don't.
Well, you say that, but the fact is, when one guy is all over the place because he's being promoted. And the people that have been saying shit for years, again, Mark Collette's a great example of this, is somebody that is just fucking persona non grata. Then that's a form of gatekeeping. It doesn't mean that people are listening to the one guy and the other guy and they're choosing to go with this guy. It means that when they hear this guy is the only guy with an opinion that even remotely gets close to the truth, and they don't even know the other guy exists, that's gatekeeping.
It's not. Listen, he doesn't owe anyone anything, right? Fuentes. He doesn't owe Mark Collette a platform. He doesn't owe anyone a platform. That's not really my issue with him. I don't want to be associated with
I don't give a shit about him, but
I don't want to be associated with it because they're all gay freaks. They're gay freaks who touch kids. That's what all those people are. Okay, period.
Yeah.
But that's besides the point. The point is though that someone somewhere has made the decision to put this guy everywhere on CNN. It reminds me a lot of like those Klan guys that used to be put on TV,
right?
And you had David Duke running the real thing, and then you have the fake Klan guy getting the 60 Minutes interview.
Apparently, Nigel Cridgeworthy said Patrick Casey said Fuentes made a deal with the feds. He told him that directly, apparently. Well, wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be ironic if it's the one time you can trust Patrick Casey? He probably is pissed because Fuentes had more leverage. He made a better deal. He cut a better bargain.
Right. The feds are like, what am I going to pay you for?
Well, that's every time I hear him do his shit. The sense I get is the Braveheart line where he says, "Don't you want to bargain a better deal with Longshanks?" Like it's like you're for leverage. You play it out way over here with Trump.
I'm not afraid.
Bannon comes and says, "Hey, kid, you're going to say yes, the better deal. We'll give you access.
I think the less that's said, the better. But I think that if at this point you don't understand that Fuentes is a federal informant of some kind and a troublemaker and an agent provocateur, then you're just a moron. You just are, and it's not personal. Listen, there's people in this thing. Fuentes has never. He's lied about me and he's spread rumors about me and all that shit, which is fine. But I don't really care. It's just some stupid kid. But with that said, it's not personal. Like, it's objectively obvious that the dude is some kind of asset. Okay, he's some kind of federal asset.
Yeah. Period.
And that's why he's attacked. That's why they've suddenly activated him to attack Tucker.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the truth. Because I don't see Jews that are weighing in on that conflict ever taking Tucker's side against Fuentes. They're all on his side. Curtis Yarvin is on his side. Fucking Laura Loomer. They're all attacking Tucker like crazy. And I think the agenda is, try to use the online right to discredit Tucker.
Yeah.
Like just Fed jacket Tucker. That's the goal. The people doing that are the feds themselves and Mossad.
And just create doubt. Doubt with
that's
people
right.
who would otherwise be rallying to Tucker right now because again
they have nothing. They have no other way to deal with him because he's now independent. He's self-employed. He's independently wealthy.
Yeah.
He's too big to take down. Like if you take down his thing from YouTube, his show from YouTube, he'll just go independent. I mean, he's already kind of there.
We always talk about it, but look at how the fucker has attacked Marjorie Taylor Greene after he had her speak at his conference. Why would you attack Marjorie Taylor Greene right now? Again, it stinks. It stinks. People need to be wise up.
Obvious.
I mean, of the two of us, you're the more cynical than I am. I'm the dupe here. Okay, I defended that guy for a while, but I think it stinks. I think it stinks. I really do.
What's
I really think it stinks.
Man?
Yeah,
it's obvious.
Yeah. Believe all. I mean, even the country boy sees it.
Yeah,
Believe all ancestors gave us $5. He said, for Spanish speakers who want the expert inside scoop on the criminal plot behind Argentina's financial vassalage, the Big Brain YouTube channel, Santiago Ruiz de Garaleta, is a must watch. I'll bring it up and I will send it to our resident white Hispanic here.
I've never heard of this guy.
Yeah, apparently this guy really gives the lowdown, the full breakdown. I'll send it. I'll send it your way.
Send it to me. Interesting. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Because that's that whole situation over there is bad. But yeah, thanks for the donation too, sir. Appreciate it. All right. We got Mengele turned me into a newt, gave us $10. Thank you very much. He said, when criminal Jews hide behind cries of anti-Semitism, they are using their own women and children as human shields. Oh, yeah. I've made this joke for a long time. Like the Holocaust, you just, instead of saying it didn't happen, just say, oh, no, the Jews used their own people as human shields to cover their misdeeds. That's what happened at Babi Yar. Babi Yar, when the Ukrainian Jews used their own people as human shields. It reveals how absurd their rhetoric is if you just turn it around. Victoria Anime gave us $5, $10, $15, $20, $25, $30, $35 altogether. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Victoria.
7-part one here. Said, in relation to a super chat last week about the Boeotian polis of Thebes, I wanted to clear some misunderstandings in the room. Thebes would have been founded during the Mycenaean period and would have been a merchant outpost at that time, much like the Greeks would later found Naucratis in Egypt. In all likelihood, the Phoenician men that founded the city would have been single men who took local wives. The Phoenicians are credited with bringing the alphabet to the Minoans and Mycenaeans after around that time period. Another fun fact, the mythical founder of Thebes, Cadmus, was searching for his more famous sister, Europa, when he founded the city. In an unrelated note, Thebes' greatest son, Epaminondas, was like a Greek Hannibal, breaking the Spartans on his knee and freeing the Massalians, Helots. And he played a part in the establishment of the Arcadian League, the unification of the region's polis into a single state. At the same time, Corinth and Argos had dabbled with the idea of giving each other's citizens mutual citizenship. I think if Epaminondas had lived another 10 or 20 years, the Greeks could have found themselves uniting into a larger political unit and abandoning the polis system. There were more Greeks than Romans, and if the Greeks united under a single banner or cause, they would have broken free, if not completely replaced Roman rule. Because the Greeks were individualistic on a city-state level, or on a state level, they were easily divided and conquered by a people that understood the power of ethnic solidarity. This is the last one. I never believed the black people do not like the cold theory because the 3 cities I associate with blacks the most is Everett, Detroit, and Chicago. Hail Warstrike, and he gave a salute. Well, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that.
Yeah. No, that's why rereading Plato's Republic, you can see why he preferred the Spartan system, right? For that reason. It's better for the defense and the virtues of the Greeks, you know.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Horrified Honky said, "Remember when Alexander Jacob beat Stryker at cigarettes? LOL."
Oh,
He smokes like me. He was pretty Chad. I think he outsmoked you.
Yes.
Maybe if you smoked more, you would know more about Dirk.
That's the ticket.
Maybe you would. If you just smoked more, you would know that you can't trust what's his name. Heidegger, you know, like
yes,
you're not smoking enough.
I disagree. I disagree with some of the things he believes, but of course, I'll defer to him. He's the expert.
Right.
I do disagree with some of that. I think Heidegger was a National Socialist.
He was in the moment anyway. Like that's what you said. Like
he never apologized for it.
Yeah. Well,
he later explained him. Yeah.
His whole philosophy is like distilled National Socialism.
It's different. It's different. It's less. It doesn't emphasize biology as much,
right?
But he felt like he was just vying for the soul of National Socialism in the form, inside of the form.
Yeah,
I mean, read some of his polemics against Alfred Boimler, and they were just basically fighting to be the regime philosopher. You know?
Yeah. I don't know anything about Boimler.
Yeah,
I'm gonna read some of his stuff. Maybe in a
it's
future.
More practical. Heidegger's stuff is more ontological, while Boimler's stuff is more like political philosophy.
Yeah. El Oso reached a 2-month subscriber streak, $25. Thank you very much. Carl von Klaus Schwabwitz gave us $10. Thank you very much. He said, "I love the Spanish film. Great job with that. I've been so impressed with some of the younger guys like Seth. I had to spend a decade unlearning so much political and economic junk that was crammed into my brain, but these guys can get the actual truth from the start. Thanks in part to you guys." Well, thank you. That means a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that we're going to be on a whole new level, regardless of what happens with Gaza, and regardless of how they try to spin it and try to make it like, oh, Netanyahu's gone, we're saved. I think that we're going to be at a whole new level with like baseline awareness of Jews among young people.
Yeah.
That you can then build on.
And also they're growing up without so much epistemic pollution from people like Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
No offense to anyone out there, but when someone says like, "Oh, I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh," like I know that there's a lot of bad ideas I'm going to have to train out of you.
Yes.
When you tell me that, because that guy had such an effect on taking people down the completely wrong path, politically and intellectually, like
in every way, in every possible way. No, he was horrible.
So young people have the advantage of not having to undo all this bad thinking. You know?
Yeah. Runatal gave us another $50. Thank you, sir. And it's broken up into three chats here, so I'll read them. Since the DC crackdown, I'd like to add I'd like to add one last thing, which I'm sure by the time you've read this, you've already said something similar. Ha ha ha. It's been proposed that the Trump DC crackdown is in a response to an assassination or whatever, but I think that's only part of the truth. Anyone smarter than a vegetable will just ignore the claim that Trump all of a sudden cares about crime rates. Yeah. Lately, there have been increased military aircraft training sorties where I live, and the last 2 times these sorties happened with regularity were during Biden's inauguration. then during the missile exchange between Israel and Iran. They've been happening again now for about a week and a half. If anything, it would seem that this DC crackdown is in anticipation of large protests or
Yes.
lone actor
Yes.
reprisals for whatever the U.S. and Israel
Yes.
are about to do in Gaza.
Something is about to happen. My guess is they're preparing for mass protests. Yes. They're preparing for mass protests in DC. Another possibility is they're planning an actual full war with Iran rather than just some exchange of missile strikes. And I think this is where the urgency to end the war in Ukraine is coming from. Because if you look at the big, beautiful bill, there are, if I'm not mistaken, provisions to keep funding the Ukrainian war in perpetuity. But they clearly need to finish this war and potentially try to make some kind of deal with the Russians to not intervene even passively if America goes to war with Iran. I don't know if the Russians will take that deal because they have all the leverage in their hands. But nevertheless, something big is about to happen. I don't know what it is, but they're preparing for that. And mark my words, the big recruitment drive for ICE, it seems they're trying to recruit very right-wing types with the propaganda, if you notice. And I suspect the reason they're doing that is because they want them to be open to violating the rights of left-wing people, left-wing coded protesters, which means it's something to do with Gaza. You know? That's just my guess on this.
Yeah, and they want to spin it so that if anybody that's defending, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some gay op on the left too. They want to spin like the fucking "We Hate White People" party comes out of nowhere, like the No Kings protest or something. But I'm confident people, like I said, I'm very pleased with the fact that people are already saying they're going to try to blame it all on Netanyahu. That's an indication to me that people are a little more fucking sophisticated than you give them credit for. And I think I've been pleasantly surprised at the amount of stupid gay ops that people have seen right through. So I think the public is getting maybe all this sea of information that everyone's swimming in. I think the public is getting a little smarter on both the left and the right. I'm very happy to see it. It's one of the
definitely agree with the idea that they're planning for massive protests over whatever Israel is about to do. It's going to be bad. It's got to be worse than anything we've seen so far. That's how bad it's going to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know what they're planning. They're gonna do a full attack on Gaza and the full thing. But I think there might be an Iran thing tied in with that. I mean, it would make sense. It would make sense for Netanyahu to try to do both at once, because the time to the news cycle, you can only cover so much shit in the news. So. Palestinian Happy Merchant gave us $20. Thank you very much. He said, greetings. I came across a black nationalist movement on TikTok by accident, and they, by default, cover up for the Jews, despite them being heavily influenced by modern American white nationalist movements. Their leader reminds me of Richard Spencer in the way that he talks.
It was probably a Hotep. I had Hotep Jesus on my show years ago. Oh my God. It's like the Black Nick Flintus.
Listen to this guy.
I don't really care what some race mixer has to say about Jews. He himself is a race mixer, was married to a person named Kim Kardashian, who pretty much promoted BBL culture.
Talking about your opinion on Kanye West, please. That's what he's saying.
Kim Kardashian, who pretty much promoted BBL culture to the entire world through mainstream media. He race mixed with this person, produced multiple racial children, is a degenerate rapper who promotes idiocy to the population everywhere. And this person is apparently against the Jays. Next question is this. Why would any other black man want to be joining the anti-Semite train? Joining the anti-Semite train doesn't make any sense unless you're just a follower. There's the one thing that we can point to that Jews have been doing that is problematic towards the black population, especially in the US. And that is the control over rap culture and general media and the promotion of degeneracy to our black population. But that's for us to be vexed about. And that's something I think we can resolve. That's something I think we can put to a stop and we can fix. Outside of that, let's look at the other things. What are the other things everyone is always saying about the Jews? Well, mainly it comes down to Jews are somehow anti-European. And then my question is, am I supposed to care about that?
Oh,
The people
he's
who
doing
removed
both
all of
sides.
North America from existence, tried to do it in South America, did it in Australia, and want to invade the rest of the world. And there's a group that's trying to stop them, and I'm supposed to hate that group. I mean, I'm just going by what the accusations are. If these are the accusations about what the Jays are, am I really supposed to dislike them for this? I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think that makes any sense. And
He's
so I'm not
actually doing it, man. He's actually.
They
that
have
train,
one for every
unless you're
race. They
genuinely
come in
just some
every
cuck
flavor.
wanting.
Yep, this is.
They
this
have
is
one that's like a Cajun flavored ridoid. It's like a
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
a well
He's
done
doing
ridoid.
Oh yeah,
This
yeah.
dude's like, am I supposed to care? Let them kill each other.
I just sent you that on Telegram in case you want to like
Oh
post
my
that
God,
later
that
with
is
on
so
Twitter
funny.
with some commentary because that's
That's
quite a find.
Someone said, "Is he a Patriot Front?"
Yeah, no, that's a great find.
Hey,
Palestinian
did you
Happy
know
Birthday.
that the business suit is British soft power? It's the ultimate sign of Eurocentrism to wear a business suit. Did you know that?
Oh my God, what a fucking what a tool.
The
That's
British
a
invented
word
this
I haven't
suit.
used in a while to describe somebody as a tool. That
Well,
guy's a
see,
tool.
for anyone out there, that's what you look like when you're doing both sides. Of
Yeah, you look like that nigger.
You look like
that's
that
what you look like. When you do both sides of you look
When
like
you
that
do-
guy.
It's kind of surreal to see it. It's kind of surreal. It's
Yes,
surreal.
it is. It's very
Where'd the
surreal.
Jews find that guy? Where the fuck did they dig him out?
You said quite a house, Negro.
He's like the captive dreamer of the Bible. It's just unbelievable.
I love it.
That is surreal.
One time Farrakhan was on Meet the Press and Tim Russert was like arguing about some black guy, NAACP, that denounced him or this, that, and he denounced him over anti-Semitism. And Farrakhan said, "Yeah, that is a slave," he says, "and he is talking to his master." Like that. Fucking good. I would love to see Farrakhan. I would love to see Farrakhan when he was like 60 years old or 50 years old. Just like destroy that guy. I mean, it would be like a using an atomic bomb on a mouse. It wouldn't be.
It's true. They control the rap industry, but that's our problem. We can fix that.
That is though, like, dude, that's exactly like fucking what we hear the rightoids say.
Yeah,
it's exactly like, oh, so they don't like Muslims. How is that our problem? You know, Jews. What are they killing a lot of brown people? Brown people are invading Europe, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's a little too much of them in banking or something.
Yeah.
But,
no,
unbelievable.
Too funny. So they found him on.
I mean, some Jew has a script, and they just like it's just a blank, and they run it off in the Xerox machine, and the one fills out white, and the other one fills out black, and they hand it to one, and then they hand it to the other.
The first thing of kosher black nationalism I've seen was that Tariq Nasheed guy. That's the first kosher black nationalist I've met. He was even doing heritage American stuff. Yeah. He's like the black version of a paleocon.
Right.
And one thing that you'll never hear him talk about is the JQ. So he's constantly kicking up like demagogic stuff about white men raping slaves and stupid, completely baseless garbage like that.
Yeah.
And yet when it comes to the JQ, the guy's nowhere in sight.
Right.
Just pretends not to hear you.
Yeah.
It's obviously, again, people think it's paranoid to think like this, but yes, they're all fake. They're all fake. Tariq Nasheed is probably funded by Jews, and that guy you just saw probably is as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
but the good news is they have to start talking about it. Right. At least they have to give you a concession of acknowledging that there's something to it.
Isn't that funny though? Black
and then explain it in
divorced from anti-Semitism. I mean, that is the mirror image of what we are being served up right now on the other side. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Spoon Man
says he doesn't support the. You want to see the ultimate and demagogic Tariq Nasheedism? It was when these Palestinians were going to BLM rallies and they had their flags, and Tariq Nasheed's like, What's this got to do with foundational Black America? What the fuck does Palestine? That's none of our business. Like because the Black nationalist movement has been for Palestine since the 60s. And he's so angry when he sees Palestine stuff. And it's very performative.
Yeah.
Very performative.
Yeah.
But it's identical. I mean, that's how unserious this stuff is. Like,
yeah. Oh my God. It's pathetic. Spoon Man, there he is. He gave us $5. Thank you very much. And he said 1 out of X. I wrote this rap and dedicated to all of us. Enjoy. Warstrike Spoon Gang representing monomaniacal Jew hate. And no, we ain't repenting. Making lists of Jews like it's the Spanish Inquisition parasite infection. Warstrike is the prescription. I think there's more on the next page. The monomaniacal Jew hate. That reminds me of that tweet you showed me. I think that if that's what strikerism is, then that's quite an honor, sir. You know? Yeah. Oh, whoa. Okay. All right. There's a lot more to this. Oh my God, Spoon Man. I'm gonna have to pawn some of this off on Stryker.
Okay. You finish it, my friend. You finish it.
There's 9 of them. There's 9 of them. All right, I'll run through it.
Breaking the flow kills the thing.
He gave us another 5, 10. Well, I had to break it up for one page there.
All right.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, plus the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Spoon Man. All right, I'll go through it as fast as I can.
Go.
Doctor's orders, 11, maybe 12-hour dose. We out here summoning Adolf Hitler's ghost. Joe and Warren think tank rolling through like a Panzer Woods. Casey Fuentes, so much Jew inside they guts. They might be mamsers. All you Shabbos faggots better see than dilate Sieg Heil, motherfucker, and 1488. Intellectual, ideological blitzkrieg. Don't want no ugly bitches like the one with Bankman Fried. One dog and its fake and gay vibe shift. Same beast, despite the facelift. Like Laura Loomer, still an evil, hideous creature. White genocide is not a bug, it's the feature. Running through the streets, we repping free Palestine. National socialist ideas purifying the mind. An agent like fine wine. The Fuhrer's words truer and truer each day. Yarvin and Bap, them kike motherfuckers is gay. Ain't nobody able or willing to do it like us. Israel loving rightoids can lick my nuts. If you ain't down with spoon waffing, you a punk ass bitch. No delousing, no showers. Jews gonna itch. Building camps like it's going up. No delousing, no showers. Jews gonna itch.
Oh no.
Building camps like it's going out of style, except this time there ain't gonna be no shoe pile. Building ramps, we coming for you like Masada sinking Jew gay ops left and right, like we the Spanish Armada. Invaders gonna be shitting their pants like we Vlad the Impaler. Awakened Aryans got Shlomo wheezing, reaching for the inhaler. We the Knights of the Spoon, the seekers of truth. Never tire, never slacking, not even when we long in the tooth. Still going strong. The keepers of the flame, survival or extinction. This ain't no motherfucking game. Never giving up hope, never despair. The day of the rope gonna bring an eagle and bear. It's about to go off like P320 triggers. Warstrike worldwide. Grab your spoons, my niggas. That was entirely me, no AI. Oof. Shout out to Rainer Klodvig von K.
There we go. There you
wow.
go.
Well, Spoon Man, thank you very much for that.
Spoon Man.
I really appreciate. I'm sorry. I never listened to rap in my life. When I hear rap, I fucking reach for my gun, literally. So, like, I'm sorry if I butchered that a little bit because I'm not a very good rapper. But that was,
really
that's why I always make you do it because you're a wigger from Queens.
Oh, you got me.
You actually listen to this shit. But no, I appreciate that very much, Spoon Man.
Thank you, Spoon Man.
That was awesome. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, Rainer's so good that I don't like to encourage imitators because then we're going to be but that was actually excellent. I really enjoyed that, Spoon Man. That was great.
That was good, Spoon Man.
A lot of the thing about the itch, no denouncing, no showers.
Yeah, that's what. Remember, I sent you Parrot. Parrot said I was going to respond to it, but then I decided against it.
Yeah.
It was like strikerism is just working backwards from dead Jews. Like everything anything that distracts from killing random Jews. That's his actual way of describing my beliefs. And I'm like, that's not all there is to strikerism. There's also drinking whiskey.
Yeah. No, I mean, no. Listen.
No, I'm Henry from Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer.
I love what
you're Otis. You're Otis, and I'm Henry. Did I ever show you that movie, Henry?
No.
You've never seen it with
I've
me.
never seen it. No,
man.
No. I love
that movie. I was sending you references.
Referencing that with that joke that I didn't get. Yeah, no, I love. Goebbels said about you can't argue that. He says you can't argue the Jewish question with a Jew. He says one can hardly prove to someone that one has the duty to render him harmless. And I love that term, render him harmless. Like it's not true.
Don't go further. Do not go further.
No, we're just talking about rendering them harmless. That's all. That's what Netanyahu says about Gaza. We're just going to render it harmless so it can't attack us anymore.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I believe in.
Oh, so you weren't getting the Henry references?
No, I wasn't, and you kept spamming it in like various chats.
It's one of my favorite movies. I always force people to watch it. It's funny.
No, if you'd used a tenement reference, I would have gotten it. We should have
just that fucker man. Pass that fucker man.
I'm sure with Matt Parrott there would be some hilarious like tenement reference that you could make.
No,
I wouldn't do the broom one. That's a little, but it's one of them.
Let's you and me go for a ride, Otis.
What's the I gotta see Tenement again. I gotta see it so I get the I really enjoyed that film. That was a blast.
It's one of those movies where you just feel you need to take a shower after you watch it.
Maybe it was just like it was the company. It was I was having a good time, but it was like that was a fun movie. That's a good party film. That's a good movie to put on when you're having a party.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
No, it is. It is. It is. It's very.
I have dreams of blood. My head is full of blood.
Oh my god. Anyway, Aries Rosenberg gave us a salute and $5. Thank you, Aries.
Thank you, Aries.
Julian Olson reached 2-month subscriber streak, $5 a month. Thank you, Julian, for your monthly contribution. Potato 7 gave us $10, and he said, "Real sign of the times for the Trump administration." Let me go to this. 1 second. Oh fuck! I don't know what. There's some shit. There's some spam on. There's some kind of virus on my computer that is not allowing me to access archives specifically, and I need to fucking disable this. I need to find out what this is and disable. Is it an extension? Let me just see. No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that happened. I wasn't, all those tranny gay porn sites with the blacks.
Oh, you too.
I don't know. There were some weird pop-up ads coming up, and I thought I X'd them all out, but maybe I missed it. But no, I don't. I'm usually very careful about that kind of shit. I don't know what happened. Why I'm not. I'll figure it out here in a second, so I can read your archive there, Potato 7. Actually, you know what? It's working on my phone. Here, I can't pull it up on the screen, but I'll tell the audience what it is. No, seriously, it's some kind of thing. Welcome to Nginx, Nginx. If you see this page, the Nginx web server is successfully installed and working. Is that just Israeli spyware?
Probably.
Fuck is that? But it comes up whenever. It doesn't always come up when I try to. Does anybody in the chat know what that is? Seriously? Yeah, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that before. But yeah, it's a weird thing. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll pull it up. Archive. Oh shit! I just copied that whole rap by accident. Here's the archive. That was great. I really enjoyed that. All right. Oh, okay. Trump preparing IPO for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac later this year.
Hmm.
One sec. Oh, it's giving me the I am not a robot thing on archive.
Oh, I hate it when it does that.
Select all images with bicycle.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh God. You know, of all the things, like why that CAPTCHA? You know?
Yes.
Why
Yeah.
not just make people answer a math equation or you know?
Yeah. All right. So here's it's a Wall Street Journal. There's what it looks like. Anybody?
Okay.
Trump preparing IPO for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac later this year. Some officials believe offering could raise around $30 billion and value firms at roughly $500 billion or more combined. The Trump administration is preparing to sell stock in mortgage giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and an offering it believes could raise around $30 billion and kick off later this year. Plans being discussed by some administration officials could value the companies at roughly $500 billion or more combined and involve selling between 5 to 15% of their stock. Still up for debate is whether the mortgage giants would IPO as one company or two separate entities. Fannie and Freddie, which bundle and sell mortgages, have been under government control since 2008 financial crisis and rely on a government-backed guarantee to protect investors from losses. Shares of the firms, which currently trade on over-the-counter markets, each closed roughly 20% higher after the Wall Street Journal reported on the offer. Oh my God! Oh my God!
It's just naked corruption.
Naked corruption.
Fucking,
Trump is. Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
it's unclear whether Fannie and Freddie would remain under governor conservatorship. Bill Pulte, head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, has in the past suggested the firm could remain under conservatorship while conducting a share offering without clarifying how it would work. The CEOs of 6 large banks, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America, traveled to D.C. in recent weeks to meet with President Trump to discuss potential plans for France. That's like that scene in The Godfather where they all meet around the table and it's all Jews. It's the Jewish mafia instead of the Italian mafia.
Well, what's stopping? Here's my first question.
Oh, Howard Lutnick was there. He was present at the meeting.
What's stopping people from just selling their shares like right away? If it's going to go up to 20%, there's a big payday at stake here.
Yeah.
So here I'm reading something. Bill Ackman, listen to this. Bill Ackman, one of several billionaire hedge fund managers with disclosed positions in Fannie and Freddie, has been particularly outspoken in arguing that shareholders should be made whole. So this is a fucking giveaway to these people.
Yes.
This is incredible, man. I can't believe it. I mean, don't they have enough money?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable, man.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Some people have clarified. We got some smart nibbas in the chat clarifying the Nijinks. Nijinks is just the web. I thought it was like when black people it's like a Haitian thing, like when the witch doctor puts a jinx on you and it's from Haiti, it's a Nijinks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, robot CAPTCHA has gotten worse over the months. Yeah, I don't know, the internet. But anyway, thank you for that, Potato 7.
Wow.
That's interesting. Yeah, real sign of the times for the Trump administration. Either that, or they're just engaging in another scam. You know, like that's
what it looks like. It's like the shareholders are suffering, and they want a payday. That's all this is.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, here it was. Okay. So Justice Leaguer gave us $20. Thank you very much. He said, sorry, I've been missing in action lately. That's perfectly all right, sir. He said, this summer has been rough, and I usually work Friday nights. Wanted to say thanks for all you guys continue to do. And a question for Warren, our resident Hitler historian. Is it true Hitler carried a Christ's whip on his person regularly? Perhaps he's more Indiana Jones than realized. No, that actually... in the Hitler No One Knows by Heinrich Hoffmann, there was a photo of this. Hitler, for a while in the 20s, carried a I don't know, it's like a dog whip, but it's basically a personal defense weapon. It's kind of like a larger blackjack. Enemy papers excitedly write Hitler always carries a riding whip. In reality, it's a dog whip the Fuhrer carries today as a reminder of the time he could carry no weapon at all. Then the whip was his only defense, from the book The Hitler No One Knew by Heinrich Hoffmann. There you can see it. It was just it was like a it's like a real powerful, weapon, basically. And
men used to carry weapons like that.
Yeah,
in the 20s and 30s,
like
the walking stick.
Yeah, swagger stick.
Yeah.
You see the guy in Zulu, he carries what they call a swagger stick. Literally swag. Swag stick.
No, there's a whole book. There's a whole book about stick fighting, and it's all about like how to use your walking stick as a weapon.
Yeah, swagger stick is a short stick or riding crop, usually carried by a uniformed person as a symbol of authority. Shorter than a staff or cane. And the vine staff was carried by Roman centurions as an emblem of office. So yeah, it was that type of thing. But no, that was from a very, very, very dangerous period with the party. But yeah, they of course tried to make it out like Hitler's carrying a whip, I'm sure. I mean, he didn't care that it made him like people were a little afraid of him to get in his face. 'Cause that thing could fucking lay your face open, if he hit you with it.
Yeah.
Tom Watkins. But yeah, I remember that blurb from Hoffman's book, The Photographer. That's a great read, by the way. Anybody who wants to read a hilarious and good and accurate Hitler memoir, Hitler Was My Friend by Heinrich Hoffmann. He was a boozer, like a wine guy, a wine drinker, very funny guy, and tells a lot of great stories. Tom Watkins gave us $5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
He said, "Are you familiar with Brian Johnson? He's a Silicon Valley oligarch who wants to try to create immortality, or at the very least make living to 120 attainable. I think it's a cool idea, but worry it will come with strings attached."
Yeah, I mean, that's another guy who's inexplicably everywhere. He's doing all these supplements and stuff where the cost of his lifestyle is like hundreds of dollars a day, if I'm not mistaken. It's something most people can't afford to do. Same with all these longevity diets. Now people are eating, steak every day.
G-Man said, "Isn't that the guy that injects his kid's blood into himself?"
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I read about that shit, and it's kind of
yeah. Silicon Valley is full of some real autistic freaks. It's
I mean, it's funny because if you read the book Dracula by Bram Stoker, it's a great
longevity guide.
It's a great
guide
book
to living forever.
It's a great book.
You think it's a horror story
because
Silicon Valley is like something to emulate.
Well, the thing about the book is that surprised me when I read it years ago, and the book is great. It's a good novel.
Yeah, it's one of the best.
It gets into this sort of the spiritual aspects of vampirism, and Van Helsing. There's a wonderful line that I'll always. The reason I remember it is because of the Gottfried Feder "Common Good Before the Self." What emerges in the book Dracula, and it's in a couple of the movies, is he is fought by a team of people that are all trying to save the one girl from Dracula. And most of the guys, three of the guys, the Coppola film actually does justice to this plot. Three of the guys are the former suitors of the other girl, Lucy, who Dracula killed.
Right.
And they're out there for revenge and also to save the other girl. And Van Helsing makes the point that Dracula, even though he's like 600 years old, he has a child brain because he thinks only of himself. And they believe in God and they think of each other and they're fighting for each other. And there's this wonderful sort of juxtaposition where you have the good guys who are willing to sacrifice themselves to save others versus Dracula who sacrifices others for himself. Think of that. And that's why when I was a kid, I wasn't raised Christian, So when I was a kid, I didn't believe in Christianity, and the idea that a being so powerful as a vampire could be repelled by a little religious trinket like a cross didn't make sense to me. But when I read that book, I understood it, because this God self-sacrifice for mankind repels the guy who sacrifices others for himself. That's what creeps me out, beside the obvious blood drinking thing.
Yeah.
What
No,
freaks
I
me out
mean,
about
I
the
don't think
Silicon
that-
Valley mammonism, egoism. It's the
materialism.
materialism.
They don't
It's-
have any soul.
I could
Right.
see them. They're literally becoming
Yeah, vampires.
becoming like
Peter
fucking
Thiel.
vampires.
Peter Thiel looks like Dracula, and I'm not saying
Yes.
that because he looks old.
Elon Musk
looks
looks like a
like-
fucking
They
vampire.
look
He
like
looks like a
vampires.
vampire.
They look
Yeah.
like vampires, and
Yeah,
they
yeah.
are literally getting transfusions of children's blood.
No, yeah,
To
it's
live
like,
forever.
Why don't you focus? That let's compare that to what Kurt Eggers wrote. He said, "Live bravely and die
Yeah,
courageously."
right.
Like, the National Socialists. It's like you have some fucking meaning for your life, and you die a hero's death. That was like their ultimate ideal. The ultimate ideal of this dystopia is a fucking weird blood drinking freak that lives forever. It's literally a fucking vampire. It's a gay vampire. Yeah, Shonatron. It's a fucking gay vampire. You drive a stake through that.
A lot of that,
heart,
a lot of I suspect a lot of this is a sort of cross pollination from the culture, like the culture of taking a lot of supplements came out of the HIV wellness movement. So a lot of people that got HIV in the 80s were trying to, fight the decline. And that's how they got into things like supplements and nutrition. A lot of that came from the gay community.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of overlap there. The obsession with health and exercise science and steroids. Like, a lot of people don't know this, but just because a faggot has like massive muscles doesn't mean he doesn't have AIDS. They're just on a lot of hormones, on a lot of
well, the massive muscles are chemicals too. Like they got that,
yes,
I
they
mean,
have their
really.
own
I mean,
steroids.
when I
They're
saw
on
that fucking
steroids,
freak,
yeah.
what's his name? Who was the guy in the alt right, the bald fag?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I
He
saw
called
him
me
at
a faggot. I called him an ambulance.
I saw him at an NPI strutting around, and the guy looked like a science experiment. I mean, obviously, he wrote a book
probably,
about like masculinity and like.
Oh, of course, every fag does that.
Yeah. I mean, he's surprised he's
damn
into
time.
masculinity.
The guy
But, I
from
mean,
Fight Club is like that too.
Yeah,
How-
it
how I
really it freaked me. But I think that
That guy, if I'm not mistaken, Jack, I had a friend. I probably shouldn't disclose this, but I had a friend who visited Jack Donovan, and he literally had a houseboy. He had like a Filipino man, a Filipino man, like Liberace. He had a Filipino man that would come into the room as the men were talking and offer people snacks. He's a houseboy.
yeah. I mean, Jesus, yeah. But no, I think that I think though that
he brutally raped every night. No, my friend told me, he's like, I didn't know Jack Donovan was gay, and so when I went to his house in Oregon, I just went to visit him because I was a big fan of his books, and then suddenly like this Filipino twink comes into the room, and he's got like a silver platter, and he's offering. He's like, would anybody like some Hawaiian punch? It was his houseboy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think though, I think though, really, Tom, like I said, that obsession with immortality, again, you read that I was reading Herodotus, right, and he describes like this guy who was like the perfect guy, lived the perfect life, and it was like I think he like became a king or a chieftain, and he had a big family, and his kids all grew up great, and then he died in battle like heroically, and that was like the ideal for the. I mean, this again, Herodotus. This is like the first history ever written, and that was the ideal, was like of selfless service to his people. And that to me, that gets at the Gottfried Feder thing. It's the inverse. It's the inverse what we have.
nerds have always dreamed of living forever, and I understand the impulse. It's that you want to keep being creative forever, right? They feel like they're contributing a lot to the world, but there is a self-indulgence to it that
Have
is
you ever seen the
really
film?
ignoble.
Have you ever seen the film Death Becomes Her? Have you ever watched that movie?
Maybe.
Bruce Willis plays a nerd in it. It's very funny.
Yeah.
But it's a great it's a Bob Zemeckis film, the guy who did Back to the Future.
Oh, he's
And
great.
it's about these two women who are
Yeah.
Meryl Streep and Goldie Hawn, and they are egotist, like obsessed, like they're women that are just a little past, their prime, and they're obsessed with youth, and they both find
Right.
this like potion of youth that makes them immortal. But the problem is, like, things can still happen to their bodies. So like,
Right.
if you get cut, you're still alive. And at the end, they're like these horrible monstrous zombies trying to piece themselves. And Bruce Willis refuses. I'm giving away the ending, but he refuses to take the potion, and he dies like a happy man with a lot of grandchildren and great grandchildren, and he lives a fulfilling life. And the end of the movie is kind of that, like, living forever really isn't all it's cracked up to be, like,
Yeah. No, my
dying,
favorite
yeah.
my favorite episode of Tales from the Crypt was when the old man he wants this young woman to fall in love with him, and she's like, "You're too old." So he basically goes to this mad scientist who's able to use young people. Like, you can pay a young person to trade you their body parts, and so he trades bodies with a young bodybuilder for like $10 million. And then I'll spoil the ending. The ending is the same young woman he's trying to get with his looks, saying, "I'm sorry, I've got someone else. I've just fallen in love," and it's the guy that he paid to trade bodies with, and he's like a rich guy. She leaves him for the old rich man.
Of course.
No. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, there's something very creepy about that. And I noticed that this is an obsession in our culture right now of people trying to be young forever, and also like obsessively attacking each other for looking old, like especially men. That's very odd.
Yeah. Well, it's I mean, America in general has a culture of avoiding death. Like, we don't think about it, we don't talk about it, we keep it out of sight. And it sort of goes, and it speaks to a very, it's not very Catholic. It's very sort of like, I don't know, it's very Jewish. It's very not like thinking about, the afterlife. And
Jewish people don't have heaven.
Yeah. It's really, there's something deeply, deeply materialistic. I mean, of course, nobody wants to die, but like, it's like understanding that death is part of life, understanding, that there's more to life than just being alive and enjoying your pleasures, like that.
Yes.
And there's something deeply disgusting about someone that's their obsession. And that's why there's so many fucking bad guys even in comic books. Their whole thing is like, they want to live forever at all costs. I mean, that's a real typical trope. And it should be.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, Tom Watkins gave us $5. Thank you, Tom. Oh, wait a minute. Did I skip one? Oh, I did. Mac Tonight gave us $10. Thank you very much. He said, "You guys were killing me with your assessment of Ohio City's last show when I asked about Vivek. Lived in Akron the first few years of my adult life, and my experiences there brought me here." But dude, we spent some time in Akron because of Ethan Liming, and oh my God, what an awful place! What a horrible place! Horrible. Horrible.
Nothing. I can't think of one, because usually any place you go, right? Even if you go to Rochester, you got the Finger Lakes.
Oh yeah.
You go to everything has like an upside. New York City is amazing in so many ways. As many horrible things as there are about it, there's also amazing things.
Yeah.
You can have the best steak you'll ever have in your life at Delmonico's. Like, it's just stuff like that. But man, I can't think of one good thing to say about Akron, Ohio. There's nothing good about it. Not one thing is good about it.
No.
Not one thing.
Awful place.
You could say
Tom,
West Virginia is a beautiful nature.
oh yeah, West Virginia. You know, for every like you'll find like
Yeah.
squalor, and
Yeah.
all around it is like the most unbelievable
Yeah.
natural beauty,
Yeah,
like a trailer
exactly.
park with junk in the front, and
Exactly.
then it's like.
But
gorgeous.
Akron is just devoid of that.
Yeah,
It's got nothing going for it.
yeah.
It's
There are a lot of
remarkable. Who would
say,
live there?
The Midwest has a lot of places because even in Pennsylvania, like you have some hills and mountains, and there's a lot of nice things about PA.
Yeah.
But once you get past that, and it starts to flatten out, there's a lot of bad, just awful places.
Right.
Part of it's just me. I'm not a in the pool table flat
So it's
area.
Jackson, Mississippi. I gotta say, even Mississippi has upsides.
Yeah.
Got great barbecue.
So this is Tom Watkins' other chat that I almost skipped one there. $5. Thank you, Tom. He said, to what extent can the late 1960s and / early 70s be viewed as a sort of battle between Libertine 1.0 and Libertine 2.0? Libertine 1.0 can be viewed as the traditional Vegas nightclub acts and more into booze, womanizing, maybe prescription drugs. And then he gave us a follow-up. Let me see. He says, Libertine 2.0, another 5, thanks, Tom. He said, was more of the experimental Laurel Canyon and Bay Area acts. Elvis always kept his views to himself, but he privately felt rock music was being tainted by New Age anti-American pro-drug forces, despite not being straight-laced.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things where
It's like Dean Martin versus Timothy Leary, right?
Yeah, it definitely, I mean, it just sort of took off there and accelerated, and it escalated quickly, as they say. I mean, look at the Beatles. Like the Beatles were like so fucking quaint compared to, and the Rolling Stones were cool. I mean, I actually have a
They
whole
were.
I have a whole new respect for them after
And I
watching
gotta
that
say,
Anita Pallenberg documentary. They were fucking
the Rolling Stones don't have a single bad song.
no.
They don't have a single bad song.
Yeah,
That's the only band I can say that
cool.
for.
They were very cool, but
They're
like
fucking awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still like, I mean, God,
It's
go to hell.
Dionysian. They're Dionysians.
Yeah, they are. That's true. That's true.
what
They're
they
very
are.
Dionysian. Oh, look.
They're Dionysian.
Emperor Alpha gave us. Did I answer that question? I guess, yeah. I mean, a battle. I don't know. I don't think it's a battle. I think it was a natural progression from the one to the other. I don't think it was a battle.
Honestly, I think the Rolling Stones are cooler than Elvis by far.
Oh yeah, but do you think there was a battle between the sort of 1.0 and 2.0 Libertine? I don't see it as a battle. I see it as
there's something distinctly. I hate to be one of these suits that talks like this, but there's something kind of fascistic about the energy that the Rolling Stones.
Well, I told you what it was. It was
fascistic about it.
Well,
it's sort of like the worship. If you ever watch the movie about the Doors, the biopic, I think it's a terrible movie, but you'll notice there's a lot of like Greco-Roman stuff. It's very Nietzschean. There's something Nietzschean. It's like a man who's being worshipped by women. All these women. It's like a
I have this theory that
they're channeling something there. And it's fascistic but neutered, right? It's not actually like poor Elvis. On the other hand, he's just like a nice, it's just like a religious guy who sings sweet romantic stuff, and that's okay. But there's something something dark but sexy.
Oh, absolutely. Well, this is no, like I said, I watched this documentary. It's excellent on Anita Pallenberg, who was like their muse.
Yeah.
And she was this half. There he is with Mick Jagger with Lenny Riefenstahl. She was this half German, half Italian war baby, and she ended. Even though they all kind of were in love with her at one point, she ended up with what's his name, Keith Richards, and Keith Richards was also a war baby, and they both grew up under like heavy bombing. And there's a lot of things like that with the Rolling Stones where they're like I said, I feel that whole explosion of energy that you see with them. You also see it with that guy Steppenwolf. He was another one. He was a refugee from East
Yeah.
Ger-
They're
there's a lot of
definitely warm.
like pent up like trauma of World War II,
Yeah,
and
that's
sort
where
of
the darkness comes from.
and what I sent you that one article where this one rock gal said it. She said what it was our parents all grew up like, oh, we beat the Nazis, and she said they were so sick of hearing that the British youth that they like thought Hitler was cool. There was like an element of that the Nazis were cool.
There
And
was
when
another one too, Nico from the Velvet Underground. Remember when they had that phase where it was the Velvet Underground and Nico? It was like the German supermodel.
Right.
Who kept saying racist things about blacks and Jews.
No, there was a there was a whole article about this, but it was like basically, here it was. This was the article. It was really interesting. Sometimes you guys want to read it. It was called Heil Rock and Roll. What's with Brit rockers and the Third Reich? And it was punk rocker Susie Sue of the Banshees sums up the Nazi fascination in this way, quote, "It was an anti-mums and dads thing. We hated older people always harping on about Hitler. We showed him and then smug pride. It was a way of watching someone like that go completely red-faced." She said the culture around then, it was Monty Python, Basil Fawley, Freddie Starr, the producers, Springtime for Hitler. And you know what? I have to be honest, but I do like the Nazi uniform. I think I shouldn't say it, but it's a very good-looking uniform. It's almost like saying, you feel like saying, oh, come on, Nazis, they're brilliant. That's what she said. So yeah, there was an element of that. Here's the article. But yeah, it was fascinating reading about this. But I feel like that whole thing was an explosion of like pent up Dionysian energy.
Yeah.
Of the forces that murdered the Third Reich.
And what's amazing is that it's art. What's unique about it is that all these musicians, whatever you think, it's degenerate music, it's whatever, but it was so aggressively heteronormative. That's what's amazing about it. Like you have this like this European male who's like a god. That's what America and the West had to offer you.
Well, that was
compared to communism. Is you want to be God, you want to have every single woman come after you. The liberal West is very good at channeling certain aesthetics from all across the political spectrum in service of its own like antithetical ends. Because of course, the second they win the Cold War, they destroy heteronormativity. Right?
No,
so we have to diffuse this.
There was something that was trying to emerge there. Yeah. And like I said, I feel
Elvis was a poor whole. He was a
Elvis, and Elvis was they used to Elvis was influenced by a lot of blacks, and there was an influence. I mean, the Southerners used to complain that Elvis was a gateway to black music, and it's kind of true. It's kind of true. I mean, I know it's silly to say it.
It's true. It's true, and it's very 50s. I mean, I can't think of anyone that listens to Elvis now. But everyone loves the Rolling Stones, even now.
Oh yeah,
even Zoomers love it.
Yeah,
there's something kind of classic about it. That's
but it was a rebellion from within the English world, from the world we're always talking about. The world it was like a surge of some kind of thing, and there was a lot of bad with it, but there was on an unconscious level
a ton of bad.
Jung would talk about that. He would say it's Wotan emerging.
Like
Wotan's energy.
It's taming. The Jews found a way to tame Wotan, and put him in a little costume and have him dance a jig for you on a stage. But they figured out how to do it. It's amazing how they were able to do that. You can't say they weren't channeling something. There's a reason why that shit took over the world.
Yeah.
Culturally.
Yeah.
And they're trying to do it again. But they're not doing it because it's just one of those things where you capture it in a jar and then you use it and then it's done. It's not around anymore.
Right.
Because the context of which that energy was generated is over. Now we're living in the world of the soft men. We're living in the hard times created by the soft men. Those guys were living in the easy times created by the hard men.
Pink Floyd The Wall, the movie, really captures that also, that thing of like the alter ego of the rock star is the fascist. There's the fascistic, like it's a split thing where there's I love that film. That's a great film. It's horrible, but
Right,
it's a great
because if
film.
you think about what the rock star does, is he possesses crowds.
Well,
right?
that's the
what
other thing.
Hitler
I
does.
don't think people had experienced up to that point.
Yeah.
The last time you'd go in Europe and experience something like that would be like Mussolini speaking.
Yeah,
it was only not
exactly.
that long. It was like 30 years. 30 years later, less than that, 25 years.
Right,
I mean,
because
there would have been
it's not
plenty of
it's
people
not
who
like
were-
sitting and watching an opera where you're quietly, maybe if you're a woman you're weeping, or if you're a
Right.
man you're enjoying it. You're enjoying a transcendental experience. The thing with a rock concert is it whips you into a frenzy. Like you can't control yourself.
Yeah.
And then you add the drugs, and you add the sexual element, and it's just an out of control Nazi rally. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
incredible. It's incredible how they're able to take something so dangerous and use it for such banal objectives. Like it's just crazy how they did that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a really smart boss.
Depoliticized. It's
Tucker
depoliticized.
Carlson's dad came up with that.
Yeah. No, it's depolitization. That's what it is. Emperor Alpha gave us $5. Thank you very much. He said, disturbing irony that socialists like Lenin were the only ones who opposed World War I. That was the greatest catastrophe in our history, driven by misguided patriotism. I've gotten a better opinion of Mussolini, but it was wrong for him to support that war. I think, though, that Emperor Alpha, you have to go back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Italy's reasons for engaging in the war. I mean, you have to look at Italy's history with Austro-Hungary. With Austria, yeah, they Italy had reasons for fighting.
Right.
France did too. But I mean, I really feel like what I was saying about reading Chamberlain's work opened my eyes to the fact that actually was the good war. It was a good war. If you were fighting for Germany, you were actually fighting for something.
Yeah.
If you were fighting for France, I mean, I got to give them credit. You were fighting for something. The British, I don't know what they were fighting for. Why do you have to cross the channel? I mean, all you got to do is just stay out of it. Just stay out of it.
Yeah.
The Somme, fucking 20,000 kids killed in like 1 hour on the Somme.
No reason for it. Yeah.
No reason. That fucking fag Kitchener, that blackmailed homo is the one who sends them all over there. Unbelievable. Yeah. If you're an Anglo-American, then yes, it was a senseless brothers' war. But if you were a German or a European, it was
right. Well, that's what I always say. Like when American WNs say stuff like "No more brothers' wars." Well, yeah, that's easy to say if your wars are all wars of choice.
Yeah.
Like, but some countries, they don't have a choice. Like you can't say no more brothers' wars if you're Russian in World War II or German.
Yeah, no. And in World War I, like I said, I've thought about that a lot, and I think that I certainly, if I'd have been living in Germany, I certainly wouldn't have been a pacifist to just be like, hey, I don't think we should fight. What are we fighting for?
Yeah, I mean, there was a very vocal and powerful wing of people that were in Germany, but
yeah.
they were.
If I'd have been in America, I would have been.
They might as well have been working for the British. Yeah.
Yeah. Stay the hell out of the war if you're in America or Britain. Anyway, Doom to Bimfabs gave us a salute and a $5 bill.
Thank you
very much, Doom. Ryan GGG gave us $200. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Always, Ryan.
Ryan.
He said, hey, bros, confirming my DM on Twitter and email
Yes.
sent in regards to the potential IRL Council of Knights of the Spoon meetup.
There we go.
3 years ago, I decided to emulate the Jewish behavior of indiscriminately supporting my in-group media. Many things have happened since, but one thing I had impersonators when the enemy determined I was donating, but not in contact. Always be mindful of those things. All your messages were received, Ryan.
Yes,
Thank you very, very much.
I got your message. I may actually move. I have some stuff to do with my family that came up. I may actually have to move the meetup to next week, but I'll keep you informed. I will have it, though, this weekend or the next one. So we'll hang out there.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely, I got your message for sure, Ryan. I'll keep you up to date.
And if you ever come to West Virginia, if you're ever out in the middle of the woods wandering around, I'd love to meet up.
We'll go hang out somewhere cool in Manhattan.
Metamora.
First we take Manhattan, then we take Berlin. You know that guy Leonard Cohen?
No.
No, listen to
what-
that song at some point. It's fucking eerie. He's like a
Yeah.
Zionist. He's
Oh,
very funny
oh,
to
oh,
sing.
oh, wow. Oh my God. Okay.
First
Yeah.
we take Manhattan, and then we take Berlin.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind the Beach Boys either. Justice Leaguer.
No, I mean let's be fair. The Beach Boys are fucking silly.
They're silly. but
They're silly as hell.
silly in a nice way, though.
They're like Elvis.
Yeah. Yeah. Matamoros gave us $10. Thank you very much. He said, "Congratulations on your translation of Ambassadors in Hell, Stryker. Great work, and one I've been putting
Thank
off
you.
for a year, but I think this is my time to help, and I think I can improve it. When they say go out through the big door, you cannot translate it literally. It's a common expression that means," and then he did another quote. He said, "to leave on a high note or to make a grand exit. It comes from bullfighting, as when the bullfighter performs flawlessly, the audience takes him on their shoulders and proceeds to exit the arena through the arena's big door. It has become a daily expression still in use today." Oh,
Thank
wow,
you for that.
interesting. Thank you,
Interesting.
Matamoros.
I didn't
Give
know
us
that.
10 there,
Thank
too.
you.
Yeah,
That's
appreciate
very
it.
interesting.
Yeah. I think he sent an email offering to, maybe it was him, offering
Yeah.
to maybe tighten up
Yeah.
or maybe he just sent a message, but yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, we'll upload it later whenever we get a chance. We'll upload it
Yeah.
with the subtitles. And if you
Yeah.
I have to check the file. I haven't looked at it since. I mean, that thing took me like 12 hours.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, there it is. He said, "Since I'm a native Spaniard, I could improve those subtitles. Could you share the file with me? Here's my email address." And there he gave
I'll
it.
check it out.
Did $10. Thank you very much.
I'll see if I can extract the subtitles on their own from the software that I use.
Oh, yeah.
I still have it saved, but I'll check it
Yeah.
out.
Matamoros, listen, do me a favor, will you, when you're listening to this, send me a email at warstrike2024@gmail.com, because this super chat will get buried and then we won't have your email.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. But I appreciate you volunteering to help with that. Enlightened Barbarian gave us $14.88. Thank you very much. He said,
thank you.
"Hey, Warren and Joe, 2-time super chatter here. Think you'll be seeing more of me, as I think I'm going to become a regular donator here." Oh, great.
Thanks,
He said, "It's always nice to gain them." He said, "This week I pose a question. Do the ends justify the means? Should we allow ourselves to be morally flexible for pragmatic purposes? If so, to what degree? Thanks, guys." I mean, I'm generally an ends justify the means kind of guy, but I think that, there is a point where your ends, like your means, invalidate your ends. Like there's a point at which like your
I mean,
your
think
means-
of Epstein, right?
Yeah.
Think of being Trump. Would you molest a 12-year-old to become the president?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the deal he made. That's an end.
Right.
That stuff needs some strict caveats.
Yes.
Now, it doesn't mean don't be practical or pragmatic.
Yeah.
But it does mean you have to have some semblance of morals.
I mean, I think what separates out a Tucker Carlson from a Mussolini is exactly that philosophy. Mussolini will get the fucking job. Hermann Goering, he was another one. Yeah. My God, you read about Goering. Goering was like a gangster when it came to how he would fucking he would just kill his enemies, and not worry about it too much. And the conservative, the honest conservative of the old school, and I mean that in the best sense, would always be bested by the communists, because the communists would always use some fucking dirty, underhanded method and would win. And I think, like what that would reflect is the fascist ends justifies the means guy would not have a blackmail ring of 12-year-olds, but he would strike Israel first in the middle of a fucking negotiation. Like that's something he would do.
That's different.
Blow up the fucking headquarters of the Israelis.
That's what the fundamentals of realpolitik are.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
It is that.
The Nazis and the fascists were very Goebbels was out. They were a hard ass like realist.
Realpolitik is its own thing. It's not exactly
and Blitzkrieg
justify the means, but
Yeah, yeah. Not
No, I
all
mean,
Marcus of Queensberry, you know,
yeah.
but yes, obviously that can be taken to lengths.
It
where
can be
you're-
taken to extremes,
Yeah.
right?
And that's actually that book by
Because
Nietzsche.
that's what. Why do you think there's the Faustian bargain? Why is that such a warning? There's so many stories like that in our
Yes.
folklore.
And
Um,
that book by Nietzsche of Catechism of a Revolutionary, I think it's called. I read that when I was a young man, and all I wanted to do was, like, overthrow the government with National Socialism. And that book really sobered me up and kind of freaked me out because he was a Russian anarchist, and he basically says, like, you should be like almost like a psychopath. Like you should every relationship you have, you should just be
nihilist
for
movement.
revolution.
That's all coming from the Russian nihilist movement.
Yeah, exactly.
That nihilism is now. Think of Heidegger, right? So Heidegger says that to fight nihilism, you may have to embrace certain tenets of nihilism, but the end goal isn't nihilism, right? Like ends justify the means thinking as the actual ends, right? There's some people that think the ends justify the means as an end, and that should just be a lifestyle. It's called utilitarianism. That's the whole philosophy that should be rejected. It's a rationalist philosophy. It's a very complicated story. Sometimes you have to embrace nihilistic things. I'm a law-abiding citizen, but if I have to break the law in certain contexts, not now, but I mean in a general sense, that's
part of the Russian nihilist movement, known for his single-minded pursuit of revolution by any means necessary, including if you read this book, he says at the beginning that the revolutionary should have no friends, no love, this is the line. Let me just read this one line, because I actually read this and I thought, wow, like, do I want to become that? And
conservatism is the means justify the ends.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
That's conservatism, and that's not what I am. That's reaction.
Listen to what he said. He said, This is how the book starts. It's a shocking book. He says, a revolutionary is a doomed man. He has no private interests, no affairs, sentiments, ties, property, nor even a name of his own. His entire being is devoured by one purpose, one thought, one passion, the revolution. Heart and soul, not merely by word but by deed. He has severed every link with the social order and with the entire civilized world, with laws, good manners, conventions, and morality of that world. He is its merciless enemy and continues to inhabit it with only one purpose, to destroy it. And he actually says you shouldn't even love, and everything should just be a pretense to
this reminds me a lot of how young radicals feel in America. You can see a lot of on the right and the left.
Yeah.
The spirit of nihilism. And I think it's a product of a dehumanized society that leads you to think this way.
Well, I'll tell you, when I was a kid, when I was 19 and I read this, the person who convinced me that this philosophy is wrong was none other than A.H. And it was because when I read about him, I read that, he was a fanatic. He praised fanaticism, but he had private interests, opera, art, music, children, pets, nature. Like he would use this word, ruthless. Hitler uses that word a lot, and it means being hard and uncompromising. And it was something he knew how to do, but he never lost his humanity when he was doing it.
Right.
And what is advocating is that you completely abandon your humanity,
Right.
totally overthrow your humanity.
There's no. What's the point then?
Right, exactly.
What's
No,
the point?
bro, I used to I really agonized over this. I mean, I really thought about it. Like, how far do you got to go to win? And at what point are you defeating the purpose of winning?
Yeah,
but it's a good question. It's a good question.
I agree. It's a tactical thing. There's actually no hard answer to that. It's literally the answer is irrational. The answer is sometimes some ends justify some means.
Yeah.
And what those are, I don't know. I just intuitively know. It's not a good answer. It's not. But then again, rationalism in and of itself is ridiculous, because at the end of the day,
Descartesian subjectivity, it does actually inform all of our decisions.
Yeah.
We are subjective.
The conservative would put
Yeah.
the commissars on trial, and if they're if there's
Let
not
them
enough
win.
witnesses,
Yes, exactly.
if you didn't read them the Miranda rights, you'd let the commissar off that's going to shoot you in the head the next day. Whereas Hitler would just say, fuck the rules of war, we're just going to kill them on sight.
Yeah.
That's again, that man is my
But he
guy.
has to know. You have to know the difference, right?
Yes,
have to
you
know
do.
intuitively, because that can go too far as well.
Yeah,
know?
no, absolutely.
So, yeah.
Anyway, good question though. Very good question, and I think that's something that all conscientious, good men who want to win think about. If you want to win and you're a decent person, and you have those two conflicting,
you have to balance
things,
those things.
You have to question that.
Bruce Banner and
yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. No, really.
Yeah.
That's what Sweeney Todd is about. That the guy is trying. That's why I love that film. The guy's trying to get revenge on the bad guy, and he ends up killing way more innocent people than the bad guy did, and he ends up killing the girl that he was trying to avenge.
Friend enemy distinction, right?
Yeah,
the dog will attack an enemy despite not knowing anything about the enemy. The enemy doing him no harm, and the dog will not attack a friend, even though he doesn't. The friend has never done anything nice for the dog. So that's it all boils down to that.
88 BMW M3 gave us $30. Thank you very much. Greetings, guys. I saw this article in the New York Times about a U.S. servicewoman who won a raffle for a house in Ireland. I think home raffles instead of sales could be a clever way to bypass the banking system and benefit our people. And he gave a salute and a thank you. Because of Archive not working for me because of Nijinks, I can only bring up the title. Maybe if I refresh it, you guys will see the headline. There it is.
There it is.
Win a cottage in Ireland.
What the fuck?
One American spent $12.67 on raffle tickets and then forgot about it. Turned out to be a yes. Interesting.
Yeah, that's like, if you know anything about Ireland, the real estate there is like more expensive than New York City. Really, so that's like winning $1 million to win a home there.
Yeah.
I don't know how exactly that works, but yeah.
Well, I don't know exactly 88. To be honest, what you mean? Like, I think home raffles instead of sales could be a clever way to buy it. Somebody has to still buy it, though.
Yeah. I guess the idea is, someone buys the home and then makes their money back selling raffle tickets. I mean, it makes sense actually.
Or everybody chipping in, buying the thing, and then one person gets it, and then but still, like, I don't know.
Yes, you just do that in perpetuity, right? Until everyone has a house, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Crowdsourcing homes.
It just sounds like gambling. No offense, man.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like
why don't you just put 10 grand on the hard 8 on dice?
Let's just fix the system.
Get 80 grand.
Let's fix this. Let's rent till we can, put them in the Danube again, and then we'll have everybody will afford a home.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. OK3 Wire gave us $5 and a thumbs up.
You.
Thank you, OK3 Wire. Always appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Rand Guy gave us $100. Thank you, Rand Guy. He said, "How exactly did the anti-Zionists take over the Soviet Union in the 1950s? I've seen that the Soviet Union managed to remove all the Jews from the Politburo by the 60s. Perhaps this has some lessons for us in America on how to take power." I mean, I don't know that they were they all? I don't know that they were all.
Most of them. Especially in the Eastern Front, Eastern Bloc, like Poland.
Yeah,
and it had to do with Middle Eastern politics, where the Soviets just made a deal where they're going to support the Arabs, and the Jewish community suddenly became a fifth column. International Jewry went from being an international fifth column for the Soviet Union to an international fifth column for America and Israel. And so it was largely on national security grounds that they purged them. It wasn't because they were Jewish per se. That was maybe a part of it, but it was largely a national security grounds. And as a model, as a legal model, blocking Jewish elements for any association with Israeli fifth columns. Like think about like if you could just denaturalize or take away the citizenship from any Jew that ever gave money to the ADL. Like that would be like literally, it'd be like half the problem would be solved right there. You just take their citizenship away on national security grounds. People justify anything on national security grounds. So that's basically what my understanding of how they did it. There's also the problem where like they were heavily involved in stuff like the Prague Spring. They're trying to bring 60s new left culture into the Soviet Union. And it's so funny because a lot of the people that were pushing that stuff in France and in America were Jewish communists, but they were not pro-Soviet. They were something else. And the Soviets wanted to keep that shit out because they saw it as subversive. Take Allen Ginsberg when he visited Czechoslovakia. The Soviets banned him because he said Che Guevara was cute because he was a faggot, and the Soviets are outraged by it.
Was there just an element of Jews found the West more useful and were migrating?
Yeah, that's what Roy Cohn's thing was all about.
Yeah, it's like they did the
That's
AB
why
test
they killed the Rosenbergs to send there was the Jewish community sending a message to other Jews.
That's an interesting.
Remember, Roy Cohn was responsible for that.
Oh yeah, he's the one who did it. That's right.
He's like, no, we're going all in on America.
Yeah. No, interesting. Thank you for that, Rand guy. Always appreciate it, sir. Iron Mind gave us Iron Mind 7, I'm sorry, gave us $5. Thank you very much. He said, cheers, guys. I've been lurking for a while and finally made an account. Great. Thanks.
Nice.
Good to have you with us, Iron Mind 7. He said,
welcome.
It's refreshing hearing you talk about how we should be obtaining education while other people in the rightosphere urge not to join the system. And he gave us another 2, so 15 altogether. Thank you, sir. He said, also, as a Pennsylvania nibba and someone as some PA nibba and someone who lived in Queens, I love hearing about how you guys went into St. Mark's. I was a punk rocker there in the early 2Ks, drinking beer with skins and causing mayhem.
Oh, I must have known you.
Also, Warren, you should.
I knew some cool punks. I used to know some Nazi punks too. Those exist, believe it or not. They fucking exist. I can't.
He said, also, Warren, you should give commentary to Star Trek. Well, that has cost many. That has cost many a business of subscribers. So, like, I don't want to. I can't afford it.
Star Trek commentary.
I can't afford it. Although I would
very overcrowded at the
I
moment.
would have the best Star Trek commentary.
That's a saturated market, my friend.
Yeah, I try to keep them my Star Trek analogies. I keep them very far between few and far, like 2 a year maybe at the most. Even though I could do a lot more than that if I wanted to. I'm not.
I don't want to have to break any pairs of glasses.
You know what? I'll just say this though. I will say this though, just so you were aware.
No, don't.
No, let me just say, you got to understand. For me, it was exactly the same thing with the Hero Quest. It was, I got 3 channels, 2 NBC and 1 CBS network. We never had cable. And it wasn't Star Trek. It was Voyager specifically. And I didn't even like it when I was a kid. I didn't like the woman captain. I like Luke Skywalker, you know. But I started watching it and I liked it because it was like the only science fiction show on television. And then from that, I saw one of the films, and then when I finally later in college, I finished Voyager, and then I got into Deep Space Nine. But I never was like a Trekkie, you know what I mean? Like I never was like really into Star Trek. I just enjoyed the show because it was like the only thing about space and captains and space aliens and landing on other planets. In my environment of extreme West Virginia, like, you know, no access to stuff. I like, and I still have a fondness for it, but it's just like a nostalgia. So,
well, when I was a kid, The Simpsons were on late at night, like 11 o'clock at night.
I mean, we didn't get The Simpsons because I didn't have Fox. You know, I never saw The Simpsons.
That's network television though. It's not cable.
I know, but I didn't have Fox because of fucking.
You didn't even have Fox.
I didn't have Fox. I told you I had 2 NBCs and a CBS.
Oh no.
Or a satellite. So that was it for me. So and Voyager, they had it for 3 seasons and then they moved it to UPN. So I lost fucking Voyager.
Yes.
And
I remember. I forgot UPN
UPN late at night, I would watch either King of the Hill. It was like reruns late at night before bed.
Yeah.
At like 10 or 11 o'clock at night on school nights. I'd watch this. And I distinctly remember that as soon as I saw the words Star Trek appear on my TV screen, it was time to go to bed.
Oh no,
So,
it's
it's actually reading about the history of science fiction. I know I personally hate science fiction, but the actual history of science fiction, going from Jules Verne to Dune. It's actually a fascinating story. The American science fiction movement.
yeah.
It was like four people decided to just create this out of nothing.
Oh, I know.
The American. It's actually it's a shame that a lot of it is silly crap. It is actually one of America's cultural contributions to the world is science fiction. It was like three people in Manhattan, three guys, and their first I think their first breakthrough was Dune.
I recently the Pluto TV, they have these dedicated Star Trek channels, and they have movie channels, and they have one where they've been showing Star Trek First Contact, which was the Borg one. And I had a really wonderful experience seeing that in the theater with my mother, because my dad was over the road driver and he was gone. And it was just when I was watching Voyager. I was like 13, 14. And she would watch it with me. And we went and saw that in the theater. It was a great memory. And so I let my son watch it. And there's a subplot in the film where there's this guy who's a literal rocket scientist trying to build this rocket and make it go fly in the past. And off of that, like, he wanted to like build a rocket. And so I got in this book on the space program and the space shuttle, and we're talking about it and everything. So it's, it's cool shit. It's cool stuff.
That's if you look at the context, it makes total sense, right?
Yeah.
It's all tied up with the space race.
Yeah.
That's why it feels kind of irrelevant now.
Actually, the one I liked the least was the original series. This was all Jews. It was Captain Kirk is a Jew,
Right.
Spock is a Jew, the Russian guy is a Jew. It's all fucking Jews.
Yeah.
Voyager was the only one where there were no Jews in the main cast, believe it or not. The other ones all had Jewish cast members, but it's again, I like the more militant sort of Star Wars ethos when I was that age versus the Gene Roddenberry shit. But if there's nothing else on except fucking Law and Order, I'm a kid. I'm gonna watch Star Trek. Star Trek was a lot cooler. So that's why I know it so well and why I like it. Iron Mind 7's other chat was said, I also knew some people who played music who knew Emily. She was the peanut girl at the Philly Stadium. Such a small world. Anyway, I listen to you guys at work, and all my PA niggas do as well. Cheers.
Nice.
Oh, wonderful.
Nice.
Well, that's great.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, appreciate
Great
that.
story.
No, it's the pistachio girl. That was a whole other. Emily's had multiple strange careers. Like most people have one or two careers. Emily's had like 8, I forget about that sometimes, that she even did that. Trusty Tradesman gave us $10 and said, thanks, guys. Well, thank you, Trusty.
Trusty Tradesman. I trust
Appreciate it, sir. Here was a thing. Let me go to this. Oh, this looks cool. All right, let me pull this up. Okay, Shade 724 gave us $5 and said thank you, and said keep up the good work. Found this AI translated Hitler speech incredible. So many things he talks about could be applied to the present day. In particular, 1.5 minute excerpt 701.
I was telling someone that today, earlier today I was talking to someone about how having Hitler's speeches in English through AI has completely changed how people perceive Hitler. It's remarkable, actually. And you actually can understand what he's saying.
Yeah. I think that No, I did. I actually did a whole show on that with Modern Politics. I think that it'll get better too. You know,
Oh yeah.
from what I've seen, a lot of it sucks because it's not. It's just taking like a sample of him screaming,
Yes.
and so he's like screaming the whole speech.
Yeah.
Hitler didn't do that at all. Like he did a lot up, but when it gets better at like
He
taking,
had a very deep voice when he wasn't speaking.
yeah.
He had a very deep voice.
So here's we'll play this. This is a one.
Yeah.
Yeah, to 8:36. Okay, so this is a 1.5 minute segment.
There, with press propaganda and control of information, it was possible to found the prototypical large parties. Even back then, there were always 2 or 3 groups that appeared to be fighting against each other, but in reality were all hanging on a gold thread, and everything was adjusted to a peculiar human characteristic. That man gets tired of something he has had for a long time. He wants something new. And so 2 parties were needed. One of them rules and the other one forms the opposition. When one party is played out, the opposition party comes to power, and the played out party now takes its turn as the opposition. After 20 years, the new party becomes played out, and the game repeats itself anew. In reality, this is certainly an ingenious mill in which the interests of a nation are ground down. As is well known, such a thing is called self-government of a people. In the process, we always find 2 main buzzwords, freedom and democracy, as figureheads. Freedom is understood to mean, at least among the authoritative bodies that actually govern, the possibility of plundering the broad masses without limits or resistance. The masses themselves, of course, believe that freedom means the exercise of a very particular freedom of movement, both freedom of movement of the tongue and freedom to move about the streets, etc. A bitter deception. On the whole,
that was the whole segment.
Wow.
Yeah, I wonder what speech that's from. I wonder if that freedom or slavery. Yeah, he goes into that theme. Like I said, one of my favorite, if not, okay, let's see. This was July 28th, 1922. Oh, okay. So this is not a recording.
No, it's an interpretation.
This is a speech that has been, so it's not an actual recording. It's a written Hitler speech that they put into.
Right.
That's very interesting. Wow, that's pretty cool.
That's amazing. I mean, the possibilities of AI are just amazing.
Yeah,
For a researcher, a historian, a propagandist.
Yeah,
this shit's all over TikTok, man. I mean, I talk to people.
I know.
Everyone has seen Hitler in English, and everyone. I mean, normies are more impressed by it than I am. Like they're like, what? Because in history class, it's like an autistic German guy having a meltdown. It's like seeing the German kid with the computer keyboard.
Yes,
that's how normies used to see Hitler. And then when you actually, that's what I always say about Germans is that Germans are excellent human beings. They're the leaders of Europe. They're the leaders of our race, of our people. In terms of geopolitics, right? They're the natural defenders of Europe.
Yeah.
But because their marketing is so bad, people are they just find them scary because Germans make a bad first impression. Okay, it's just a fact. But then when you actually sit and you listen to them, you're like, wow, compare this to Winston Churchill, the cynic, or FDR, the liar. It's fucking totally different, and he helps you understand things as they are today. That's what's it's so amazing how far ahead of his time Hitler was. And everyone, dude, I talked to ordinary people about this, and they're all saying that. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy. I find it surreal that people are agreeing with me on this. It's almost like, what do I do now?
No, I listen, man.
Do I just pull my jacket over my back and walk off into the sunset?
No, I mean,
like in an 80s movie. An 80s movie ends.
People who knew me 15 years ago, people who know me 20 years ago. I've had so many people tell me,
"Oh yeah,
you were right about everything."
Oh
like you were right about. And I only wish that I had just been blasting this shit publicly from the beginning. You know what I mean? Because it's like,
well, yeah. I mean, I'm not getting any glory from it, so don't be jealous of that.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
no
Well,
glory for me.
yeah, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
just like maybe I could have like spread the word better sooner or something. But people have to be ready, though. I mean, I feel like there's been a massive change in just the last like 6
Totally.
weeks. 6
Totally.
weeks
Totally.
on the JQ, like where
It's been
I mean,
building
again,
up for
I told
months,
you,
but
I
yeah.
heard Jimmy Dore say
Yeah.
being called an anti-Semite is a badge of honor. Now that is a Goebbels quote. That is an actual Goebbels quote. Like when you get to the point where I'm
Yeah.
called an we've all been called anti-Semites.
Yeah.
That's a badge of honor. That's you're getting into dangerous territory.
Yeah, and you know it's funny. Jews will say that to him, and he'll just shrug it off.
Yeah,
it used to work, and you know it comes down to like people right wingers are very socially dumb, so they don't understand why Jimmy Dore a year and a half ago or 2 years ago before October 7th, Jimmy Dore would be like, "I'm not a Nazi and I hate the Nazis," you know. And why he's not doing that now. And the reason he's not doing it now is that other people have done it and survived. Ultimately,
Yes.
people wait and see to see how much they can get away with. And now that the dam's been broken and you can say whatever you want.
You can say whatever you want. Yeah.
Everyone is saying what they've always thought. That's what I think. They've always thought this.
Yes.
They've always thought this way.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, absolutely. It's but yeah, that's a great Hitler quote and very applicable to the modern day. Holy shit. That was over 100 years old. That speech. Over 100 years old.
Yeah.
Alex Karp ate my goldfish, gave us $100. Thank you, Alex Karp. Appreciate that. Really appreciate that. What a wonderful, generous donation.
Thank you, man.
He said Balfour is a Hebrew name that means good fortune.
Huh.
This name has a deep cultural significance in Jewish culture as it symbolizes the idea that one has been blessed with good fortune or luck. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Maybe Lord Balfour was a Michelin. Remember what Aldog said? All these British aristocrats. It's like multiple generations of Shabbos Goy and Michelins.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. But hey, thank you.
Good one
for that. That's what keeps us going, Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
Yes.
Martin Heidegger, ARA, gave us $10. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you.
Actually, he gave us 20. It's a two-part. He said, so thank you. He said, Tucker interviewed an Orthodox nun who defended Hamas as good guys.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I heard Crystal and Sagar talking about that, and Sagar was like, "Yeah, that's an interesting perspective." He didn't have the balls to be like, "Well, yeah, why not? There they are."
Tucker is ahead of most of the dissident right on this.
Yes.
He's got fucking huge balls. How do people not respect that?
Yeah.
You know what he could lose. You know how they could hurt his family. Like he could lose a lot for this. Okay, because he's not just saying like, "Oh, I hate both sides." He's not doing the Matt Walsh of like, I oppose foreign aid for everyone, including Israel, and then just making it like a generic point about foreign aid. No, he is literally taking a sniper scope to the Jews on this stuff. You gotta respect that. Whatever he's wrong about, he's wrong about a lot of things. Yeah. But holy shit,
I'll tell you, I
respect that. He has no reason to do that. He has no reason to be doing this other than the moral principle of it.
Then you know what's funny? Why would people not like? You don't see people say, "Well, Rashida Tlaib, she's not pro-white." I mean, like Rashida Tlaib has been fighting this fight for years now, and when it was not so easy to be in Congress being pro-Palestine, and she's been fighting the fight. Now, I know her limitations because I know where she's coming from. Well, guess what? I know where Tucker's coming from too, and I know his limitations, and that's all there is to it. He's not trying to trick me. Tucker's not trying to trick me.
No, exactly.
Like, what is he trying to trick me into thinking he's a cucky conservative? Like, yeah. Anyway,
Tucker, what is the end goal of him tricking you? What's the trick? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't. It's just, you have to have a broken internet person brain to think that.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry.
Tucker interviewed an Orthodox nun who defended Hamas as good guys, and Tucker didn't countersignal. Marjorie Taylor Greene, quote, I will burn the bridge to the ground and let the flames light my way. And we played that actually last show. In another interview, quote, our government is occupied by Israel, unquote. Hate to say it, but Marjorie Taylor Greene sounds like Chavez or even Hitlerian.
Yeah.
Then he said, Nick the Butter Knife says infiltrate GOP, yet he attacks Tucker Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
The only good conservatives, yet he waffles on Trump.
Yeah.
If I wanted watered down Warstrike, I watched Colonel McGregor, Rachel Blevins, Tucker, even the Backlash. This punk fills my feed. Liked it better when I forgot he existed. Yes.
Yeah, man, they're really forcing that. They're really forcing his garbage down people's throats, man. I'm seeing people complain about it all over the place. They're like, we've heard enough from him. We get it. It's just obnoxious what he's doing to Tucker. And you know what's beautiful about it is that because no one respects what he believes, he's up there with Alex Jones. Forget Fuentes. Fuck Alex Jones.
Oh yeah, he's the
worst. No one has done more to defend Alex Jones in the mainstream conservative movement than Trump. I mean, not Trump. Trump has completely abandoned him. Than Tucker. Tucker was the one bringing him on, putting attention to his plight when he was being sued. One could argue it was unfair what they did to him in the courts. Tucker was interviewing him and trying to protect him. And you know what Alex Jones is doing? Alex Jones is going out there. He's like, you know what, Nick? Yeah, you're right. He's a liar. He's a liar. He told me his dad. He knew his dad was CIA. Now he's lying. I don't know why he's a liar. Who's paying that guy to say that?
Well,
why is he doing that to Tucker?
Glenn Greenwald.
Glenn Greenwald also worshipped Nick Fuentes' feet. I mean, let's just be honest.
He released a video
Wants to lick his feet,
gushing over Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, gushing all right. Yeah,
gushing. Yeah.
In that case, he's throwing out the chum, and he might get some bites.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In this case, he might actually get some bites. Oh yeah, you want ends justify the means. Oh, yeah, you got your right. You got the right man for the right. He's a foot worshiper. He wants. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my
Fuentes
God.
might be a little too old for him at this point. But, yeah. Oh yeah. These people are. Every single person siding with Fuentes against Tucker is viscerally repulsive and a known liar and fraudster. Okay. Yeah. Alex Jones is a lot. Alex Jones is a lot. Alex Jones is the one with intelligence connections, and you know what? Alex Jones is probably a federal informant as well. Okay. Yeah. I suspect Jones, Fuentes, and Ali Alexander, that all three of them became federal informants after January 6th. In the case of Ali Alexander before that, because he was going out there preaching, he was openly preaching violence in the run-up to January 6th. So, yeah, these people are scum. You just know when you see it. If you have any kind of gut feeling about people, if you have good instincts, you know that Tucker is a flawed but good egg, and Fuentes is an actual sociopath. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah. Awoken Easter
Candace
Island.
Owens, I don't know what to make of her.
Yeah, I mean,
I think she's legit just crazy.
She's just a nigger. I mean, like, I'm sorry. I don't listen. There's people I wouldn't say that about, but
I think she's a schizophrenic. I mean, I gotta be honest.
I think she's just a silly black woman.
I think she wants attention.
She sends some good things. She says a lot of stupid shit.
Most of it is stupid.
Yeah. Awoken Easter Island had gave us $5. Thank you very much. He said, I don't recall rare earths popping up in the media once when Greenland became the target of Trumpian imperialism. Apparently, there was a massive high value. Loading. Wait.
Hey, am I back?
All right. No, am I back? We all
you're back. You're back.
Okay, all right, good. Okay.
Yeah. No, the thing with Greenland, yeah.
Yeah, here it is.
I knew this the whole time.
Did you hear my whole super chat? Was I able to read the whole thing?
Yes. There's rare earth minerals under there.
Remember
Ronald Lauder, the World Jewish Congress guy from the beauty products, the cosmetics corporation, was the first one to come up with this buy Greenland idea in Trump's first administration.
Massive rare earth mineral strike in Greenland. We're all very used to the Zog media keeping the real story out of the news and lying by omissions. The company Critical Minerals, run by an Australian mining mogul named John Sage, is prospecting a fjord and a hill near the southern tip of Greenland. Discussion in this post is drawn from a report commissioned by Critical Minerals and performed by an Australian mining consultancy. Tanbreeze is a mining site, an acronym.
Oh yeah,
Tantalum.
If
niobium, rare earth.
perfidious Albionstein finds your precious earth minerals, they're going to steal them from you. I mean, that's what the Boer War was about.
Military need for rare earth rocket and fin actuators, uber secret sonar technology, vastly stronger airframes.
This is going to make the Danes. You know, Denmark used to be a kind of superpower at one point. This is going to put them on the map again.
Yeah,
most you know what? They're people who deserve this power. Please don't give it to America.
Why does Zog want it? Most loads of rare earth elements are in politically unstable regions of the globe, very far from America or directly under the control of Russia and China. Tanbreeze, though, is right by America. Overwhelmingly, the ores that bear rare earth elements are also contaminated with uranium or thorium. Any industrial refining of such rare earth ores guarantees radioactive waste. Unlike the vast majority of such sites, the Tanbreeze ore is merely background radioactivity. The load is really, really, really big, 4,700 million metric tons of ore. Only the Lavozersky load in Russia is of comparable quality. Wow. Tanbreeze is particularly high in heavy rare earth elements. Refining such is much cheaper and blah, 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 blah. Tremendous. So this is a great. Yeah, this is a great.
It's gonna make Denmark like the Saudi Arabia of rare earth minerals.
Yeah,
you know, and they have the means to get them out of there too. And I think Trump is going to try to tariff them into selling them the rights, but I don't think it's
I'll share this.
It's great because they're going to nationalize them. If they do the right thing, they're going to be like the Norwegians and nationalize those resources and use them for the benefit of Denmark.
Yeah.
Rather than sell them off to the highest bidder on the market to America, you know, to George Soros or whoever wants them.
No, Woken, thank you very much for that. Thanks for writing it up. Like I said, I just restacked it. People can go check it out.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Ghoulish Knight gave us $10 here over
two
chats. Thank you, Ghoulish Knight. He said, "Oh yeah, same subject, but you know it's true." He said, "Even though I have critiques of Tucker Carlson lately, I've been seeing so much Nick Fuentes content. Even when I dislike it and press the not recommend channel button, etc., nothing works. You know well that I completely despise Fuentes and his misfits. I've never seen something so astroturfed in real time. And this proves your point, Stryker, that he has dirty money / blackmail on him, doing damage control to poison the intelligent discussions that Tucker Carlson, Anna Kasparian, TRS, and you guys have. Yeah, no, there's something going on.
Absolutely. There is something going on. Anyway, everyone can tell. Even some of the dimwits on Twitter are starting to realize that something's up.
Yep.
And it just feels like one thing I noticed is that when I go on YouTube or I go on TikTok or something, that I'll get recommended videos that are so random, where it's just like random black people. And I know this because if you talk to people that know about the music industry, there's like rock bands that pay black influencers. They pay them under the table to sit there with headphones listening. And be like, this is pretty good. This is pretty good, man. I fuck with this. They did that with Oliver Anthony. What was his name? Is like, Rich Men in Richmond. The GOP astroturfed it, where you had like black people with big headphones.
Yeah.
This is pretty good. This is pretty good. That shit's all marketing. It's all paid for advertising.
Shit.
And I'm seeing the same shit with Fuentes.
Yeah.
Where black people like Fuentes is like,
You know, black people, they're committing a lot of crime.
and black people like, yo, he makes a good point. I never heard it said like that. This man gonna be the president one day. Like, I'm saying that shit.
It's so fucking fake. I mean, how could you fall for that shit?
Really,
Of
no.
course
I,
it's
I-
paid. And
yeah.
someone with really deep pockets is paying for this shit.
Yes, yeah. There's a
And like
plan
I
here.
said, I heard that there's something going on with Bannon. I mean, it's a rumor going around, but
Yeah.
people in the know are
Well, I mean,
spreading
just
these rumors that
just
there's
the
something with
alliance with
Bannon.
Alex Jones. Just the alliance with Alex Jones. That
Yes.
right there tells you something's afoot. Something is
Yeah,
afoot.
of course, man.
And then the attacks on Massey, Tucker, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Come on, you know. Anyway, Albion Caledonia gave us $14. Thank you very much. Said Zog operates like HIV. The West has full-blown AIDS. This show is prep TM. I'm enjoying leftist Instagram these days. They're often Jew naming. Unlike AIDS, the immune system looks to be healing. And he gave a salute. Thank you, Albion. And that's great.
True.
Leftist
you.
Instagram. Wow, they're Jew naming. Yeah. No, that's great.
Yeah.
It's amazing how far things have come so quickly. Like I said, in like 4 or 6 weeks, maybe even less than, maybe in like 1 month, I've noticed the rhetoric. I mean, it's like I'm thinking. Listen, we're gonna probably restart Modern Politics next month. And I apologize, everybody, that I've been so slow in getting it started again. Having a lot of shit going on.
Yeah.
But like, I'm actually thinking, Joe, as far as like, because I like to make that a current affairs show.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna have to really work to make sure that my content is ahead of where everyone else is, because everybody comes so far.
It just feels like everyone's beating me to it. Like,
yeah. No, it's amazing.
It's like artificial intelligence replacing the coders. It's like the people. Masses,
No, it's. I
the
mean,
masses have replaced
for
my
the
Jew
amount
naming.
for the amount of work that those shows are for us, because we don't have a fucking team.
Right.
When you have a team of people like Breaking
studio.
Point does, and they can just throw out this content, it's like.
Yeah,
The
it
point of
feels
view has
redundant.
to be good, like I have to combine
Right.
the pro-white
That-
National Socialists with the Jew
that-
critique, because there isn't a lot of that. But
That's what I was telling you about current events, is that like whatever we have to say about current events, there's a good chance that someone else is saying it.
I know,
with a much bigger platform.
Yeah,
We need to be extra niche. We need-
yeah. I mean, I just wish. It makes me wish that what we are feeling, what you're feeling, and I'm feeling, and many others, is the effects of years of censorship and deplatforming.
Right.
And it hurts. It really hurts, because the problem with it is not just, I want the glory. It's that I would rather I say this shit than Candace Owens, because I know that the next minute she's going to say some dumb shit that reroutes people away from the obvious solution.
Not just that, but the problem I have.
Well, Ryan Grimm, for that matter. I love Ryan Grimm, but boy, he says dumb shit sometimes.
Well, it's not just that they combine it with dumb shit. It's that they're using our talking points to get people to chase their tail, like a dog chasing his tail. So they're using our talking points. The dog realizes that there's an intruder in the house.
Yes.
And they specialize in getting the dog to chase his own tail instead of fighting the intruder.
Yes.
It's not political. So if your solution to everything, this is Nick Fuentes' solution. It's honestly, to some degree, Tucker's, although he seems to be starting to evolve past that. But if you ask Nick Fuentes what the solution is, he says, well, join the Republican Party.
Yeah.
That's his solution. That isn't a solution. That's what we've been doing all along.
Yeah.
And we have the Republican Party's in charge now. It's the most Zionist Republican Party in history.
Well, and even his big term solution is basically a variation of Make America Great Again. It's just a slightly less, like Likudist version of that, but it's still like not any fundamental change. I mean, it's and that's the problem. But that's what's frustrating about this is it's almost easier to. Like when we're the only ones making these points about the Jews,
we can organize.
We got a monopoly on the truth about the Jews. Then we also can offer a comprehensive solution and a worldview. But if now everybody is going to say the truth about the Jews, but they're going to mix it in with all this bullshit, it makes it harder, because they have the platform that they weren't deplatformed for years.
And it lowers a drawbridge into our audience. So all of the political education that we offer you guys is hard fought. It's years and years and years of undoing the bad programming. And so when Matt Walsh lowers the drawbridge and gives you half of what we give you, but the other half is bad ideas, they sink it into your head subconsciously sometimes. And some of the gains in how to think, learning how to think, are undone.
Yes.
It's like being left back in a grade or
Yeah.
something. It slows down our progress when these people are doing it. When we're the unchallenged people in this space, there's nothing to throw you off course, right?
Right.
It's like teaching geometry or algebra, and then someone else is like, I can teach you long division, right? But in my long division, there's one little change, which is 2 + 2 = 5.
Right.
And then everything else they teach you is wrong.
Yes. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's
yeah.
the problem.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I'm not as excited about this as some people are.
Yeah.
It's exciting in the sense that there's more people than ever thinking like this. It's not exciting in the sense that less is being done about this than ever before.
Right. Well, and all these people are
crazy.
meeting a demand that's already there, like you were saying,
Right.
like Jimmy Dore, like he's chasing after a demand that's there that, you know, and but what are we going to do with that? Like, what are we going to do with that? I mean, we need to be training political soldiers to actually solve the problem.
Right. We need a very distinct political program that we stick to, and we need autonomous and independent political organizations, think tanks and political parties and unions and whatever.
Yeah.
Those institutions need to be built. There's a lot of people that are kind of disenchanted Fox News watchers that are becoming anti-Semites and racists.
Yeah.
But the people that are there ready to receive them are kind of just bouncing them back to the GOP. They're kind of like with the car keys with a baby until like the GOP calibrates and sees what to do with these people.
I'll tell you this,
especially true after the Epstein thing.
When we do our show again, I'm not gonna do a paywall, and I'm only gonna do probably 2 episodes a month, and I'm gonna make sure that every time I do one, I have something important to say, because I don't want to just be trying to play catch up with all this glut of people now that are calling out every little thing with Israel,
and they're allowed on YouTube.
Yeah, it's
which is like being on television.
Yeah, it's really, it's like I don't want to be somebody that's always talking and always reacting to the same thing everybody else is reacting to. You know, like, I mean, I share your feelings about that. Like,
because then it's kind of lost in the pandemonium. It's lost.
It's not really, you know, I mean, I never wanted to just be a commentator, you know, like a commentator. Like, I mean, you know, I
produce new ideas.
Yeah. I mean, I can
honestly, AI has replaced us on that. If we're just going to comment on stuff that exists already, AI has beaten us. The only thing we have over AI is the production of new ideas, new reconciliations, right?
Yeah.
I guess we've kind of been forced by history and technology and media tendencies and trends from becoming political analysts to philosophers. That's actually what we're forced to do.
Right. Pilot said, I'm convinced if it was around, NJP would be growing like crazy right now. It is funny the way it was destroyed. Right before this shit would have taken off, you know, and I feel like that's you know,
it was taking off.
And I also feel that if we had it right now, though, you'd be surprised. We'd be getting the Mark Collette treatment as far as
totally.
We wouldn't
build it in the first place.
Yes.
Everyone was allowed to use Twitter except for us. Everyone was allowed back on social media except for NJP. But then once NJP goes away, everyone from the NJP is suddenly allowed back on Twitter. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. No, and
it's fucking crazy.
Payment processors back and all kinds of shit. You know, it's like, it's a funny the way that works. Goyland Green gave us $25. Thank you very much, Goyland. He said, stellar work per usual, and he gave a salute. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Goyland Green.
No, I really enjoyed our interview today. That was great. I mean, I could talk to that guy all day. What a kindred spirit. Martin Heidegger, ARA, gave us $5. Thank you very much. He said, in honor of our Indian guest, what is your opinion of Gandhi? He did resist Britain during World War II and blacks, but he is now a darling of libtards. How might the war have ended differently had the Indian pacifists who followed Gandhi taken up arms? I've never studied Gandhi too much. I know he had the courage of his convictions, which I respect.
Be right back.
There's that interesting exchange of letters between him and, or it wasn't an exchange, it was one way. He wrote Adolf Hitler. A lot of people don't know that. So I'm sure a lot of you do in the audience. But Gandhi wrote 2 letters to Hitler where he said that that Hitler should abandon violence with the British, that violence, those who live by the sword die by the sword, and that he should take his approach. Hitler didn't write him back. But I think that, someone could say, well, look, Gandhi was proven right. And in fact, there was even a Bollywood movie about this. It was called like Dear Mr. Hitler, where there's like an Indian guy playing Hitler. And basically showing that Gandhi's way, dear friend Hitler, because that's how he wrote to him in his letter. Here's the movie for any of you guys that don't know about this. It was called Dear Friend Hitler. It came out in 2011. Kind of a cool poster there. It's the letter that he wrote, the 2 letters written to Hitler. He argues this, and it's sort of saying that it's so, Hitler dies at the end, of course, and the Third Reich collapses, and then the film concludes with the Indian flag flying high and a note stating 15th of August 1947, India wins freedom, demonstrating the superiority of civil disobedience and nonviolence over militancy and terrorism. Now, I would argue against that it was only Hitler's. Oh yeah, here's the Indian Hitler in the movie. That's kind of funny. That's actually like our guest today. That's like Dr. Jacob. But I would argue that it was only due to Hitler that Gandhi was able to pull off his revolution. And I think this is true always of nonviolence. Like my dad has often made the point to me, I remember him saying this a lot growing up, that Martin Luther King was only successful because there were millions and millions of niggers in the streets who were ready to burn the fucking country down.
Yeah.
Like
and then they succeeded and they did it anyway.
Yeah, they did it anyway. Yeah. But that I mean, like the question for this, I mean, if that's the question, then if Hitler should have just been a pacifist, I mean, if Germany had not fought 2 world wars against England, would Gandhi have been able to be successful?
Of course not.
Of course not. So actually Gandhi is the beneficiary of the sacrifices of the Germans. And literally that's what Bose, who our friend today mentioned, actually fought, for that. So I don't know a lot about Gandhi. I don't, the fact that libtards like him, that means nothing to me. I mean, the guy, I will judge him on his own merits.
Right.
I respect that he had courage and that kind of thing, and that he had a philosophy he lived by. But yeah, I think that's bullshit. The thing that nonviolent. I don't believe in nonviolence. I mean, I believe in nonviolence with nonviolent people.
Yeah.
Try doing that with the Israelis. Try doing Gandhi tactics with the Israelis.
They've tried. They've tried many times over.
Yeah,
they've literally tried everything except the violent thing.
2019.
Yeah.
The March of Return was Gandhi tactics. That nurse, that beautiful nurse, just shot dead. Yahya Sinwar, I mean, come on.
Yeah, he organized it. That was when he changed.
Sentimental English people, maybe nonviolence works. They'll feel bad for you. Maybe sometimes if Hitler's already knocked their empire out of them. But if it's the Israelis, I mean, violence works and only violence works. Anyway, Son and Radical gave us $10. Thank you very much, Son and Radical. He said, just started Celine's Journey to the End of the Night, per Joe's recommendation. Looking forward to seeing what this guy's all about. And he gave a salute.
Yeah. Yeah. No. We should do Celine, like an episode on Celine at some point. I just
Oh, that'd be
feel
very interesting.
self-indulgent talking about fiction, you know.
Yeah, we could maybe do it like a half a show. We don't have to do like
I'm
Ghost
more
Ship.
interested in the drama around Celine's manuscripts, which were stolen by a Jew, and there's a whole interesting story about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
The movie, the Celine movie, is funny. There's a French movie that's about his later years. It's fucking hilarious. It's just called Celine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really good.
Why don't we just watch the movie instead of reading?
Well, it's about his life. So here's the funny thing. The movie is based off the memoirs of a Jewish journalist that went to France to spend time with him to investigate if he really was an anti-Semite. And of course, spoiler alert, he finds out that he absolutely was.
True. Confirmed.
That's the actual thing, But
like
to be fair, that's his side of the story.
Yeah.
Celine's side of the story is that he came there to write a hit piece on him, no matter what, because he was a Jew, and that's the one I believe.
Yeah.
Wow.
Archipelago Woes gave us $20. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you.
He gave us a salute. He said, absolute first-rate interview. Enjoy your weekend, fellas. Well, thank you very much. No, I thought it was great. Was great. Hard
great
Look
guest.
gave us $5. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And he has a quote here from 1 Thessalonians 2:14 and 15. Quote, for ye also have suffered like things of your own countrymen, even as they have of the Jews, who both killed the Lord Jesus and their own prophets, and have persecuted us, and they please not God, and are contrary to all men. Yep. This is why I never understood why I think like I say, the Christian identity or British Israelist thing to put all the emphasis on the Old Testament.
Oh, please.
When I said the German Christian movement, the Nazi Protestants, they put it was exactly the opposite of Christian identity. They put it all in the New Testament.
Right. That's the beauty of Protestantism.
That would be me. If I was a Christian, I would be like, I'd be a New Testament guy. Like that's the whole point, right?
Right. No, that's the problem with Catholicism is someone decided at some point to combine the two as one, and they effectively excommunicated the original challengers of this view, who were called the Gnostics.
The Gnostics, that's right.
I think they were called the Arians at the time. Arian.
Right, Arianism. Yeah, I think that's a separate movement.
That was one of the first controversies in the church. Was the people that were like, why is the Old Testament in the same book as the New Testament? Well, that was actually one of the original challenges to the Catholic Church.
This section here on the German Christian movement, it says the German Christians were, for the most part, a, quote, group of fanatically Nazi Protestants. And it says their movement was sustained and encouraged by factors such as the 400th anniversary of Martin Luther's publication of the 95 Thesis, the anti-Semitic writings of Martin Luther, the Luther Renaissance movement of Professor Emanuel Hirsch, the revival of folkish traditions. Now, this was it. The de-emphasis of the Old Testament in Lutheran ideology and the partial or total removal of Jewishness from the Bible. And there was a Marconianism, was an early Christian dualistic belief system.
There we go. Yeah.
Marconianism.
That's the one it was on the tip of my tongue. It's Marconianism.
Marconianism. Yeah. Wow.
That's the Gnostic. Yeah.
Well, it says that the Marconian preached the benevolent God of the gospel who sent Jesus into the world as the Savior was the true supreme being, different and opposed to the malevolent deity, the demiurge or creator deity, identified with Yahweh of the Hebrew Bible. That's really interesting. And it says Marconian's canon was possibly the first Christian biblical canon ever compiled, consisted of 11 books. That's fascinating. Yeah.
Yes. This is probably I think one of the earliest heresies. Yeah.
He was denounced by Tertullian. I bet you that guy was paid by Jews. That guy, Tertullian was a Fed.
Uh-oh.
Tertullian was
Yes.
he was, his dad was in the CIA. I'll bet. I wouldn't be surprised. But I always love the German
Yeah.
Christian movement. I mean, if
Well,
you're going to
that's
be
the
a Protestant,
advantage of Protestantism. There's a
Yeah.
Lutheran revival movement happening now that is very far right, although it's not.
I know. Well, the Missouri Synod, we talked about that
yeah.
once before.
Yeah.
That was the one thing. But I really, if you're going to be a Protestant, that's how to do
Be
it.
a Lutheran. Yeah.
Yeah. Be a true Lutheran,
Yeah.
a Lutheran.
Yeah, not don't go to the fat black lady church. I don't know what the history. What's the history of that? Of making
I don't know. But
Lutheranism?
I mean,
the black
in Pittsburgh, you'd know the Lutheran church because it's the one with the huge gay flag, rainbow flag, and like a woman preacher. Like they
is that no? I don't know about that. Those are usually the Episcopalian churches, or the the Lutheran churches are not like that. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong.
Nope.
That's
wrong.
an Episcopalian. I am okay. I'll take
they are super liberal. They have women priests. They're
Really?
pro-gay. Yeah, they're very
well,
like
that's the thing about Protestantism. It could be it's the same sect, even the same sect of Protestantism.
Yeah. Look at well, I guess you can see her there because it's not. Yeah, I mean, look, a bishop or something. I don't know. Maybe she's not Lutheran, but yeah, I mean, this is like, I mean, come on, like
it's some real boomer shit. Like you can't. You
Yeah,
really got
this
to do
is,
this. Like,
yeah,
oh,
some
God.
of this. I don't know. So we have, I'm sure, people in the audience who know exactly. I think LGBT. Okay, yeah. So Lutheranism views on LGBTQ plus inclusion vary across different denominations and even congregations. So the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America are welcoming and affirming. Others maintain a more traditional stance. So this is the real shitty one. The Missouri Synod is the good one. The Evangelical Lutheran Church in America is fucking horrible.
I mean,
They're
I was reading about the Catholic Church in Germany, and they're pretty bad. Like they do gay marriages and shit.
Oh
against the Pope's orders.
Yeah. This is the one that's like awful. But they're gonna just go extinct. They're gonna fucking go extinct because no one's gonna want to be a part of that. The Missouri Synod.
What is the point of that? That's
they're like the okay ones. I mean, they're not the best, but they're better on a lot of it. And they come from the Saxon immigration. Ooh, so they come from 19th century Saxons. So that they're not. Yeah, they're gonna be pretty cool, pretty based. But anyway, yeah, interesting stuff. Let's continue. Thanks for the great quote, though. That's a very based quote from the Bible. Multipolar Perspective gave us $10. Thank you very much, and said, $20 altogether. Two-part question. Thank you. Said, I have a two-parter. Why doesn't Iran try to do regime change in South Africa? Or no, not South Africa. SA. What's SA? Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, and Jordan. Is it possible they could use embedded intelligence assets to start anti-government riots because the majority of those populations are anti-Israel? Then combine that with surgical strikes or threats of rich Gulf royalty, the Kingdom of Jordan, and Sisi. I think knocking out these countries' ability to intercept Iranian missiles, drones, and planes would be the only way Iran could sustain a war against Israel long term. Maybe help from the Houthis too. I mean, I think you overestimate what Iran's capabilities are. Iran can't fight a war against all its neighbors. And if Iran starts like openly fucking with those governments, I mean, I don't know that those government, like Egypt doesn't try to overthrow Iran's government, right? I mean, Saudi Arabia doesn't even.
Well, in the case of Jordan, I think it's very possible that the Iranians could overthrow that government in Jordan.
Jordan.
But Saudi Arabia, the main cudgel there is the religious divide. Even people that hate Israel and the Saudi monarchy hate the Iranians more because they're Shias. So that's the problem there.
Yeah.
It's not easy to it's why Arab nationalism was the first priority for Israel to destroy, because that thing was spreading all over the place because it's secular. But when it comes to Iran projecting power, it's very difficult for them because of the religious problems,
Yeah. Yeah, it's
factionalism.
well, and ethnically too. I mean, you're talking about Arab countries.
Yeah.
They're I mean, they've had trouble with Iraq. I mean, it took a lot for them to get to that point. So yeah, there's a lot of. I just think it's one of those things. It's like if it were a video game, yeah, that's what Iran would do. But like, reality is a little bit more complex.
Right.
Yeah. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, we just had a very. I'll just read it. It's a comment we got in Rumble. Miranhan88 said, "My son died 6 months ago. I'm broken. You guys have helped me to get through this grief and pain. Listening to you guys keeps my mind occupied. Your show has been a savior for me. Thank you for that." Man, sorry to hear that, brother. Very, very sorry for your loss, and that means a lot. I'm glad our show has been able to help. I cannot even imagine.
Oh,
I can't. That's got to be the worst pain that a man can feel.
Yeah.
So stay strong.
Yeah.
Multipolar Perspective gave us $10. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, I got that already. That was the one. Anomalous Host gave us $20. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anomalous
Keep up
Host.
the good work, fellas.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Anomalous Host. Silver Spoon gave us a two-parter there. $10 altogether. Thank you, Silver Spoon. Said, regarding DC crime rates, yes, murder rates are down, but unlike the 1980s, we now have universal CCTV, DNA evidence, and a population that's hypervigilant, socially avoidant, and has spent generations scattering to the suburbs and beyond. Even with all that mitigation, the U.S. still has the highest murder rate in the developed world. The issue isn't that crime has dropped. Crime hasn't dropped far enough. We should be closer to Japan, South Korea, China, or Russia, near zero. Yeah, there's all that, but also they're gaming the statistics. They are gaming the statistics. I couldn't find the article. But I read
that's a really good point that he makes, though, about people moving out to the suburbs.
Yeah.
Like you go to some of these cities and they're totally empty.
Yeah.
Like you were talking about Pittsburgh before. If you go to Pittsburgh, you can tell that city was built for like five times the population.
Yes. Yeah.
It's completely empty. So if the murder rate in Pittsburgh, the city of Pittsburgh, goes down, that's not that impressive, considering you've lost like 70% of your population. What's the murder? Here's a more interesting statistic that I'd love to see. What's the murder rate in the city? But then what's the murder rate in the inner ring suburbs? Right outside of the city.
Right.
And how about increasingly out further and further and further? What's the murder rate there? And you'll notice that the murder rate is much, much higher, actually. It's not that the crime has dropped, it's that it's spread out more.
Yeah.
Because even black people live in the suburbs now. Inner ring suburbs are more dangerous than inner cities now, by far.
Yeah.
Because they have the same type of people, but the police forces are smaller.
Yeah,
so,
no, that was already true when I moved away from there. The suburbs, like there's one Monroeville is where the Dawn of the Dead thing was filmed. The big mall out there, and it was getting to the point where that mall there would be like a shooting every weekend, because so many the blacks were leaving, going out there. But no, it's bullshit. I mean, that's where the left. It's just stupid to make that argument.
It's really dumb.
You hand Trump a win.
It's also
when you try to fight him with such a stupid argument,
right? The people complaining about this are the people in the suburbs. It's not people in cities that are complaining about crime,
right?
It's people in the suburbs, and it's not because it's Compton in the 90s or the 80s. They're complaining because they notice in their suburb, which they got a second job to move to and move their family to, that there's a little more crime and a lot more disorder in their suburb. Like I said, there's no place in America, no suburb, where you can go to a public park, unless it's like a really rich place with private security, where you can go to a public park and not have like certified insane people yelling and screaming and yelling at you and your family. This is everywhere.
Yeah.
There's people telling me, like, in really nice parts of New England, they have this experience.
Right.
You know, like, and it's not just blacks. There's like a lot of crazy white, like crazy homeless people. You know, people doing meth out in public or shooting up, or people on fentanyl.
I've heard that the prisons.
Yeah.
I said this before. I've heard that the prisons have become just mental institutions. Like,
Right.
That there's. I think Rob Rundo said this when he was released. He said there's no dignity in prison anymore.
Oh,
It's like everybody is a fucking thieving drug addict nut job.
right.
And America increasing. There's also, I've just noticed, maybe it's just anecdotal, but I've noticed a lot in the last couple months of random killings, like that Kohlberger thing, where somebody just fucking
It's
just
the drugs, man.
no
And
reason.
it's also
Just
we've transitioned from a drinking culture to a stoner culture.
Oh God,
And people, it's been proven, like, the science is starting to come out now that smoking marijuana regularly, like every day, causes schizophrenia. Like, it's coming out.
No,
now.
well,
It's being proven. It's
we've
something
known
that's
that
been
for a while.
I've
Like,
suspected.
if you're prone to schizophrenia,
Totally.
if you have the gene,
Yes.
marijuana, even in small amounts, can trigger it to where you will have it for the rest of your life. You'll be battling
shit.
schizophrenia. Yeah, no, it's true.
And
It's
potheads are already paranoid.
Yes.
They're already paranoid.
Yeah. Yeah.
And don't even get me started on shit like Adderall, like stimulants.
Oh God, yeah.
Stimulants make you fucking crazy.
But also
man.
the social like, there was just a study that came out that showed how people have changed since in the last like 10 years, and it was based on like I think it was Sagar was talking about that. It was like the 5-factor personality model, how people are down in conscientiousness and higher in like neuroticism and higher in, like, people have become objectively worse. Like, more people are shittier people than they were, thanks to smartphones and drugs and COVID and everything else, and diversity, because that's something we never count into it. You know, the atomization and the social trust that breaks down. People are just shittier people objectively than they were like 15, 20 years ago. So yeah, it sucks out there. No, America's really. I was thinking about this also with like us in the NJP. I thought, man, like, right now to go out there and start where this is the organization. I mean, knowing what I know now, like the amount of just mentally ill people that don't show it right away. That seem normal at first. You know what I mean? Like that. You don't know who you're fucking dealing with in this society. It's so weird. It's so abnormal.
No, Americans are mentally ill.
Yes, as our nation is mentally ill. Yes,
the whole nation. Yeah.
All right. Ghoulish Knight gave us another 10 altogether. He said, "You will find it." Thank you. He said, "You will find it amusing. Apparently, some Jew just snitched in The Economist because Iran and the Gulf states have some lucrative fruit and veggie trade."
That's so shitty. I saw
just
that.
wait until the U.S. threatens to starve them or buy elsewhere, but for 4 times the price. So it's time to destroy the concept of free trade now, because it makes the enemies of the Jews have more trade in the world. We know that the U.S. encourages free trade, but not anymore. The chutzpah from these fiends.
Oh, yeah.
And he sent me an archive link.
Iranian fruits and vegetables are 3 or 4 times cheaper than the imports from other parts of Asia.
This one worked. This one worked. Why did this one work? But the Najinks didn't get this. Forbidden fruit. We uncover the secret food trade that corrupts Iran's neighbors.
What is the corruption? My corrupting cucumber.
Oh my God!
This is so petty. I mean, this one's petty.
I fucking hate the Jews.
This
man.
one's petty, man.
By the end of the night, I just hate them. I just hate.
They're literally just like Heidegger says. They are people who seek to prevent becoming being in other people. That's that they become, and their being and their becoming is preventing others from being and becoming. And the destiny of Iran, is to be the superpower of the Middle East. That is their natural destiny. That is, if we
lived in a world ruled by nature, that's what the world would look like. The Middle East would be under the tutelage, under the auspices of Iran.
Here's another reason why they might go to war with Iran sooner rather than later. Epstein battle set to reignite in Congress. It says the Capitol Hill battle over Jeffrey Epstein is poised to heat up when Congress returns to Washington next month. While GOP leaders left town early to avoid the radioactive issue, the conspiracy-ridden saga is set to ramp back up in September for a number of reasons. A bipartisan pair of lawmakers have vowed to force a vote on their resolution requiring the administration to release the federal files it's withholding and plan to bring survivors of Epstein's abuse to Capitol Hill in the first days of Congress's return.
That's never going to happen.
Oh my God. And this is
All right.
That's great.
Let's keep it moving, man.
Okay. All right.
I'm dying here.
Okay.
I've been up since like 4 a.m.
I know. Mary Smith gave us $50. Wow. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
She said, happy Friday Eve. I was having fun laughing at Fox freaking out over Mamdani until I read that his lead media strategist is named Morris Katz every single time. Well, you know, I mean,
yeah, it's not that there's anything good about Mamdani.
No.
It's just the idea that you can run what the Jews themselves call an anti-Semitic platform and win.
Yes,
that's gonna inspire copycats.
Look, objectively, the Jews
Get it, cats.
Yeah. Objectively, the Jews freaked out about Trump in 2016 and in 2020. And the reason is not because Trump was not totally Zionist. It's because Trump represented that a man could appeal to a combination of like white populism, protectionism, and that freaked them the fuck out because it shows it could be done. Now, this time they were so desperate because of Biden and October 7th and everything. They're just like, hey, guess what? We'll take that guy. You know, he loves us. Let's just use him. But they were freaked out by his victory, but not because of him. Mamdani is similar in my opinion.
Very much similar. Yeah.
Ghoulish Knight gave us another 5. Thank you very much, Ghoulish. He said, even working for 45 to 58 hours a week, everything is unaffordable and is going to be worse thanks to Trump. Are you telling me that 25% or more of Americans are economically neats but work like cattle? This is a recipe for a revolutionary purge. It can't last. Yeah. Well, at the very least, it's why people just fucking laugh and cheer when a CEO gets gunned down in broad daylight. I mean, it's like they may not have the power to do a revolution, but you can't stop them from fucking cheering. It's like, you know what it's like? When I read that, I watched the movie Escape from Alcatraz, and I read that book I was talking about. I read Whitey Bulger's letter because he was in Alcatraz when that escape happened. And he said in his letter that morning when those 3 guys escaped and the wardens found out, the cheers in Alcatraz were so loud that you could like hear it in San Francisco. Like the whole fucking prison is screaming with joy when those guys escape. They can't escape, you know, no one else is going to escape. You're stuck in Alcatraz. But just the vicarious experience of 3 other guys made it. And everybody, and you can't, the warden, you can't stop them from cheering. And that's what their reaction was with the Luigi thing. It's like, yeah, people are going to fucking celebrate.
And also, all these people have something to hate about them. Like that Blackstone woman that was shot. Like that woman, like there's something for everyone to hate.
Yes.
There's something for everyone to celebrate.
Yeah. No, it's really
I would also, maybe this is going a little too far, but I would also question the notion that there is such a thing as a random Jew. Because it just feels like every single Jew is connected to some evil, diabolical plot.
Well, no, I'll put it this way: the random Jew is the good Jew. Like if you stumbled upon, like, you know, what are the odds? But most of the time, the Jew is the connected Jew. Is any Jew out there is a.
I think even like the most lice-infested Williamsburg shut-in, Peretti shut-in, with the wig and everything, fucking his wife through a sheet, the whole thing. Even that guy isn't more than one phone call away from Donald Trump. That's actually on the street. I'm serious. None of them are more than one phone call away.
Oh, and they all close ranks when they're really threatened. They all close ranks. Like
Yeah.
the way half of like white people are anti-white.
Yeah.
You can't find one Jew who's truly anti-Jewish. They don't exist. The ones who seem like it, like our friend what's his name, Seth pointed out last week when he was talking about Finkelstein. Like when they seem like it's always for like a reason, like, well,
it's a rear guard action.
It's a rear guard action.
A rear guard action on the rear guard action.
Yeah.
Going all the way down.
Max Blumenthal. Yeah. Nigel Cringeworthy gave us another $10. Thank you very much. He said, if you're going to do a stream on criminal activity in the U.S. military, you might want to look into Kay Griggs and her claims. Sounds like there's a lot of overlap with Seth Harp's book. Devin Stack did a review of her 8-hour tell-all from the 90s, and he sent a link to it. That's interesting.
There's a picture. There's a picture that Seth Harp published of two like special forces soldiers dressed up like wiggers with stacks of money with like a Lamborghini and their guns and it's all cocaine money. It's like all fucking like they're a drug cartel. It's incredible. And the US government, in the book it says the US government basically lets them get away with whatever they want because America is completely dependent on special forces for all of its military stuff now. So they can do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah. Shango gave us $10. There you are, Shango. He said, greetings. It is Shango. It has been a while. Thank you, Stryker, for having Warren to unban me. I didn't know what I did, but I apologize if I offended. I'll donate again in a week or two. Also, this is a young black man is aligns with the Mises Institute. Is it who I am? And I feel so good. Yeah, Shango, I forget what it was. I remember I just saw a comment in Odyssey, and then you started posting on Entropy. It's not personal. I don't remember what it was, but it wasn't because you're black. I'm pretty.
You're just saying that because I'm black.
I'm pretty racist against black people, but I'm not that racist that I would just ban a guy because he's black. Von Mises Institute. Now, maybe I banned you for that. But I would ban somebody from the Von Mises Institute, but I wouldn't. I don't just ban people because they're black. So, so I'm glad we got you unbanned there. And thanks for supporting
man.
The show.
Thank you, Shango.
Yeah, we do sometimes do second chances on this show too. Also, like
rare.
Yeah, but if somebody really wants to support the show,
Thanks, Shango.
Yeah, I know you're.
Thank
Achille
you,
Fontanelli gave us $100. Thank you, Achille. Wow, appreciate that.
My nigga.
He said, just bought a copy of The Concept of the Political. Thank you guys for motivating me to start reading nonfiction books again. Oh man. Kelly, great super chat.
Thanks, man.
Great donation. Appreciate it very much.
I feel bad when I sit there reading fiction. I honestly feel bad because I'm like, I could be using this 3 hours to do something that actually is put to service for our race. This is what this is all about,
Yeah. And then Shango gave us he gave us another $30. Thank you very much. And then he gave us another 10 after that. And he said in the 10 when he said the second donation I sent was a grammar correction for my first donation. So I'm going to read this grammar corrected one. Okay. He said, "Yo, this is Shango. It has been a while since I last donated. Thank you, Stryker, for having Warren unban me. I wasn't aware of what I did to cause the issue, but I apologize if I offended. I plan to make another donation in a week or two. Also, I want to mention that I am a young black man who follows Mises Institute." And then he put a grinning emoji and a sunglasses.
I'll tell you what happened, Shango. Warren told me, he's like, this boy, he's real articulate. It's making me feel real insecure.
I didn't say articulate.
I
said uppity. I used the word uppity. You got it wrong. You misquoted. I was saying he's uppity.
Corrects his grammar.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah. Shango's getting a little uppity.
That's a Warren said. I had to talk to him with my Queens College. The Jews from Mississippi Burning were from Queens College too, by the way. Goodman and those other guys. There's a whole clock tower named after them at Queens College.
West Virginia, we don't say we're not Southerners. We don't say We don't call people niggers. We call them niggers. We call them that with the hard R like that. The deep south is more of the other way around. But no, I wouldn't call you either, Shango. Appreciate it.
Shango.
Thank you very much, sir. And yeah, he said the second donation I sent was a grammar correction for my first donation. Anyway, 3/4 of the year already over, and damn, 2025 is flying fast. Let's finish this year strong. Praise Yahya Sinwar. I agree with that. PBU, Allah Akbar, take care. What's PBU?
Peace be upon him.
Peace be upon you. Peace be upon you. Yes. Yeah, Yahya Sinwar. I was thinking about it. You know, there were a number of people. I was just thinking about him the other day, and I thought there were a lot of people about 8-10 months ago that were like, "Oh my God, what a terrible thing he did. He just destroyed Gaza." Well, now guess what? He's about to destroy world Jewish power. Like that means actions.
Yeah.
And I know the people of Gaza paid a terrible price.
Next time,
yeah, go ahead.
Next time you see Jews in the middle of Manhattan running for their lives, thank Yahya Sinwar. That's all thanks to him. Everything that's happening is thanks to one guy, Yahya Sinwar.
Yes.
I mean, of course, and the people as well, but that's his brain. And then, like I wrote in my article, everyone should read my article on Substack where I profile Yahya Sinwar. He tried everything. That's what's so angering about people who say that. He was the one who came up with the March for Return, with the pacifistic.
Yes.
It was his idea to do the pacifism and the peaceful activism. And what did they do? They shot everyone in that crowd. They shot them all. And so he's like, okay, then we have to go to the very last
He literally
resort.
said no more Mr. Nice Guy. Like that was his thing. Yeah. He sincerely tried. You wrote a great article about it. I gave a speech about it. And it's on my Substack and it has a ton of views. That was that's what and that's I always like to I kept it with my cover image was that nurse, that girl, because I thought I want to connect it specifically. Razan al-Najjar, murdered in cold blood by an Israeli sniper, totally peaceful young nurse helping out kids. And now, you know, like there are going to be, you could say, okay, well, they're winning. They're not, you know, there are going to be consequences for what has happened. For Jews.
And there are
going to be consequences. This drop off in support, I think a few of them are sending the less inbred ones are sending the alarm bells that this is going to create a problem down the line. But anyway, NS Blonde gave us $14.88. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He said a bit of a joke here, but I really think someone is funding Keith Woods just to piss you guys off. I love the show and support you both, but I zone out every time his name comes out. I'll tell you this. Actually, it's the other way around. Keith gets triggered by Stryker in a way that is so silly. It's so ridiculous. I mean, he tries to say so cool and like a cerebral, and he chimps out and starts and he'll retweet any Jew fed that says a bad word about Stryker. Keith will share it in a
it's really crazy.
I mean, actual Jew.
I'm glad. Good.
Yeah. No, it's very
know me by my enemies.
Seriously,
Mucho nemesis.
I'm very disappointed with Keith. I'm very disappointed with him. He is a big fucking disappointment. He knows better, and he's a big disappointment, and it's a shame. But anyway, Shango,
you won't set foot in the Danzig corridor.
Yeah.
Get your eyes off the Danzig corridor.
Hitler, the De Niro order.
Get away.
De Niro order. Not all the bankers are Jewish.
No German enters the Danzig corridor as long as Keith Woods is here.
Albert Speer told me the Nero order was real. Remember the Poles? The table talks are real. By the way, remember Christianity? Hitler didn't like Christianity.
Hitler hated the Jesus.
Hitler hated Jesus. He puts the fucking Austro-Hungarian Empire's flag on his book about nationalism, the biggest fucking multicultural polyglot.
That's what happens when artificial intelligence not just writes your book but also designs your cover.
I think that was
mean,
a calculated. I think when I looked at the flags, I think
I
it was
don't
a
think he knows
calculate.
what
I
that
think it was
is,
a. I
dude.
think it was a calculated thing.
Dude, I know that guy better than you. He's an actual midwit.
Well, I know
He's an
he's
actual
not that
midwit,
smart.
and his
He's not that
books are literally like an Andrew Tate tier scam, where he uses artificial intelligence to write his articles and write introductions of books. I know this for a fact. You can just tell. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. These are guys. There's a lot of low quality people that want to do this for a living, but don't have any talents. They're not good podcasters. They're not even okay podcasters. They're not good writers. I know for a fact that Keith is dyslexic. Okay. He's basically illiterate. I know because I've tried to hire him to write for me before, and I couldn't publish it. And I've had problems with him since then. He got offended, and I wasn't being rude. Some people have problems. It's not their fault, but like, I know he can't write.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. No, yeah. It's just become a meme like our spoon thing at this point. Keith is irrelevant.
He is. Yeah.
Mr. Skywalker gave us $5. Thank you very much, Mr. Skywalker. He said, reading
you.
on the Iran-Iraq war, I noticed Iraq caught Iran by surprise initially, doing lots of damage, like with Israel recently. But Iran, in both cases, recovered and endured. I bet that history is why Israel paused its attack. What's their next move? Well, I actually just read a book about the Iran-Iraq war, and it's fascinating. And Saddam Hussein, to be fair, I thought he attacked for no good reason. He
was
had
a piece of shit too.
There are good and bad things about him. He had his reasons, and Iran was kind of fucking with him, and he was in the much weaker position. And the problem was he designed his attack to be very limited. It was supposed to be a very, very limited attack, and you can't do that with a country. Like the big problem, the strategic mistake that Iraq made was they could have at the beginning of the war they had like a blitzkrieg advantage. They could have done a lot more damage, and they kind of just stopped. And then
the Iraqi army was always known for its huge divisions of armor.
Yeah.
Armor divisions.
It's a real it's like a lot of things. It's a complex issue. The Iran.
I mean, let's be honest. Saddam saw a chance because Iran had just had the revolution and was in disarray, and Saddam has all these power brokers offering him money and weapons. The U.S. and the Soviets both.
It was more complicated than that. I would have to dig into some of the facts. It's not as clear cut as I thought. But at the same time, I mean, because I think they were, the Iranian Revolution also was much more like, from what I read, if I remember correctly, I think I could be getting this wrong, but I think Iraq wanted at first to have good relations with them.
Yeah.
But they were at the time very like, expand the revolution to everywhere, and they later
remember Saddam is a Sunni in a 90% Shia country.
Right.
So it was kind of existential for him. Like, I see his point.
Right.
If he didn't attack them, they would have done a revolution against them.
Yeah. I don't agree. Yes. I don't agree that Saddam was just a crazy dictator who's just invading all his neighbors for no reason because he's power hungry. Now, like there's shitty things about Saddam, like for sure.
Yeah.
Like the corruption with his sons and everything. That's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, you're encouraging somebody to revolt against you. You gotta, Hitler said that. He said if you're an authoritarian government, you have an extra special duty to treat your people right.
It's not a duty. You just have very small margins for error.
Yeah,
because if you're an authoritarian leader, it's not just like you get all the privileges, you get all the responsibility too. So when there's an economic decline or there's some scandal or conspiracy or something, like you're going to be blamed no matter what.
Right.
I mean, let's be honest. Like people didn't fight for Saddam when the U.S. went there.
Yes.
And part of it was because he was a Sunni and he did treat the Shias very badly. Right. Because he's a minority. He's a minority in Iraq.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I
But
said,
the
it's
Israelis hated his guts, though.
well, and
They
part of
hated-
why, yes, and at the start of it, I think they hated him more.
yeah,
and,
than the
and
Iranians. Yeah,
and
that's
also,
true.
you know, the other thing about Saddam that you got to keep in mind is that he had a sort of impossible task. The nation of Iraq was designed to be totally
fail.
dysfunctional, and so he had
Same
to.
with Syria.
Yeah, and he had to rule it with an iron fist
Right.
to even hold the fucking thing together.
Yeah.
So yeah, I my sympathies are naturally I
Yeah.
love the Iranian Revolution. I love the
Yeah.
Iranians, but I see their point of view. But to the point of the super chatter, my understanding of it is Iraq did too much and not enough. Like they did an attack that was very limited goals, and they didn't push on when they had the advantage, and then later they lost the advantage because Iran had way more people and everything else.
Right.
And that's why it got bogged down into. And then Iran. See, what happened was Iran then decided to carry on the war into Iraq.
Yes.
The Ayatollah did, and they weren't really able to do it, but they tried for years. So Iran was on the defensive
It
for
was like
Iraq.
it was like World War One.
It was, yeah. It was really horrible war, and Israel and America were the beneficiaries. Genesee Valley Observer gave us $10. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He said, Rabbi Ralph Cifaretto tells a custard joke in 29 seconds.
Oh no, dude, Warren, don't get offended, but Ralph Cifaretto reminds me of you. He reminds me. He's like you, if you like an evil version of you.
Oh my God!
In the
I'm gonna.
You
get
can see it.
offended.
You can see it. It's not to offend. He's hilarious.
Mrs. Custer grabs the artist. Oh, I tell you, I want to paint and commemorate my husband's last thoughts. You give me cows with halos and Indians making love? Mrs. Custer, he says, those are your husband's last thoughts. Holy cow. Look at all those fucking Indians.
Is that
That's you, Warren. That's you. That's your clone.
Isn't that Cypher from
that's
Joe?
That's Joe Pants. Joe Pantoliano.
He was also the deputy.
He was amazing as Ralph. He plays like a villain. He's like even bad by mafia standards.
he's the deputy in Tommy Lee Jones in The Fugitive.
He's actually underrated.
He's great in everything I've seen him in. I've always seen him in these like second or third tier supporting roles, but he's always good and memorable in those roles.
What reminds me,
like one of the best portrayals of a fucking traitor, of a sellout that I've ever seen in a movie. I mean, what a thankless role that is, you
know. In The Sopranos, that's from The Sopranos, and in The Sopranos, he plays this guy who's like really into movies. Swear to God, he's really into movies. And he's constantly quoting Gladiator. And all the mob guys are like, what the fuck is that?
I don't think I'm like that guy at all. I hope not. Like, I don't know what you see.
It's like if you were if you were like a villain with a cocaine habit. That's what he's known for. I was in Miami. That shit's everywhere. And
I'll have to see the show.
You have to see it.
Yeah.
He's actually a fucking hilarious character.
Yeah,
but he's like a bad guy, even by mob standards.
Okay,
there's one where like he has a rivalry with another mobster.
Yeah,
so he calls up his mother, the rival mobster's mother. He's like, "Hi, is this Peter Paul's mother? Your son's been arrested with a Boy Scout. Getting blown by a Boy Scout. Just need you to identify some information, just to put you." And so, and the mother's just horrified. Like the shit he does is just. He beats a prostitute to death.
Honky says my clone is Michael Ironside. I don't see that either. He was the bad guy in Free Willy, and in also in.
I don't remember Free Willy too well.
He's the bad guy also he's Richter in See You at the Party, Richter in Total Recall. He just goes around mad.
The only thing that's not in common with Ralph is that he murders. He kills a horse in that, and I know you wouldn't do that.
I know I would never harm a horse.
Tony actually kills him for killing the horse.
Well, I never got like in that thing in The Godfather. I have to say, it really like
The horse's head. Yeah.
Well, I'm like fucking wops. I mean, like, why wouldn't you just kill the Jew? Like, you have a choice between a horse and a Jew, and you kill the horse. The horse is innocent. The horse didn't do anything. Just kill the Jew.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, but
no,
anyway.
Tony kills Ralph over that.
Yeah. Well, that's good. That's somebody was bothered by The Godfather when they made that scene. They were like, you know what? I'm gonna fix. I've always been bothered by that horse scene, and I'm gonna fix it now.
That's funny that you say that. It's probably something to do with that. You're right.
Oh, I'm sure.
You're right. You're probably right that it's some kind of it's some kind of protest or critique of that.
It was a version of The Godfather. It was an inversion of The Godfather.
No, the Sopranos, in my opinion,
the horse is avenged.
The Godfather is an amazing movie, but The Sopranos, in my opinion, is better than The Godfather.
Wow.
As a show.
Well, The Godfather, I was reading about
the best
Godfather.
writing I've ever heard or seen.
The Godfather
show.
When I was reading, I got really into The Godfather this winter, as we talked about, and
the novel is crap.
When I read about it, though, I read that was it Brian De Palma or no? That's Francis Ford Coppola. That he didn't actually base it really on actual mafia politics. He just made a story, and the thing that, like I said, that I was blown away by with the film, because I've always thought I saw it years ago and I thought it was overrated. And I didn't like the way it glorified, made it into some kind of like Camelot. I like Goodfellas better because I thought it was more like accurate. It's just business and it's grubby guys fucking killing each other over business. But what I appreciated the second time I saw it was it's like a work of political science in terms of
read what I always recommend to people on this is
political. It's a really political film. Yeah.
Sam Francis wrote probably one of the best pieces of cultural criticism about The Godfather. Look it up sometime. Sam Francis, The Godfather. It's one of the best. It was written in the early 90s.
Really?
It's one of the best pieces of right wing, if you want to call it that, cultural criticism that I've ever read.
Yeah,
it's fucking amazing, actually.
Yeah, no, I liked it.
I'm not a Sam Francis fan, but
no, I know. Well, having done the whole like organization thing a couple of times now, I understood like how in the film they've got not just muscle, but they have finance, they have their revenue stream, but then they have their legal lawfare guy, but then they got diplomacy. They have media and marketing. They have their press. Remember when he's like, "Oh, we'll spread the story that the cop that was killed was a corrupt cop. We'll use our press people to spread." Yeah. But then they also have intelligence, and I thought this is an interesting thing. Even on that level, you got to have intelligence. Like they wouldn't have known where that restaurant meeting was happening unless they had ears in the enemy camp. And I was thinking, like, if you want to have an organization in this system, even if you're totally legal, you have to have all the functions of an actual country, intelligence, everything. If you don't have any of those things, if you're missing one, then that's the thing that will be used against you. If you have no media presence, they'll use bad press. If you have no legal cover, they'll use lawfare. If you have no force, if you can't, every time we would do a demonstration, we had the muscle that if a bunch of Antifa showed up, as long as they're not using guns, we could fucking drive them off. If we didn't have that though, and you show up like that, it's Tenley Park 5 or whatever that thing was. If you just show up like the White Nationalist Book Club with spectacles and sweaters, they're going to come in with fucking lead pipes and beat you. So every function of a country, you kind of have to have an organization. It blew my mind when I saw that and I thought about that. Yeah. Oh, totally. Really good political movie. Anyway, we're almost done. Xi, the chairman.
That's what Sam Francis's article is exactly about.
Really?
It's the Godfather as political metaphor.
Really?
That's
man. All right. I'll have to look that up.
It's in Chronicles. Sun Chronicles.
Yeah, it was one of those things where had I not just reading and studying stuff,
Yeah.
but having actually experienced organizations and political struggle, power struggle, if I hadn't experienced that, I wouldn't have understood it. It's one of those
Right.
things I had to kind of like know it to really yeah, I'll look that up. I'm
Yeah,
interested.
no. Godfather as political political
And it struck me
metaphor.
as like very true to life, actually. Very
Yes.
it's a realist film. It's a movie
Right.
about realist. Machiavelli would like it. Napoleon would like it. It's a film
Right.
about realist politics, not really a
No, and the
gangster.
film is so much better than the novel. The novel's just a sensational like sex and gore fest or profanity fest rather.
Here, I'll post it in the chat for our chat. If you guys want to read that, I'll be reading this while I'm uploading.
Oh yeah, there it is. Right.
Yeah, it looks
Oh,
very
it's
interesting.
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Almost done here.
All right.
Chi, the chairman, Jinping gave us $5. Thank you very much. He
Thank you,
he said, top 5 striker impressions: Nixon, Peter Thiel, Keith Woods, mentally ill homeless guy in New York City yelling about the Jews, Zelensky. Well, if you just said mentally ill,
Wait, when have I done Zelensky before?
Mentally ill homeless guy in New York. If you just said mentally ill homeless guy in the White House yelling about Jews,
You need to give me back my country. Zelensky. I've never done that one.
If you said mentally ill,
back to her country.
mentally ill homeless guy in the White House yelling about the Jews, I would have said, well, that's just Nixon. You repeat yourself.
Mentally ill homeless guy yelling about the Jews in New York. This is me.
Right.
This whole thing hasn't been an impression, my friend.
Man,
That's who I am.
A cardboard box and a bridge. That's all you need over there.
Mickey Mouse. Come on. No love for Mickey Mouse.
Oh, your Mickey Mouse impression. Yeah, no, the parrot impression is like my favorite. Like the parrot impression is my favorite.
Oh God, I can't even do it.
Because I grew up around it's just funny because it's your generic voice.
That's my wife.
I don't know.
I don't even remember how I did it.
Oh, and the Richard Spencer impression. Listen, Chairman, you
those
don't
are
know this guy
terrible.
well enough. The Richard Spencer impression and the Matt Parrott impression and the Keith Woods impression are my 3 favorites. Yeah, you could somehow do a whole conversation between Matt Parrott and Richard Spencer. That would be like what happened at when we were at MSU. It was like that was the first and only time that the TWP and Spencer finally teamed up, and I was trying to bring them together because I thought like Heimbach and Spencer are the only 2 that have anything good going on, and they finally come together and join forces at MSU, and immediately the whole fucking thing collapses. TWP, the box breaks, and then Spencer says it's not fun anymore. And he quit. He quit the college course. My dad was so disgusted with Richard Spencer when he said it's not fun anymore.
Anymore.
Dad hated that. Dad was like that because Dad really liked Spencer. He didn't like him, but he looked to Spencer as a. I mean, I remember at Charlottesville. I told you this. When the fucking police are bearing down on us, Dad's like, we got to protect Richard.
Yeah.
Dad didn't know Richard, but he thought Richard's the leader. You got to protect the leader. That's what my dad thinks, And it's like that's the way my dad is. He's very like he would have been one of like Hitler's bodyguards. You know what I mean? But that like you couldn't pick a worse guy to like lay your life.
Not leaving the
down
park.
A guy who will like he won't even thank you if you die for him. He'll just be like, of course,
Of course. That's the minimum you can do for Apollo's son. I'm Apollo's son.
Yeah.
The least you can do.
No, we've come a long way since those days. I know you kind of romanticize the old alt-right, but I'm telling you, there was.
I just had such a great time.
You had a good time.
And honestly, the men in it were more manly than the people in the thing now.
Time because it was 10 years ago. 10 years later, it's less manly America.
Yeah. Oh, you're probably right.
It was pretty screwy though. Some screwy blues. Old Hazy gave us $5. Thank you very much. He said, "Hail, brothers! Just my tithe tonight. Hope all is well. Looking forward to watching the playback. Thank you, Old Hazy. Really appreciate it.
Old Hazy.
Beaner Schnitzel gave us a salute and $30. Appreciate it, Beaner. We really need the help there always, and we
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thank
you
you.
so much. Shaunatron gave us a salute and $25.
Thank you,
so much,
Shaunatron.
Shaunatron. Another salute. Really appreciate it.
Nice. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Ghoulish Knight gave us another $5. Thank you very much. He said, companies using AI for job applications, even simple jobs like fast food jobs, are difficult to get and are mass layoffs. Gen Z has no future. And he put a thing here. He said, there's the transcript. So maybe this was the one I was referring. Yeah, I think this is the one that Sagar was talking about, that I caught their segment on it. In the job market, Gen Z is cooked. Yeah. Gen Z is staring down a rough labor market. Entry-level positions require years of experience. Companies are laying off people en masse, and AI is screening job applications. Will Gen Z be able to find fucking work?
Oh man,
yeah.
that's sad.
It
seemed like they had it better than us for a while, and now it seems to be retreating away from them.
Yeah, that was the point. That was the whole thing.
They had a lot of money. Gen Z's had more money than millennials at their age, and now now they're clawing it back. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I thank you for sharing that. I'm actually going to save that. I may, when I resume Modern Politics, I may dig into some of the stuff with Gen Z, because it's fucking horrible. And these people, I mean, we need a revolution in this country.
I agree.
And I think that we may actually get to the point, Joe, where people are ready for it. Yeah. I mean, it may not be the kind of revolution we want.
No,
but something is gonna give, because Trump is accelerating it all. I mean, he sees everybody's desperate, so this is a good time to fuck them all over harder. That's Trumpism in a nutshell. That's Howard Lutnickism. Julian T gave us $5. Thank you very much. He said, let's see, what's this? Oh yeah, Julian T. I'm not going to promote that. That's just some weird fucking. Somebody's got an obsession there. Yeah, I'm not gonna promote that. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Chi, the chairman Jinping, gave us $5. Thank you very much. He said, I was confirmed Methodist, currently becoming Missouri Synod Lutheran after the Methodist Church officially endorsed homosexuality. Tons of people from my childhood church left the Methodist Church as well. Unfortunately, this is a multi-part. Let me just quickly say before I go to the next part, the Methodists, I went to a couple of times to a Methodist church in Morgantown when I was going to school there. And the Methodists in West Virginia were really, what was funny about it is doctrinally, I wouldn't have, well, that's the thing, doctrinally, I wouldn't, want anything to do with it, but I'll never forget this. There was a reason why I went to these different churches, but I went to the Methodist church and I went to the Catholic church in Morgantown. And I think that was my first time ever going to a Catholic church. And what struck me was the Catholic church, even though naturally I would be inclined to sympathize with Catholicism, I'm going to pick one, I'm going to pick Catholicism. But the Catholic church was all foreign students, non-whites, and it was a real weird hodgepodge. And the Methodist church was all the local West Virginia people. And they were singing like hymns like you'd hear in the Andy Griffith show. You know what I mean? Like the scenes from the churches. Yeah. It was really like a blood and soil community church. And it was struck me because that just shows how the doctrine versus the reality, the lived reality of a local church. But yeah, a lot of people in America were raised that, and it's a shame. We see something like that. Said, unfortunately, most of them migrated to, let me go to the next chat. To evangelical churches. This creates an awful dichotomy between Zionist strip mall churches and libtarded mainline churches with pride flags. Yes, right. Yes, right. Exactly.
That's a good point. Yeah,
exactly. He said, however, maybe we can stop this if young, traditionally minded Christians make a conscious effort to stay and fight for mainline denominations and wait for the libtard boomers to die out. I think LCMS Lutheranism is the best option, as there is already a revival happening. I could see Tucker getting behind something like this to combat Christian Zionism. And that was 2 more 5s, so 15 altogether. Thank you, Chairman. I think that here's what I think. Here's my opinion. I think that gaps are opening up in the evangelical, even in those congregations. And I think that if I was a Christian, every Christian has a duty to wage this battle in the church in which they are. So if you are a part of an evangelical church and you're anti-Israel, fucking point out that it's heretical, this Israel worship, and that it's wrong and that it's bullshit.
I have to say, I have to be quite honest. I don't think religion matters. These churches, like Christianity in general,
it matters.
Yeah, it does, but they're a minority in our society. Like,
but
maybe
it's a significant minority.
maybe 30% of Gen Zs care about religion. 30%, and of those, a tiny fraction go to church every Sunday. I don't actually think it matters. I think it's better to actually starve the evangelical churches of membership and money than it is to try and fix them. What's the point of that?
Well, I don't.
If you're going to be a Christian, I would say convert to Orthodoxy.
I think
that's the only Christianity I think is worth.
Well, I think that the fact that Tucker had on that nun, and she was saying
an Orthodox
she did.
nun.
Oh, I know she is.
She's Russian Orthodox. Yeah,
I know she is. But she was making arguments that penetrate straight to the core of Christian Zionism. She did get into the actual the Christian rationale behind Christian Zionism. I think that this shit should be fought everywhere, and because I think that Christian Zionism is such an ahistorical freak.
I mean, the thing that's beating Christian Zionism is that young people have stopped going to their churches. That's actually what's killing it, and I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, if you're like,
I don't think that
you're in an area where that's it, and you're already in an evangelical,
I would personally just stop going to church. But yeah, that's up to you.
Yeah. No, I just think I think that
I don't understand what this newfound obsession. This is actually new. This didn't exist in the alt-right. This obsession with religion, like, doesn't matter what they teach in your church. Doesn't matter. America is a godless country. Like, that's not. It has nothing to do with America's support for Israel. In my opinion.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the battle has to be fought everywhere. I think, though, the same thing what I'm saying is, in the libtarded churches, fight that shit. In the evangelical churches, fight it. Like, there's a true good core to Christianity that can be pushed everywhere, and wherever this shit exists, it should be fought.
I find that a lot of people that get into church end up kind of drifting away from racial politics, which is why the Jews promote it. Let's just
I don't want to see anybody like I mean, look, I'm sorry.
If you're already in that situation, then do
Yes.
it. But don't just go find you need a church and you join one just to fight them on their theology. Like,
no. I'm not advocating that. I'm only advocating if you're already like deeply into it. I think, and if you have a community, if you have a community of people that you're a part of, don't. What I'm saying is, don't let it go. The reason I say this, Joe, is and this was our last super chat on Entropy, so we're almost done. I think that I bumped into at a conference. I think it was a conference Willis Cardo held. And I remember meeting at that same conference in Greek, who used to write for the Barnes Review. And there were a couple of other people there.
Peter Heraclitus or whatever.
Yeah. There's a lot of good people.
I know him. I know him from back.
He's a really good guy. And there were this was probably 2010 or something. This is, I think, when I met Jim Traffic. Yeah. But there was an old guy there who was I forget what his branch of Christianity was. I think he may have been a Catholic, but I forget what he was. But he impressed me. He had a conversation with me and my dad where he fought his local priest and his bishop or whatever's the higher up on all the Israel shit, and just wrote him letters and fucking fought and argued with the guy. And I loved it because I thought, man, most people would just leave the congregation, would just walk away and be like, this isn't for me. I'm going to shop around till I find it. But this guy was staying and just being a giant pain in the ass. And that, to me, whatever bad shit they're pushing, you're not going to push it as much if you're going to get this pushback all the time. I think that inspired me, and if I was a dedicated Christian, that's what I'd probably do. But anyway,
Okay.
Rumble, real quick.
All right.
I know you're tired as hell. We're almost done.
Yeah.
Rumble, SM O'Kane gifted 1 Warstrike subscription.
Thank you.
To Auken Man. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And I'm sure the Auken Man appreciates too.
Thank you.
He liked it. He said, great stream. Skippy the Super Cat gave us $20. Thank you very much.
Skippy.
Said, you guys were so right last week. The Jews will take the boomer wealth meant for us, and they likely will move to an Egypt model. Will the done with a 1965 revolution or the simple click of a pen? I guess will it be done with a 1965? I don't know, but I think that thing about
I think it'll be something with Trump privatizing pensions and something to do with real estate. They'll figure out a way to do it.
Yeah, but no, I said that years ago, and I feel like I've been saying it for years, and I feel like what you said and what we were discussed on the last show about the nursing home industry is exactly the model. To, like I said, it's a big sucking thing to, as that wealth goes from one generation to the next, just suck it all out. That's what they're going to try to do, and leave white millennials and white Zoomers with nothing. But if we have a revolution, that'll all change. Emin Mule gave us $20. Thank you very much, Emin.
Thank you, Emin.
Heil Warstrike. After all the damage Iran was able to inflict on Israel, why does Israel want to continue picking a fight with them? What are they thinking? Do they have something up their sleeve?
Yeah, America.
Yeah, they have America. They have Trump, and I think
that's up their butt.
They have a closing window. You got to remember when you study World War II, a lot of Hitler's urgency, his sense of urgency, was based on the fact, and the Wages of Destruction goes into this, that they had a very narrow window there where they had the advantage with certain things, even with the Soviet Union. And if they didn't pass that, if they passed that window, France and Britain would be able to outproduce them. The Soviet Union would have been ready to strike. So a lot of times when somebody forces, Clausewitz called that force of arms. Wars are unpredictable. Usually when someone forces a war, it's because they feel like not forcing it at this time will be more dangerous down the line. And that's true of everybody, including Israel.
Right.
So I think that's their calculus here. And I think they're, oddly enough, Joe, I think it's becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. They are alienating and pissing off the whole world so fast that it's actually increasing the logic of fight the war with Iran now rather than later. Their own abhorrent behavior. Yeah, so I think that's what's going on. Hopefully they lose.
Yeah.
Paraglider Pal gave us $15. Thank you very much. He said HH and FP, Free Palestine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The one and the same.
And this was the last one in Learn to Mine Coal. Yeah. This is the last one on Rumble. Evan626 gave us $5 and said Nick was not on the steps of the Capitol. That video is from hundreds of feet west of the Capitol.
Oh,
look at the statue they are all sitting on in the Civil War Sailors Monument. Yeah, but the biggest thing to me about that, Evan, is the fact that he was there cheering on Donald Trump in 2020.
Yeah.
What were you were on with?
He's telling you to commit felonies for Donald Trump.
Yeah, you were.
In fact, he was one way to look for clues as to who's backing Fuentes now and who's promoting him now is to look up who was doing it back then. Because if you look at back then, the people that were promoting the fake hoax that that the suburbs of Atlanta stole the election from Trump, that somehow every vote inside the ghettos of Atlanta was accurately counted because Trump did well compared to 2016. But then in the suburbs, where they have all kinds of security, that in a Republican state with a Republican legislature, that they stole the election. The people that were spreading that hoax were Alex Jones, Dinesh D'Souza, and Nick Fuentes.
Right.
And if you notice, those people are all coming together now for this latest push against Tucker. So whoever was funding that gay op back then, whoever was behind it, is probably behind this new one, to be honest.
Yeah.
A lot of people
no,
died
I-
because of
what-
that. Just
what
so
I
you
was
know,
thinking
Evan, a lot of people died. They went to prison and they killed themselves, or they were killed over this lie that he promoted.
I remember you were on Mark Collette the day that happened. You were on Patriotic Weekly Review while it was going on, and what were you saying at that time about Donald Trump? What were we all saying at that time about Donald Trump? So I mean, that's the thing of this
Right.
guy. It's like
I'm done discussing this. Any further Nick
Yeah.
Fuentes stuff, go right into the garbage. Don't even.
Yeah,
read it.
no, I agree. I
Don't even
agree.
read it. I don't want you in my audience. Just go. Fuck off.
Yeah. But yeah, on that happy note, I think we're at the end. Let's see if let me just double check entropy one more time. That's it. We're done.
Alrighty. Wonderful.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much,
Take care,
everybody,
everyone.
for being with us. And yeah, it was a very good interview.
Right.
Everybody have a wonderful weekend. We will see you guys all next Thursday. I think the 21st. So everybody have a
Yes.
safe and fun
Wonderful.
and happy weekend.
Take care, everyone. All righty. Good night.